Uh-oh, a few seconds late. What is up, one and all? Hopefully you're having a good week and we're about to make it a lot better. We are back, that's right, doing our own little version of the party of the upcoming LAN. But the LAN still got about like an hour to go, and I thought it'd be cool to actually kick off with something from the ladder. I did see Sordov had a pretty awesome series up against one of the top players on the leaderboard from China. I'm trying to remember his name. I don't think we ever translated his name, actually. But it should be a banger. It's going to be Rus versus Chinese. And the guy in question is ranked, 11th. So 11th versus 14th in the world. But plan today is going to be to do 1 or 2 pubcasts, after which we will look to hop in to the Masters of Steel LAN coverage. So we'll be doing casts remotely on this channel. We'll be doing our own casts of the game. So in terms of series we got today, like starting from 1 p.m. CET, we're going to have Wham versus Vortex. Then we're going to do MarineLord versus CSO. And then we'll look to do Beasty versus Anat. And there is a PuppyPaw Louis one that will be ongoing at the same time as the MarineLord series. So if that one hasn't finished by the time MarineLord CSO does, we'll hop over. And then we'll round out the day with MarineLord versus MarineLord CSO rather versus Wham/Vortex. So pretty cool one. 4 best of 5s. Using both the laptop and the desktop. Exactly, which is why we are basically like peak quality broadcast. Best of the best in the directory, baby. So yeah, we've got the gaming PC is running the game and everything, and then this laptop is doing all encoding. So that way I can basically just max out everything. I think you could actually technically max out without needing to have the 2 set up, but you know, it's just, you got it, might as well use it, right? All right, anyway, I think what we'll do is we'll actually kick off with our pub game to kick off the stream. So let's get ready to hop into this one, because we got 2 broken civs. Oh, let me pause the music as well. 2 broken civs collide. Only one can come out victorious. Welcome back to the channel, folks. Got a fun one here. We're in Rocky River for a showdown between the rank 11th in the world versus Sordov, a StarCraft 2 legend, a Swede living in Korea and living the good life after his return to Age of Empires 4. Let's hop into this one. So we are going to have... Oopsie. Did I have the wrong scene selected? I think I did. Let me change that trim. So we are going to have a pretty interesting one here, though, overall, considering we have basically got pretty much about as tight as it gets, right? Like rank 14 versus rank 11. Saul's been on a grinder, by the way. This boy has been rising up the ranks really quickly, just chewing back into the Age of Empires 4 life. He was missing for a long time. For those that are not familiar with Sordov, he was with us back when the first Red Bull War involving Age of Empires 4 happened, but after which he actually returned to StarCraft 2. About 6 months ago, I think it was, maybe even less. He actually came back to Age of Empires 4 and has been hard on the grind ever since. I think he's the beginning of an effect that we're probably going to see. I don't know how many StarCraft 2 players are likely to hang around Age of Empires 4, because I think one of the biggest issues I see for them coming across here is partially to do with like the scale of the prize pooling, but the other part is the catch-up, right? What a lot of people seem to forget is Sordov is a veteran player of Age of Empires 4, right? Like when he was playing back in 2022, he was a top 16 player. He made it to the LAN, right? That proved that. So he came from a much better position to start off with than these other StarCraft 2 players that might come across, right? We're seeing a laser with this right now. Like, if you put a laser versus Sordov, I'm pretty confident Sordov wins, like, 95 out of 100 times. And that's no offense to a laser. It's just he's obviously been working hard, but he's got a lot to learn compared to Sordov, who, from an earlier point, just kind of got a lot of that information under the hood. But this guy he's up against, I mean... This guy is a new appearance, right? Like, I think we talked about this one in particular the other day, that they are coming out of nowhere, kind of. I mean, they were ranked 91st in Season 10, ranked 38th in Season 9. And then before that, it was like a rank 100, 200 something, right? Like, primarily one of those type of players that plays a lot of pub games in 3v3s, 4v4s. Like, it comes from the Louis type crew, right? We've been seeing more of this. At the moment, it's Louis MT and CSO, but I do wonder if we're going to have to start getting actual Western names for these other players we're seeing so frequently. So, how is this one going to play out? Because we are talking about a pro scout matchup, essentially. And it wouldn't surprise me to see them try to split up the deer, because Remember, this map actually has quite a lot of deer. It's just deceptive in the way that it's dispersed because it's tiny deer clusters around the center here. You can see, just for your eyeballs, we're going to select them all. You can see it comes to a total of 24. Then you add in the back deer on both sides. What you realize actually about Rocky River is that it gives you a substantial boost over your standard amount. Regular spawn's going to be 28 deer, such as Dry Arabia, Lipany, etc. So an extra 10 deer on this map, which means it is pretty desirable. The challenge is a lot of the deer, as you saw there, are located in the center of the map. They're neutral territory. You don't get these two very easy peasy spawns to net you 14 like that. Now, against some civs, this means you can potentially get blocked out of pro scouting early on. Other civs just can't. We've seen, for example, civs like Order the Dragon try to stop pro scouting. It's so difficult, though, because you have very limited troops and a lot of ground to cover. But yeah, we do have the free scout opener from Yellow, which is almost just a guarantee of us getting pro scouts. It's very rare you do this without going for it. Sometimes you see people stop at 2 scouts if they don't want to get pro scouts. You still get a lot of the sheep. And in fact, this guy got a lot of sheep anyway. It's going to be a total of 20 coming for him. But not to be outdone, credit to him, sort of leveraged that extra vision on the Chinese scout very well here. A 19 sheep start. I'm just going to fast forward for a minute or two as we get ready for the tech ups. Because I think we are probably looking at double pro scout regardless. Considering he's got 2 on gold, the way he's stockpiling, it's almost guaranteed, and the stables locks it in. Other side, pro scouts has already been clicked, so it is going to be a race between the two. So I think what we'll do is we'll leave it on the 2x until we start to see signs of aggression one way or the other. In the meantime, while he waits for pro scouts to complete, I like that he's just marching up here. Just kind of poke and prod, see if you can force some repair time. Not really worth poking the villagers. It would take way too long to kill. It's better to just kind of force damage onto the building and then force them to have to repair, wasting a little bit of wood. Also, like that, Yellow was able to kind of hang around and gauge, okay, how much like scout activity we're getting here. However many it is, it's never going to be enough because we can see with the double hunting cabin opening, there's a lot of capability for Yellow to just keep spamming these scouts, especially once pro scouts is completed. Which most definitely has. So first of the deer are going to be brought home. And Sordov will blink first. This is to be expected. It's not often the Roost player and the pro scout off pivots into military units ahead of their opponent. An interesting way to go. I thought Sordov might just actually add in 1 or 2 horsemen. Instead, he goes straight up archers. Archers are actually really good at clearing out scouts just because, unlike horsemen, you don't have to like get on top of them constantly, right? And the cool thing within that is that you can just basically guarantee that if you get on top of them when they come to pick up the deer, you're probably hitting them per archer 4, 5, maybe 6 times with a little bit of micro. Which with 5 or 6 archers should be enough to get a kill. Sordov does have eyeballs on, so he's going to steer to the east side, but we haven't seen a reaction out of Yellow. No, instead he's completely neglecting to build any military units to defend himself. Yeah, I'm not surprised, right? Most Roost players play like this, and the other thing is your opponent starts scaling archers, so you feel less inclined. Yes, you could try to mirror archers, but China's actually one of the best civs at spamming up archers at this stage due to the supervision, plus the extra wood they get by supervising the tree line. And you can see that supervision coming through, right? Producing archers every 6 seconds currently. Beast of a production rate. Good interception, though. Hello, sort of. Okay, fantastically positioned there. So he denies basically the entire deer stack. I don't think any of it got through. No, it's all just sitting on the ground here. So now he can yoink and take back. Great read by Sordov. And this is the ridiculous thing about China, right? Like, look at the difference in scale time. Think about the scout situation. They built roughly the same number of scouts, but he also built a racks and archery range. He built the stables. Remember, as Roost, you don't build stables. And yet still, he's not actually that far behind on the tech up, especially when you remember that China builds the buildings faster. So this little gap here isn't going to be a big enough gap. No, these 9 villages will be able to close the gap on this tech timing. And that is a horrible high trade house. Oh, man. I feel for him. So the issue here, why is this such a bad high trade house? Why? Well, the obvious detail to say is it's away from the tree line, but why has he done it that way? It's because of the archer play. Because he didn't react to it in any way, he loses. He forfeits the ability to get good landmark placements. That's brutal. Get your numbers in. The number is most definitely not going to be high. That much I'm certain of. Other side, we do have the clock tower. And look at the, okay, can we just really? Like, how deep was Yellow when sort of start that tech up? He was halfway through, right? And they both used the exact same number of workers. That is freaking wild. I lose my mind sometimes just thinking of all these perks. I mean, I sound like I'm just a Chinese hater at this stage, I guess, like always trying to get them nerfed. But like there are some things that it's kind of mind-boggling. We talk about Rus as one of the best civs in the game, yet we just watched China build 10 archers, multiple production buildings, do the same strat on top of all that, and they still mirrored the tech timing. That's wild. And by the way, remember, Rus also went for their eco landmark, so don't even argue that, oh yeah, it's because one went eco landmark, one didn't. No, they both done their eco elements. It just shows you how good China's is. So on the opening, I like this from Yellow, though. See, this is something that's been making me suspicious that this is actually CSO. This Yellow player loves Knights as much as CSO. I'm not entirely sure it is him, though, because the thing you have to keep in mind is if this is a team player, of course they like Knights. If they're playing a civ like French or Rus or whatever, Knights is their first prerogative. And they are building a lot of them. Yeah, no sign of horse archers at all, but that makes sense. Your opponent already built into archers, so he's kind of got you covered on that. I've got him just trying to cycle towards the base. I mean, how did we do on the pro scout side of things? I do think this sort of got the majority. It would make sense with the way that played out on the backside. Which means that Yellow's play is a little bit tricky, a little bit risky in terms of how far you can scale it. Oh, and the high trade house, by the way, in the end was 76. That might be the lowest high trade house I've seen this year in high level play. It feels so hard to actually get one that low. And no, people, Rus did not skip villagers. Reminder that the taxman, they count as workers on the top here. And the Imperial Academy builds them. So there is no indiscrepancy here. Yellow has not skipped. If anything, Sordov is actually the one that skipped. See that? He should be exactly 4 ahead. He's not. So actually, it's Sordov's that's had slight idle time on the TC here. And Nazi switch now from Yellow. I like this. He's forced a lot of spearmen. So you can see the prerogative and what the idea was here from Yellow. The goal now is to kind of hide that detail. And okay, he reveals it straight away. That's a bit rough. I mean, he has at least got the knights sneaking around the back, but never really unseen. Look at Saul's vision. There's just not really anything that gets past him currently. Spear's going to start reacting as well, so that means he can't even get a good trade with that one Lancer. Sort of, he's just going to dive the scouts in. Interesting choice, but he just wants to know what's coming next. And at this stage, he's already eaten up all the deer. So there's no other role for the scouts but to gain info. So I actually quite like that he done that. I think he did see the additional stable. So he knows that this is just not going to be 1-1-1. Right, it's not going to be racks, archery range stables. It's just going to be stables, mass archery range. And that's actually good for Sordov, remember, because there's something very, very tasty as a comp. Very simple. Nestaby Spees. Sordov could consider doing it. I think the reason he's not currently is he doesn't feel like he's linearized the map. He needs to get some walls up. So we are going to start seeing him adding those in now. Not large quantities so far. The relic game does look like it could lean towards the Rus here. Yeah, because Sordov's intercepted this one, but there's a steer to wide side. Okay, nice. Sordov picks it up. All right, so 3-2 split seeming feasible in favor of China. Big deal, especially when you consider just how bad that high trade house was for the Rus. Already generating the mass gold you'd expect. So I think for a while here, Yellow gets to just dictate things for raiding. Because the thing is, he has mass knights, right? So sort of has to be more defensive. But my concern is, what's your upside here as Yellow? Because currently you have none. You lost the relic game. You don't have a comp that's going to feel great about direct fight, I don't think. Especially if Sordov just adds in 1 or 2 Nesta Bees, which like I'd expect him to do around maybe 18, 19 minutes. Once he's got his army fleshed out enough. Good clash in the meantime on the flanks. I like that actually he's baiting Sordov into engaging with these knights, which is not ideal. No, like at this stage, you're heavily outnumbered in the cavalry department. You don't want to get baited in this type of style of fighting. And yes, Roos on goal before 20 minutes, but that's not a mold moment. That's actually absolutely fine. Remember, he has gone for a Mass Knight strat. You will have to go on gold for this. He's steering away from it now, though. So we're just going full Archer comp. Which, considering the amount of spears sort of building, does make sense. I'm just shocked at this stage, like, we haven't seen even one Nesta Bees queued up. I mean, they're very expensive for what they are, I guess. Archers are just going to poke. Reinforcements coming in. Yellow? I mean, this could be a decent fight, actually. The numbers are definitely on his side. It feels like Sordov is a little bit discombobulated with his troops spread out. So we'll have to back away. Interesting that Yellow's steering aggressively. I thought he'd actually back up a little bit, but I guess the challenge here is if you back up and play a macro game, like, do you ever feel good about that against China? China considered to be the #1 macro civ in the game, really. I mean, Roos aren't too far behind. We have got Boys Fortitude on the way. I think the goal here for Yellow is, like, if he can force all Spearman production to halt, he can pivot into Horseman. And then Boys Fortitude is the S tier move. But for now, you look pretty weak. Yeah, sort of with the crossbows littered in. It feels like it's something that actually Yellow maybe needed a few of here. So we'll have to back away. He's got more troops in reserve, so it's kind of deceptive the way this is fighting close to Sordov's base, but no doubt about it, numbers are steering in his favor. I do wonder, though, how's the food looking overall? I don't think there's actually that many deer there remaining. Maybe like 3 or 4? Whereas I'd expect a lot more. You will get a lot more. Look at this. Yeah, he has so many deer spawned already on the high trade house. Yellow. He's going to be pushed all the way back. This is looking pretty rough right now. I don't know if Sordov can really keep the push going. Like, he's kind of thinning out as he gets close to the base, right? But it is a bit rough the way that the ground is being given over like this. Sort of. And he's starting to get into the base here. We do have a switch into Horse Archers, a little bit surprising. But it would give him a way of kind of kiting out against the Knights. My concern is we've already got Horseman switch. So, like, sort of, he's already a step ahead of this. It's a little bit of a weird comp. I think Yellow's goal is to try and raid instead, but I don't understand why he wants to, right? He's lost quite a few workers after this. It's down 6. But it feels a bit funky the way this is played out. Right, like, you're on Horse Archers now. I think if Sordov just keeps pushing, you can't really do much with it. But for the moment, at least, it looks like the Swede is going to be backing up. In 1 second, I do need to quickly enable something. Let me just quickly go like this. Sorry, guys. I just quickly need to go. Because we're multi-streaming. Apparently, there's a setting that I'm not using that I should be using. If I can find it. I see it here. Oh, nice. I can just type a command in. All right, we should be able to go in 1 sec. Nice. All right. Thank you, Kick Support. Didn't realize that. All right, let's get back to it. All right, and we are back into it. And yes, the LAN will start soon. We're going to be actually casting over that hit. So don't worry. You got the right place if you want to catch the pro level place. Interesting clash around the center here. I like the Barbican on the fort from Sordov. So he's locked in part of the fort side of the map. This has also enabled the Song Dynasty, which is going to escalate problems now for Yellow. I think Yellow needs to try and find a way towards either deep dive raids or they need to be thinking about 2TC soon. Yeah, because the thing about China Song Dynasty is it creeps up on you really fast. It doesn't sound like a lot, but really what you're getting is a 33% increase to your production rate per minute of villagers. 1 extra every 3, right? You buy 3, you get 1 free. Well, not free, but you know. And whoa, okay, we finally have the Nest of Bees. Yeah, but wait, what? But it's a little bit weird now, right? So the Nest of Bees would have felt logical before, but now that it's Horse Archer Knights, I mean, Horse Archers can just kind of dodge out the Nest of Bees shots a lot easier. Also, you're more susceptible to just being dove. Interesting choice out of Sordov. We'll see if it pays off. In the meantime, he's going to be scared away from the dive. The horse archer is now starting to arrive. It becomes problematic. He's going to dive in with the archer to try and trade out there. The Nightline is not looking good for yellow, but it's going to be good enough to eventually clear out this forward push from Sordov. Yeah, and part of the problem here for yellow is he didn't keep everything in defense. He was getting ready to raid. So got caught out of his base here. Military Academy is now going to be coming through, so Sordov is looking to ramp up, which is bold. Do you guys like to look at his food and think about why this might be bold? Sordov, he's ran out first. We did talk about this. We warned about it. He doesn't have a farm transition yet. He's eating the berries in the center of the map, and he just lost his forward army. Does yellow realize is the question? Because if he does, he can just dive towards that and starve you out. What a weird turn of events here. I mean, it looks like they should maybe run out. I don't want to say at the same time. Always it feels like Risk is going to have more runway due to the high trade house. But I thought sort of maybe would have had farms coming in. Hasn't been the case at all. He's going to be under pressure. He has at least got the Nestor Beast to try and defend with. And it is going to be mass horse archers. So with good spreading snipe villagers, but you know the difficulty is going to be killing the Nestor Beast unless you can get a few cavalry units out here. Going to be backing up for the time being. We do have a Palace Guard switch. Against horse archers? The issue with Palace Guard is you don't really reach your target. At that stage, it kind of feels like Horseman just makes more sense. But the Nestor Bees, they're fulfilling the quota. They're ticking the box. They're keeping yellow away from a dive here. I say that. Maybe not. He thought about poking at the villagers, but there's just too much firepower currently. So he's just trading military unit for military unit. But now we see the out of time force. The seat shot from Sordov as he realized the army is thinning. And although he's had good gathering, good food income, that just changed. He still doesn't have farms, and all of his food income was coming from this berry patch. Yellow's just going to cheekily dive in with 1 or 2 horse archers here to poke at the villagers. Looks like he might be actually running into food dishes of his own, and on top of that, Yellow's decided to switch into greed. The 2TC now coming through for the Roos. A movement out into the berries that is going to be perfectly scouted by Sordov as it happens. And a movement out into the boar as well. Yeah, Yellow's taking just as big a risk, but the difference is Sordov's army is slow. He doesn't maneuver onto the flanks anywhere near as quick. And that's what he's trying to capitalize on here. Is like, hey, because my opponent can't actually split the map, I can farm the map. Right? Whereas, on the flip side, Sordov can't easily afford to go wide, because if he does, he's going to be ganked on the other side of the map. Right? Like, this is the issue with switching into the Nestor Bees, and it's why Sordov tried to resist it for so long. And we are just raw horse archers now. And no wonder. Oh my god. Okay, 2 TCO is ready for, but 3 TC? This explains everything. I think if you were 2 TC, you're probably adding in knights or horsemen. But on 3 TC, your expenses, it's basically like a third of your current food income on villagers. It's very expensive. Great find here out on the boar, though. Catches the workers coming out, so Sordov is now going to be economically behind. He has gone 2 TC. So remember, he's going to be producing 8 villagers, but there is a slight edge here. Yellow's going to be producing 9 per minute. On top of that, Sordov is still lacking good food access. He's shifted across the west side, also brought the Nestor Bees there. It just feels so awkward the way he's had to play the map. There's going to be a dive come around the back. Not too much to snipe here. Most of the economy has moved out to the west side, and we do have the keep drop. Granaries now on the way. This is the moment we've been waiting for. This is the most uncomfortable and dangerous part of Sordov's game. If he can get this farm transition done with little to no losses, he's in a cozy position for the late game. Now, I'm not going to say it's just going to be a runaway, because on 3 TC, you can guarantee that Yellow's going to be competing. And also, keep in mind, Yellow's already 11 farms deep with more to come. And the walls as well. Yeah, so he's just looking into constrict options. This is pretty much the way Rocky River usually plays out if it goes late game, is that people pursue these choke points. They're the easy way of walling the map. one little ambitious villager may be ambitioning a bit too hard, though. We'll get found out there. That's now sort of aware of what's really happening, because up to this point, Yellow is being subtle about where he's trying to place these walls. One tricky thing, though, is like when you get into the hunker down phase, what you're really looking for is stone walls. You can't do stone walls as roofs, remember, unless you go for the Sky Tower, which is a painful investment when you consider the value you get off of the high armory. Especially in a map like this, in a matchup like this, right? Because your opponent's probably going to have a lot of nested bees, and you want to get mangoes. You get mangoes very cost efficiently. Also, on this map, wood is usually the thing that eventually runs out first. And hold that fort, knights. Oh, they get a jackpot. They find it completely unguarded. Nested bees are going to be going down. Horse archers didn't spread out that well, so a little bit poor on the micro there from Yellow as he just dove in for the worker kills. But he gets rid of all the siege. He finds a huge value strike here onto the workers. And where was the army? Sordov apparently overreacting on the backside to that backstab attempt from the horse archers. Pays the price here. Loses about, what, 10 workers? On top of that, ends up losing all of the nested bees. Meaning horse archers can once again become bullies. Now, they won't be able to bully towards the farms. The good news for Sordov, at least, is he did get that fortress up, remember? So, not easy to dive this area. But an eco check for sure. Just to try and control things. Just slow Sordov down. And this is what I want to really praise Yellow for. This backside stabbing has been really important. It's weird because there's not anything for him to really kill, but the threat of him going deeper like he is now is what has kept sort of looking behind him constantly. While he's so busy looking forward, he might want to look back here. Horse archers, they are in on the workers again. This time it's the farming area. It's going to be a lot of out of time achieved, not to mention worker kills on top of it. It's a great strike in. We'll mostly lose the horse archers. They're not too expensive. The out of time's quite important because behind this, Yellow's adding in more and more of his own farms. He's now up to about 25, with more to come. Yeah, that was sick out of time. Like, it's still happening. Which is crazy when you consider just how many farms sort of has up here. Like, we're talking about, what, 40 farms just not working for close to a minute? Meaning he's missing out on, what, probably about 2,000 food? Solid move. Now Yellow, look at what's happened in the meantime. This is a pretty crazy switch. We knew he still had knights, but now up to 20? This is exactly why people keep thinking this is CSO. Right? This is what makes you suspicious. This guy plays like this so often. Flash coming in. An ambitious fight from Yellow, actually. What's he doing with this time? Because the only reason I think you want to take that fight, well, A, you either didn't pay attention, or B, you're doing something elsewhere. Maybe he was waiting for the second wave, but that was ugly. Lost about 10 knights and didn't really achieve much with it. Now, I wonder, do you keep diving? Because that was an oddly expensive fight, right? Remember, he's still got loads of gold to work with, but you could be teching instead of losing units like that. He's going to be circling around the side, but we have got walls up coming up now from Sordov, so he's respecting the flank attacks. There is an outpost coming up on this 8k gold just to keep an eye on it. And it looks like Yellow has got his eye on that fort phase. Sordov is still lagging behind on that timing. It's interesting, actually, because Sordov has got the military lead, so you'd think he'd feel a bit more comfortable with aging up. But it's the deceptive nature of things. It's like he has a military lead, but the quality of these knights is double that of any unit on sort of side. There we go. High armory coming in at home. Very forward one, but makes sense. Allows him to produce all the siege around this area close to the front side, so they're involved sooner. We have got the stone wall coming up, so the Great Wall Gatehouse placement is pretty obvious at this stage from Sordov. And considering he's got the Nesta Bees as well as the Mass Chiganu crossbows, he should be capable of getting this one up. Yellow is going to dive to the backside, though. He needs the Nesta Bees gone. Otherwise, the horse archers just get massacred. But it's not going to be enough firepower here, so it looks like Green will be able to hold. Yellow will have to retreat, and we are just going to see both players going into the fort phase. This game is not ending anytime soon. Honestly, at this stage, why do I click on Rocky River games, you know? This is like the rinse and repeat. Yellow. He's even actually looking to keep an eye out for these extensions to the east-west. This is mostly about the wood line. He wants to know when that's being gathered on, so he can just raid hard into it. Pretty smart move. I actually like the way that Yellow's been trying to utilize the flanks for information. It's so underrated on Rocky River because Rocky River is the type of map that is very exposed and spreads you wide early on. He's fools. I swear, this guy is genuinely like a combination meal of Louis MT and CSO with the way he plays. Likes his walls, but also loves his knights. Great Wall Gatehouse is going to be on the way now. Sordov is taking a slow approach to it. That's fine. He needs to build up reserves. Like, you can see by his resource count, he's not in great shape. Even though he took a fight that looked beneficial, like, at the end of the day, it still drains you, right? So it puts you in a position where you have to act more defensively because you can't afford to lose another army. It's Strout? Huh? Streltsy is a little bit weird, guys. So the reason why Streltsy is quite weird is you're playing against the best Civ at gunning. Remember, China, they get extra vision, extra range rather, on the hand cannoneers. Not to mention Yuan Dynasty for the movement speed down the line. So, like, Streltsy's pretty ambitious to reach for, especially on 25 army. I have seen many Roost players lose games because they do this. Guys, it's not advisable. The problem is with Streltsy is it takes a long time to produce just one of them. 35 seconds without Military Academy. Even with it, it's a long time, right? Compare that to, like, look at this. 26 seconds for a Streltsy or 11 seconds for an Archer, 17 for a Crossbow. Right, and you can only start building these once you're in the 4th age. So normally what we actually see out of, for example, Roost players in particular, is that they will just keep massing Archers and Horsemen and gradually switch into Streltsy. Now, I don't know if this is because of the lack of wood as the game goes on that has Yellow concerned and is why he's just immediately rushing Streltsy. But if Sordov knew about this and just attacked right now, I mean, Yellow would just flatline. He wouldn't be able to get enough military power out to defend himself. Luckily for Yellow... Wait, did he just try and build a castle? What? Alright, that's kind of crazy. So the wooden fortress wasn't good enough, huh? I can't believe he just tried to castle drop the secondary tree line of Sordov. That's wild. And it would have worked too if it wasn't for those pesky horsemen. Still, 7 villages will get denied here. Farm count is looking phenomenal for Yellow. He's up to 40, soon to be about 50. And that'll give him all the food he needs to just pump horsemen non-stop. It is crazy to see the Roost player out villagering the Chinese player, by the way. 148 to 117. Yellow's playing more of an old school build here. We don't see people frequently going to 140, 150 population anymore. It started to calm down more towards like the 120 mark. People like that bigger army because a bigger army can do more damage, right? So it's quite interesting that he's taking an old school approach, especially on a map that feels like it does inevitably get drained anyway. Especially when you've got walls going up like this. Yellow has got the bombard reveal, so the Nester Bees are going to be in a bit of a pickle here. They're going to try to go for the snipe out. Not going to work that well, though. Bombard very tanky by comparison. The Streltsy do need to be careful. Remember, they get counterplayed by the Nester Bees. And again, with the castle coming up and the bombard that's scaring away the Nester Bees, Yellow's doing surprisingly well off of a smaller army. We'll manage to keep pushing this back. Sordov is now switching into his own hand cannoneers, and the pyrotechnics, the extra range tech we talked about, is on the way. This is what can make it very, very difficult for Streltsy to win out. Streltsy are the type of unit that want a static fight where they stand still, because when they do, they get a bonus. Right here, static deployment. Their attack speed increases after 10 seconds. The problem with playing against hand cannoneer China, they have pyrotechnics. They have extra range, which means you have to move. They don't necessarily have to. But they can move to just force you to keep doing so. Right? And that gets worse once Yuan comes in. Like, if Sordov finds the macro to just go for it, which is not far off, that extra movement speed means that you should very rarely see the Streltsy get static deployment. China and Roost both S tier? I feel like China's just a bit better, though. Maybe outside of the specific matchup, like Rus keeps their own better, but when you're talking about Rus versus Chinese, China just looks really great when they get to this stage. It's a bit tricky. I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing Rus players lean on the idea of Knights more. Rus Knights are actually underrated in the late game. Remember, they have a unique tech called Knight Poleaxes, which gives them +4 melee. It's pretty slick. But we very rarely see it because obviously in the late game, you know, you're starting to run out of gold. So do you really want to just be punting lots of gold into a frontline unit? Not necessarily. Normally, you want to be punting the more infinite resources into your frontline, and you want to be putting your gold into your backline. Things such as Siege, Hand Cannoneers, because these things are going to die at a slower pace, meaning they're more efficient at trading. Imperial Palace is now on the way, so we're about to see that movement speed we talked about for Sordov. And this is where the game's going to get difficult for Yellow. He's got Bio on the way, a lot of horsemen. Sordov is a little bit lacking on the backbone of his army here. Like, spearman count, I don't know if I really like these crossbows. The crossbows essentially have no real worth. It just feels like he needs to start losing them. Because then he can replace them with valuable hand cannoneers and spearmen, which would be great in this situation as well. China's been borderline OP since the game came out. I mean, at times they were even OP. Let's call a horse a horse. Speaking of the horse, good raid target. Sort of. Is this not all of his golds? I think so, yeah. He has got the keep nearby. I'd love to see Yellow just start using these gates to kind of sneak in and snipe that castle. Because if he can take this gold away, then Sordov's strategy of mass hand cannoneering flops. Instead, it's going to be horsemen sniping the bombards. Nice target there by Sordov, just a freebie. Wait, is he just going after the farms again? In fairness, the reserves aren't very big, but usually at this stage, hitting farms starts to become a little bit less value, whereas hand cannoneer denial via going after gold is high value. Speaking of hand cannoneers of a different kind, Streltsy just given a gift there as the army decides to stop by. Idle time again. Sort of is at pop, but he hasn't built up a reserve. Like, preferably you want to be in a position now where you're queuing up 50+ units in reserve. Sort of hasn't been able to tick that box, and this Horseman raid is going to have some value due to that. Yeah, we're still at 150. I mean, the crazy thing is that you're not really seeing Yellow build reserves either. And that's because he's building them a different way. Look at the queue. Look at the ridiculousness of this. At this stage, like, think about the mass involved. Is that he's queuing, what, probably 5,000 resources or so worth of units? More, actually. Like, Horsemen alone, every 10 is going to be 1,200 resources, right? So he's just pumping ridiculous reserves. It doesn't look like he's at 150 eco because he's not holding it. But yeah, just purged a bunch. So more production to come out. And it's crazy to be saying this, but China is losing the gunner game. Yeah, usually rate them to win it every time. Not the case here whatsoever. Instead, feels like Sordov is now in quite the bind. He has got a push opportunity here, and a big siege mass to try and do so with. He'll start to march in. Keeps going to go down. Has to be shots, bombards, targeting in here. The Streltsy, look what's happening. The standard deployment. Okay, he actually moves them. He creeps himself there because of the one nest to be. So Yellow actually had an opportunity to just grease the wheel even quicker here. He's still going to tick in a second, though. Stop moving them! Hello. Doesn't even want the biggest booster in attack damage you can get here for the Streltsy, but it doesn't matter. It's going to be good enough. He's able to pile on through. Backline holds, frontline folds, sort of able to get the bombards away. But now he's in snowball mode, right? He's starting to trickle troopers here. He needs to slow down, calm down, reset. You're up against 50 Streltsy. You have to respect that. And the nest of bees are just a non-factor. They don't exist here to deal with this. Oh my god, Yellow. He's blitzing it. 52 Streltsy now. Normally you cap out at 40, but this is Gatling gun mode, fully activated. Unbelievable. And then what a way to beat China as well. Like, he's doing it in the gunpowder department, which is what we said earlier. Is like normally most Roost players will kind of lean towards mangoes instead, just try and answer with siege because that's an area where they can win, right? Like Nesta Bees don't really compare to mangonels when they have adjustable crossbars, and on top of that, Roost have got the discounts to make it viable because they can afford more of them. But this is just wild. I wasn't expecting to play out this way. Streltsy bonus is kind of silly, doesn't let you micro. It is a weird one, right? But, I mean, it's a 30% attack speed. How would you make this not broken if it was something like an activable ability, for example? I think it'd be too good. Maybe what would be cool is if instead Streltsy just get a melee mode activation. Like, we know they have that melee attack, but maybe there's a button that forces them to use melee? Like a toggle? I don't know. I think that's, like, in high micro situations, a pretty interesting detail. Because, like, remember, the Streltsy, the melee damage is really, really high. Like, look at that. 63 compared to 38. Like, in theory, there's some value there. Now the walls. Yeah, even adds in the gates so that he can retreat, but also so he can shoot through. Let the slow siege begin. Sordov looking pretty stuck right now. In fairness, his Bombard should win against a Bombard-only clash, right? Because he has the extra health from Clock Tower. And Yellow is steering with his Streltsy. Yeah, he sends them all over to deal with a small group of horsemen. Kind of bold. But he's got plenty of Streltsy to work with. And Castle Drop is on the way. Not sure about this from Yellow. You haven't really fully secured the position with the Bombards there. And you're now building something that could just die to them. We do, however, have a raid coming again. Every time. At what point do you just build a stone wall, right? Like, I feel like we're at that stage now where this is the third time coming from this side, and then before that it was Horse Arch to the north. Like, at some point, it's worth just building a value stone wall to stop this. And remember, he already had the Great Wall Gatehouse up here, so, like, maybe you could have stonewalled across to the Big Gold, and then stonewall back towards you a little. So at least then you're pushing your opponent underneath your defenses, but no. So the castle was cancelled. It does back it up a bit. Sort of. It's going to be marching forward. Yeah, there is a risk that Yellow has too many Streltsy again. He's up to 60. Sort of at 36 hand cannoneers. Remember, if he can just keep the distance, he has the victory. Nesta B shots is going to come in. He decides to stand his ground here. Reload's going to be coming through soon. That first line of Streltsy are flopping. The problem, though, is who can afford more of this? In Yellow most definitely can afford these trades. Remember, he's still got the big gold vein over here. He's got more left on his as well, not to mention the passive income of the Roost. A little bit of a problem, sort of. Now, if he actually taxes onto these granaries, which he's not doing efficiently right now, he can kind of afford to keep up in the hand cannoneers. I'm a little bit worried that Sordov's going to burn out of gold first. And wow, I didn't even realize he didn't even have additional barrels here. So he only just got the tech for extra damage on the Nesta Bees. Which is wild considering how many Streltsy he was up against. He has succeeded in wiping that wave, but look at the response now. Horseman floods coming through. And where are the spearmen? Sort of. He's only... There's no spearmen. He's got 17, but they're not here. The horsemen get the jackpot. Bombard's basically running into them here. Nesta Bees are going to start flopping. Just as he gets the additional barrels tech, he loses the backline siege. One more hit will do it out. Bombards are trying to play anti-siege here, but it's not going to work quick enough. The second wave of horsemen arrives. Sort of. Where is the army? It just doesn't exist. Something's gone wrong with production rates or positioning here. He's trickling troops into a meat grinder. And you just see the power of these horsemen. Roost horsemen in the late game with that boy's fortitude plus the biology. 256 megabytes of health. I'm sorry, I had to make that joke. It's just too much. He can't kill him quick enough. And once the siege is sniped out, it means Streltsy can just win the day. Full victorious, and looks like that's exactly where we're heading here. Yellow, last time it looked a bit tumultuous because Sort of got that second wave in, but now he's producing Clock Tower Nesta Bees into their death, or standard Nesta Bees that just don't have enough health. The Bombard's already sieging onto that astronomical Clock Tower. 41 Streltsy. Sordov, he just burnt the last of his gold. He's down to 800 on this vein, and then he's out. 38 Streltsy. Yellow can start building a reserve. He doesn't have to spend the gold he's got left. Horsemen are doing everything they need to here. They break onto the hand cannoneers again. And it looks like we are on the verge of a sort of death. I don't know what sort of death would really look like. I guess sort of death would suggest that he might be a zombie. But I'm struggling to see a way in which the Swede comes back alive in this one. Yeah, I mean, the 3 bombards are just good enough now to deal with standard nest of bees. Which means you don't get counterplay onto the Streltsy. So the only way that sort of can win is if he gets enough hand cannoneers, but he's putting everything to HCs. And it means he's just got, like, nothing to deal with the horsemen. Remember, like, a long time ago, hand cannoneers, the gunpowder tech used to buff their damage all around. And in those days, like, actually hand cannoneers could carry against horsemen. These days, not so much. No, these days, horsemen actually are worth their weight. Even more so when you've got the extra health in the respawns. Yeah, Rus, I'm pretty sure still to this day have the tankiest standard horseman in the game. Tankier in the even Royal Bloodlines French horses. Because the Boy's Fortitude for the 25 and then the percentile increase beats out just the percentile increase. Yeah. This is why Rus late game is just so much pony. Because it ponies up wins all the time. Landmarks could be targeted down, but there's a lot of them to get through. So I like actually this approach. Yellow, instead of rushing a landmark victory, is just deleting all the production. Because against China, you can't try to rush landmark kills. That's a quick way to overextend and die. But pretty smart, pretty calculated. Horseman again, just piling in on top of this. I mean, sort of has to be on the verge of tapping out. He's out of gold. It's officially happened. He's down to 470 gold maximum a minute. That's not enough to reinflate hand cannoneers. So if he missteps in the next fight, he's out. He's choosing to step up here against the Streltsy. Bold. Not to mention the cannons are great at sniping you out, remember. Cannons get significant bonus damage against infantry. Look at that right there. They hit you for almost 200 damage. You die in one hit. There's no getting around it. Yeah, just a powerful play that the Rus have in their arsenal via the unique tech in the high armory, right? That boosts the damage. Makes them effective anti-infantry. Yeah, I feel like we don't get enough opportunities to praise that, right? It definitely was important here. You just didn't see it in the early fights when he had to contest the siege. But once the siege is done with, it's a quick way of just deleting 240 resources from your opponent's army in one hit. Wild tech. Wild game. A wild turnaround here. Yellow, shaky in the mid game, but manages to out-macro and then outgun the Civ that's meant to be the best at both. Wait, did I not hit the record button that whole time? God damn it. What? No. Somehow I did not hit the record button on that one. Oh, I did. I see what happened. When I went to unpause, instead of unpausing, I pressed stop on the recording. I'm a Sag boy. All right, let's update the title though, because the game should be beginning in a sec. So bear with me uno moment. I'll update stream title. So first series is going to be, I think it was Wham versus Vortex, we said. Let me get that all updated. Okay, let me see. Have we got the draft? Why do you need additional record? Oh, no. So it's because we were checking something, a setting that was wrong. We paused the recording. There's an option. So like on my little thing here, I've got a button that pauses the recording. And then I can unpause. All right. So it looks like we have got our draft already. And I'll switch us over to the drafting scene. Map and Civ draft. So... Interesting. Wait, what was the first pick? Oopsie. Just double checking. So map number 1, we're going to be having Coastal Cliffs. Okay, nice. We'll get that set up. So yeah, there'll be 4 series today, guys. So first series of the day is going to be Wham versus Vortex. Then we're going to do MarineLord versus CSO. And then the goal after that should be Anat versus Beasty, rounding out with MarineLord / CSO winner versus Wham / Vortex winner. So that's the schedule for today. The boyos should be getting in lobby and ready shortly. Pretty exciting one. Wham versus Vortex. Vortex kind of on a riser right now, and I think Wham has been slowing down a bit. We saw him perform really well in our midweek musters towards the end, the tail end of the format. But it didn't really transmute into S-tier tournament. And you also have to keep in mind that we're talking about a European LAN in which Wham could end up being jet lagged, especially on day number 1, while Vortex hasn't really had the same experience. So always an important one to remember. Whoopsie. Sorry, I just want to change the size here because I just remembered. I guess it means KT is better than Hull. Would have thought the other way around. Not with water maps, no. Because you've got Kawasan in there. So like that'll probably up the value of Knights Templar compared to House of Lancaster. But yeah, notice how times are changing as well, by the way. H3 picks are making it through. This kind of just backs up what we're saying about China just being OPA ridiculous, right? Like that Civ is just so strong. It's so robust. Like it doesn't really have a weak point in my opinion. One sec. Just wanna double check. What flavor Red Bull is this? This is melon. This is my watermelon one. But I'm gonna get a different one out of the fridge because I just knocked this one over. So it's probably fizzy. Yeah, there you go. Watermelon. We've also got, I think they sent me some, what's it called? I forget what the name of the fruit is. Yeah, they also sent me some grapefruit ones. I don't know. I haven't tried those yet, so we'll see. That's the Lilac Edition ones. But we're all about that melon life. All right, so let me see what's happening and what our ETA is until we're in game. Got them for free? Yep. Red Bull sends me care packages because they like me. I think maybe. So yeah, we usually get those for free. I mean, it just makes sense, right? It's like an easy lift for them. They just basically send us a care pack, which doesn't really cost them anything. And then like the trade-off, the value of that, of course, is they end up like not, they end up getting passive integration on people's streams. All right. So I think we're just waiting from the intro of the players so that we can get into game. Lifestyle brand? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I need to find more ways of working with the Red Bull guys. I love working with them. It's one of my favorite brands I've actually been able to work with over the years. Like, they just got so much passion and love for esports in general. But yeah, from what I've heard, also, this event doesn't have a live audience, right? I was a little bit surprised by that. Because originally I thought there was going to be, like, live access or something. But apparently there is no, there's no arena, there's no, like, no way for people to publicly watch. I don't know if someone organized a watch party in La Denmark or something like that. Alright, I'm just checking. Are we ready to go? Alright, we should be soon. Oh, so we'll switch over. We're going to have a look at the thingy broadcast so we can know when we're actually into game. Would be nice. So give me a sec. We'll do this. Doink. Wait, did they make... Did Crackety yoink someone's peasant uniform from the Rebel Warlord event? It looks like he did. Nice! Tech issues! Day one! Yes! There we go! You're not an esports event if you don't have tech issues on day one.
All right. Okay. There we go. Welcome, everybody.
All right. Oh, my God.
We're here live at the analyst booth. I'm correctly here, already introduced by Wham. With me is Myriad, the wonderful, and we are...
Crackety looks so different. Yeah, I think he done, like, if I remember correctly, he done, what's it called? I mean, it might be a different type. Oprazol? I can't remember the name of it.
At the Masters of in Denmark, Copenhagen. And man, I am very excited to be here.
I think he had... I can't remember the weight loss injection thing.
Always being involved in anything Age of Empires 4 related, and what an event to be a part of indeed.
He does look really... Like, it does not look like the Crackety that I know and remember, though.
Some of the best players.
Alright, so we're just basically waiting for the games to start. Ozempic, that's the one. I believe he done Ozempic. So I think he talked about it publicly, right?
I mean, it's beyond fair.
I mean, good for him. The only rough thing that I've heard with them is, like, if you have them, you have to, like, have a small dose the rest of your life, right? Because I think, and I'm not a doctor on this, but someone told me it's, like, it's a form of, like, medicine for people with diabetes or something. So, like, you're basically, like, I don't know the exact science behind it, but, like, it's because of that relation to it is why you usually have to have it, like, regularly. Like I said, I might be wrong about this. Someone was telling me. Alright, so these guys, I think they're planning to do the Louis MT PuppyPaw series, whereas we're going to do the MarineLord CSO series for the second one. You don't need it forever? Okay, that's good then. That's good. I heard rumors that you have to have small doses of it forever or something. Like, is that wrong? Is that not the case? Cool if so. But in terms of, like, what we're looking at here on the drafts, reminder what we've got here, guys. We've got a best of 5 group stage. And that will lead... Well, not group stage. Sorry. Best of 5 groups where it's not round robin. It's going to be that you clash, and then you have an upper and lower bracket. One player is going to qualify from the upper bracket. One player will qualify from the lower bracket. And then you'll get through into playoffs. So day 1 is going to be 5 best of 5s played in total. 4 of them broadcast. And then day 2 will be the same. And then you will have the semifinals on Saturday, which is 2 best of 7s. And then 3rd place match plus grand finals on the Sunday. Originally created for type 2 diabetes. Yeah, that was the thing, right? That's how they discovered it. It's like they saw that people with type 2 diabetes were losing a lot of weight in some cases, and then they developed it into Ozempic. But yeah, it's like it's definitely interesting seeing, like I said, back to the original one, like seeing them look that different. They have an official stream, but like we're doing a watch party, so we're doing our own coverage as we were not invited. So instead of just taking the holiday, I mean, I've got a holiday planned for end of September. Instead of doing that, I figured we'd actually, you know, vibe, watch the games, cast them here, do our own little show. Wait, it made a friend of yours super sick, start projectile vomit? Damn, that's rough. I mean, different responses from different people, right? I've got to teach my boys how to look on broadcast, by the way. Always, little tip, guys, if you're ever like working on a broadcast or whatever, do this with the cable around the back. It looks a lot cleaner, a lot tidier. And also just gets it out of the way so you don't fumble over or anything. I don't do it at home because it's like, I don't care, I'm at home, right? Also, these type of headphones are like less ideal for it. But with those type of ones especially, like, actually, like, wait. Actually, now that I think about it, were they not using... They weren't using full broadcast mics, right? I think they're using the ones that you typically wear on a desk or whatever. Those ones, usually, like, what you should be doing is you should be... So, maybe they don't have enough mic packs, but if you have enough mic pack for each caster, they'll just wear them throughout the day. So what you do is you just basically, you tuck them like, down the back of the shirt, and then you clip them to your belt. Because, like, usually for casters, what you actually have is you'll have... these. You have these. So these are typically what you'll give to casters to use instead. They're full broadcast ones, so, like, in whatever environment, like, it won't pick up crap, sort of thing, right? Like, it just targets your voice, basically. This type of one, like I've got here, this is great for streaming, but like legit, dude, I think I've heard of like one event that tried to use these type of microphones. Like this Shure type one, which is a podcast type microphone, whatever, stream microphone. They tried to use it for like commentary and event. It was a bad idea because like these things are so accurate, they'll pick up like anything. The problem with picking up anything is like, you'll pick up the crowd, you'll pick up someone farting in the background, you'll pick up anything. Wait, actually, like, so are they casting? Okay, so the other thing that's confused me is, like, if they're the casters... What's that?
You know, Anat, of course, he does like to play a B-esque playstyle every now and
Okay,
then.
so if they're casting...
That's a playstyle that's very much known to just...
have they got earphones in, or am I blind?
Your opponents the wrong reads, trying to have them
I don't think they have earphones in, right? Which is a little bit weird.
These are like the kind of situations
So they can't hear the game?
Wham versus Vortex,
They can only hear each other?
Is, going to be a very much straightforward one, I want to say. Like, I don't think these...
Cracker looks like a different person compared to King of the North. Yep. Completely different.
It's going to be a very much, I want to say, like, match that's all around.
I'm still curious who he mugged for the...
clean you can play, because the cleaner you play,
the shirt.
the more...
So I'm almost certain that is the shirts we used at Rebel Warlord. It looks exactly like the ones we had. Maybe he just has one. Like, he just found somewhere to buy one of those, but it looks like it. Whereas Myriad looks ready to just, like, pull you to the dance floor in the middle of a dark club to full pump grind techno, you know? Like, has anyone noticed recently that Myriad always chases this? He had that picture from King of the North, right, where it's kind of the same vibes.
I would say most likely, and that's most likely what we're going to be seeing today as well. Whereas Wham on the
chest hair still not... actually, no, wait, does Myriad wax? Wait. Does Myriad wax his chest?
Come into mind, of course. He definitely has a slightly more defensive playstyle, right? So
does he wax?
Because of that, it really
that's a real clean chest. Hold on a sec.
Just incredibly exciting and a lot to look forward to in that regard.
Does
Myriad favorites? Do they say?
It's a tough one. I mean, you mentioned it earlier, of course. Like Wham, he's in shape at the moment. He's been looking good. He's got a really good...
What do you mean I need to follow them?
Vortex, though. You know, you can't spell Vortex without... It's silent. It's in there somewhere. But he's a very aggressive player.
I think he waxes his chest.
Yeah, you mentioned it, the walls, but he also...
I mean, it looks good.
He likes to, like, you know, make some tactical walls, but he still wants to...
Nah, dude, me, I'm like a...
Keep his opponent on the
I'm a
back,
Wookiee.
get some raids in, just keep the attention span of his opponent divided
Go
on
with
the
this.
sides. The question is always, of course,
it's all over the place.
Is your opponent
I probably should wax
these things, make the right decisions, you know, keep some units there, splitting up units, stuff like that. It's going to be very micro-intensive battles here for sure, but that's what we like. That's what we love to see. That's what we're here for.
Are the boys not ready yet?
Here in Denmark, and yeah, I'm very much looking forward to that one.
I'd have thought they'd be ready by now.
They are currently getting ready, and we're very much looking forward to see just exactly...
Because they had the... So the draft was ready, I think, 15 minutes ago.
We also got some trivia notes here as well. Right.
We do indeed have a little bit of trivia.
Dude, if I'd known there was that much of a delay, we would have cast another pub game while we waited.
That they like to play, and for a lot of pros, that's no different either, right? Vortex in particular, he mentioned that Byzantines is his favorite civ, and I don't know if Wham can hear me right now. Of course he can't.
Byzantines?
That's something he would definitely take note.
Nah, no way Vortex is a Byzantine main. I don't believe it. Dude, that's not an aggressive enough civ for Vortex, right?
In that regard,
he wants someone that can full punch at Chewie, you know?
Seeing that, because Byzantines typically, especially at the beginning of the game,
I would say Vortex is... I mean, Chinese is like whatever, anyone can play it, right? So it's kind of lame.
So slightly
I would have
really
said in more recent
didn't
times,
quite
like
expect
Vortex,
that
I would have
from
expected him to lean
Beasty,
towards like
whereas
Otto or Mali, but like
Wham,
obviously doesn't
at
really
the
play that
moment,
much Otto.
a civ that just thrives on map control.
Maybe he's
thrives on
secretly a
keeping
Knights
control on both
Templar
sides of the
lover,
map
but he
with
just
those
doesn't want to
cases,
admit it.
and that is his favorite.
Also a Civ that cannot make walls. Instead, you have to rely on your movement speed on your
That doesn't sound like Wham either.
You know, anticipate what your opponent does. You put some outposts down there, but you
Hold on. So we've got Wham Mongols and we've got Vortex as Byzantines. I can I can see my way more towards the Vortex, but Wham for Mongols? Come on. No walls? That's outrageous. I will say, like, historically, he's played a really good Mongols, though. It's funny because I'd actually say PuppyPaw was like the progenitor twin for Mongoling in the early days.
Singular purpose in the game that they can execute without any sort of interruptions is so important and can make a massive difference in these games. So I feel like both players will try to one-up each other in that regard, especially on LAN here. The environment is
all right,
different,
chat. Who wears the shirt better, by the way? Who wears the shirt better?
Comfort as you would in your home, right? In your cozy bedroom. So
because like he's the problem, right?
Nervous, not knowing what
He's kind of the problem.
So
when I look at this and I look at the crackety shirt, it does have a Batman suit look, you know what I mean? Where it almost looks like he's wearing padding on the arms. Either that or Crackety can bench 5 myriads. Those are the two possibilities.
Just try and run away with it. Let's see how far they'll make it eventually with that.
Why am I not on the LAN? I wasn't invited, so.
Price and you're like, okay, it's achievable. We've seen it time and time again. The upsets they
Ease what it is.
The players at the top edge. You can make it, and that's always something that you have to keep in front of your eyes there.
Indeed, and as we saw there earlier on stage, right, one of the prizes is, of course, an actual sword, right? So, you know, depending on how high tensions...
Wait, they got them an actual sword? Oh, dude, that's going to be a nightmare to go through customs.
I am joking, of course, but, you know, as you mentioned, being able to see the prize...
Imagine, like, sometimes the players try to take the trophy back with them in their luggage. That ain't gonna work. Alright, that... Can you imagine at the border? What is this?
That can really impact
It's paperweight. It's very big paperweight. Sorry, did I say paperweight? I meant letter opener. It's a letter opener. Why is your letter opener the size of a broadsword? I like to order those what they called funkypigeon.com cards that are like A2.
Haven't been at too many lands, and that obviously matters. It matters, but that's also where players can shine, where they can be like, okay, they can immediately adjust. If they
These guys have got a lot of pregame.
Perform well, that just speaks all the more to their skills.
It's like normally if you're gonna have this much pregame, it's nice to have. Like, they did have like the static graphics. Yeah, just do stuff like this. Change the camera angle. The reason is like it's this element of dynamic whenever you're trying to So there's this element of dynamic whenever you're running a broadcast. Like, you want to be able to snap between different things, because if you have too much of one, it starts to how to put it. It's TikTok brain logic, right? Like, if you think about TikToks you watch, they have movement. It's like, even when I do TikToks or whatever, I'll have like subtle movements around. I won't just keep it affixed, because if you keep it affixed, people get really they get bored. Did I not get an answer about his chest? I don't think I did. Nah, no answer. Scammed. But presumably we're ready to go in a sec now, right? But like, did they do interviews with the players? That would have been cool, actually. Like, wait, didn't they just have the draft and pull it down again? Here? Alright, I'm gonna put them like this because I don't want to block the draft for you guys. I mean, we already have the draft in the other scene. No.
On the left-hand side, so Vortex should be on the left-hand side there, as we do have the score at the top there as well. Currently still 0-0 between them. An interesting draft as well.
In fact, I'm perfectionist. Let me get it the right size for you guys.
One of those civilizations at the moment where I'm not not sure if it's like broken, like really good. It's certainly strong, but it's not like overly strong. Like it can fall. It's not.
Oh, that actually worked out
in
perfectly.
the stage anymore where at release it was like, oh my god, this civilization just cannot die.
Yeah,
Production quality is nice, better than Hamburg thing. Yeah, but the Hamburg thing wasn't really on Garrison, right? Or being esports rather. That was a side handling by people in our own community. And I've talked about that before. I wasn't happy with the way that that was ran on certain things. I don't think it's cool to like have a version of your stream up on other people's streams that tells them to go watch the other stream. That's why I pulled my support on that one, like after day one, basically.
I mean, we have KT, you know, we see Kawasan is in the map pool, right? So no real surprise there to see Vortex removing that straight away.
See, Myriad mimicking what we said. KT, because you have Kawasan. Like basically, if you have one water map, then KT is ban worthy. Because it's that good at playing any water hybrid map, right? And it's even the simplistic ones. Like if you're playing some like Dry River, then it's going to be really good on that as well. All right, we'll leave these guys alone for a sec while we do, like, we'll digest this a bit. So we'll run through what's happening with the draft, right? So, like, in terms of draft here, let me double check what the question mark was. The question mark pick, por favor, because for some reason not everything has been loaded in, which is weird. So it's Phrygian Marshes. So Phrygian wouldn't really make sense for KT. You can kind of pick them there, but there's just better maps. Like if you get something like Kawasan, though, other maps that could have been in there, for example, would have been Holy Island, Four Lakes. Like they just break the game. Like so, no surprise, Holy Island got banned out even with that threat there. Anyway, is this mountain clearing? There is indeed mountain clearing, which is it's an interesting choice. Didn't we kind of make a like something that's in between mountain clearing but better, which is alopecia? So I tried bringing mountain clearing back, and I just like I think after one game I was like, all right, yeah, we've seen enough. It's bold that they're gonna have it for an entire tournament, you know? I feel like there was probably better options than mountain clearing to toss in there for some versatility. Like actually, I kind of wouldn't mind seeing Cauldron come back. I think there's probably more civ diversity on Cauldron than there is mountain clearing. Not by much. Only Roos is pickable. You can actually kind of make Malians work. I don't think like Malians is the most atrocious pick there, right? But like Roos is more obvious because you just go for a Kremlin drop and secure the ball. But like Malians with javelins, maybe? And then Vortex has HRE for that map. He could also run... Nah, I think you just run HRE. Maybe Lancaster could work there as well. It's a pseudo-English pick. I think that's the more weird one to me, by the way, is like mountain clearing was the pick, but no one picked English. That's weird. You had mountain clearing, like, if something like Holy Island got through, I think then you would have leaned it anyway, because English is like a good variance pick there. But it is kind of shocking that like English didn't get priored over, you know, someone like Abbasids, as an example. I guess for Vortex, because we already mentioned HRE, he already has that box ticked for that map. For Wham, you know what might be kind of sick? I'm not sure about it, but like an auto pick on mountain clearing for the early Imam points. I just think maybe it comes too late though. Lancaster Castle in the middle and surrounded with holy site with manors. Yo, you mean, but we had that. If you remember the map we created called Stiff. Someone actually done that. And it was kind of surprisingly effective. But yeah, outside that, like other maps we've got here, we said we've got Phrygian. Phrygian is likely going to be, what, Abba / Mongols, and then on the other side, Wham. He could pick French there. French has been growing again in popularity. I think Japan makes the most sense for that map. Dry Arabia is versatile. It can fit most. But like, yeah, the main lock-ins for Coastal Cliffs, you're probably looking at, I think Iabids or Malians keeps your draft pretty robust on the opening and doesn't get you too hard counted. Maybe Malians feels a little bit better against some of these picks that could come out, such as, like, I guess, like, the Delhi one is the concern, though. Whereas, like, IU is, like, all about tempo. Like, it can win against Delhi. IU, I think they can do okay against House Lancaster as well. The only thing you're then concerned about is maybe a Byzantine pick. Biz versus Iabids. I think Iabids get the map pretty easily because Biz just want to hunker down and greed. Also, actually, like, technically, where Coastal Cliffs used to be really good for Byzantines, it's kind of worse now because the meta swifted, right? So now with the Byzantines, you're looking to build up your systems, but the stone on Coastal Cliffs is further away, which makes it a much worse map for Byzantines compared to the old playstyle, which was just you went for Merc aggro. That type of like element made more sense. So, you know, unless you want to try and play an old school Merc build, which just leaves you with a worse experience than previously, like I think Byzantines probably have to take some greedy risks. Whose draft do I like more? I actually feel like I like... Vortex's opening is really good. I'm just curious what this Abbasid pick is about. I think it's genuinely just for Kawasan. So you can pick Mongols or Abba there, but if you go Abba and you just go for military wing rush, you can ram rush the enemy dock. And your opponent's probably picking like what, Ottomans or Japanese there. So you should have like ease of like denying them, right? In theory anyway. That's also, by the way, like the funny thing is when you look at their draft and their bans, it's primarily leaned around the idea of Kawasan. So like Shushi, Chinese, Knights Templar, mainly the Shushi and Knights Templar are both bordering, like, if not already S tier picks on Kawasan. Like, they're the two best picks for that map. And they also have good variants elsewhere in the field, right? So, like, they could have been played on Frisian. Mainly Knights Templar would have been played there well. Shushi could have been played on, like, Dry Arabia. They do okay there. I wouldn't really rate either of them too highly on Coastal, but historically, Shushi has been played there. The reason why Coastal isn't great for Shushi is the meditation gardens are a little bit underwhelming. Like, I remember when it first came out, certain players highly valued it, and it just didn't make sense because if RNG was on your side, yes, you got a really good meditation garden. If it wasn't, then the pick just failed to really do anything. I think that covers everything. So, like, some of these are just going to be variants and situational depending on how the draft plays out. It might be that Wham leans French early on. Like, we might actually see French on Coastal. Just because, like, I don't think Vortex has the grandest of answers. HRE could make sense because they're marching drills to kind of mirror and reflect. But do you really ever want to be picking HRE on the opener when you've got mountain clearing down the line? Like, that's the thing. Unless Vortex has experimented and found something really strong about going Lancaster on mountain clearing, I feel like you have to save HRE for mountain clearing. Is there any other picks you could do there? Biz would be a bit funky. Way, way funky. Mongols is like... The thing about mountain clearing is it usually becomes about who can build a static defense and then slow roll you. And Mongols' static defenses are really bad, right? They can build outposts, but they can't build castles. That's why English, for example, and Rus are really highly coveted, because Rus can build a castle in Feudal Age, and English can build a castle in Castle Age, right? As their landmarks. All right, are our boyos ready to go? Because I feel my hair going grey the longer this takes. Oh, okay. I see now. So... it is a case if they have a panel,
really stick out to you,
and now it makes sense why they had those mics.
Honestly,
and these are the broadcast mics I was talking about.
Really honestly, their matches
Is that Corvinus?
are amazing.
I can't
When
tell.
You sat down and you just watched this.
I feel like every photo I've seen of Corvinus is like low,
You were like, oh my god, I'm watching
low graphic
amazing
quality, so I
video.
can't. Ah, okay, so it
This
is okay.
Age of Empires 4. This is what the game
My boy
is
Winston
meant
there
to
as well?
be by the developers, and it was amazing.
That's really good. That's really great to hear. Yeah, and we got an interesting draft. Anything stand out to you on this draft? Obviously, we see Lancaster for Vortex. You were earlier mentioning that that might be a pretty strong pick. What else here stands out?
Honestly, with you, Vortex pick by the Mongol, which is really Vortex style of pick because his favorite unit is the Mangudai, and also the HRE. Well, don't tell those people who think HRE is weak, but they're on the pro level. They are amazing. So picking HRE, letting Vortex to pick HRE, we will see a very crazy either Fast Imperials or Feudals.
Yeah, it's interesting. You mentioned people thinking things are strong, right? If you compare to ladder, right? The ladder maps have
Is the audio level okay for you guys?
As like the #1 save, and yet I'd be suspicious. Do you think we'll even get an Order of the Dragon pick?
Oh,
in
we're
this
ready.
tournament?
I don't think so. I don't think at all.
And
All right, let's get ready to go. All right. It's finally time. Welcome back to the channel for Competitive Age of Empires 4. We have got the first series from the Denmark LAN, the $25,000 tournament. It's going to be Wham up against Vortex, and we're kicking off on Coastal Cliffs. Let's get into the action and waste no time at all. No, this is going to be a fun one, actually. And in fact, let me just update our score overlay here, because I did, and then I upgraded it back. But Wham versus Vortex is an interesting one, actually, because like these two... I feel like in more recent times, Vortex has been taking the lead, right? Like, not sure on the direct statistics matchup, but in terms of recent tournament performance, Vortex been looking a bit better. But guys, this is crazy. We were just theory crafting about this on the opening, whether you do this. Byzantines in game one would have felt really dicey for this, going out and trying to grab onto the stone. But the cool thing here from Vortex is the pick makes sense in the matchup. Rus versus Byzantines, if you were against a Civ that played aggro, this type of stone placement, which is specific to Coastal Cliffs, would kill you. But you don't have to worry about that, because against Rus, they're not going to Dark Age rush you. They're not going to necessarily open up with aggro. Typically, they want to do pro scouts. So essentially, you get your greedy play for free because your opponent wants theirs. This is cool. Yeah, and it feels like a soul read. I do wonder, had this been a different Civ pick, would Vortex instead have stayed at home? And then just sucked up the fact that it's a crappy map for Byzantines. Because it used to be Byzantines felt really good here because the 1-2 Merc timing allowed you to harass on your opponent. But now, with the new meta revolving around the idea of scaling into your systems, this stone being loose is just like a very big target point. Now, what is going to be cool here is not only that he's going to get the stone, look at the berry spawn formation. It's all in this area. Everything is leaning east. It's crazy. If this had been a game where Vortex was up against an aggressive Civ, this is the type of spawn that probably just kills you out before you get midway through Feudal. But against Rus that just care about pro scouts, like there's more hope here. And by the way, this is a matchup where Byzantines have a really strong kill point when Rus are going castle. Like if a Rus player tries to do the castle age rush with horse archers, what Byzantines can do is they can play into javelins, build a Chirosiphon rather, and then just harass into where you're building the landmark. So we'll keep an eye out to see if that's going to happen. We're just going 2x because we're like, I think, 50 seconds behind live. And Sheephall is looking really good for Wham. Vortex barely got anything. He's got 5 sheep, so kind of a necessity to rush up this Grand Winery before you run out the sheep. And then we're going to see him trying to play dangerous down to the map. Now, if Wham notices this, he could go a different way than standard pro scouts and just look to harass, but considering we've got extra scouts coming in as the tech up happens, it looks like we are gravitating towards your standard Rus pro scouts build. How are the predictions going? Vortex 65%? Ooh. I'm not surprised by that. I think despite how strong people think Rus are, like this is a matchup where I consider them to be a little bit crippled. Unless you get creative. Like, if you're just going for standard horse archer, I'm usually going to lean Byzantine players. In fact, if you guys remember, we saw this in a high-ranking game not too long ago. I believe it was Dumu versus, I want to say Numidon, where he just rolled over Dumu for trying to rush castle. All right, so I think we are just a moment away from hitting live. So we'll stick to it. Pro Scouts is coming through. Level 2 Cistern into level 3 already achieved. And this is just the rush to the 5. Remember, it's going to be a 26% eco buff once that's all complete. Totally worth it. And we are fully caught up to live. Another thing that actually hurt Rus with the recent changes, no more deer shoving back to base, right? So you can't get a head start. And, I mean, this is why actually Rus was more impacted by the changes than something like China or Shushi. China and Shushi actually had that rush speed where they could supervise to get the tech faster. You don't have that as Rus. So although you build your scouts earlier, it's now more of a negative compared to the China's route, because although you get pro scouts ticking in very fast, you can't get a head start on getting them home. The racks placement. I mean, Vortex, it makes sense to play into Spimmin here, right? Like, you're talking about a very linear map, so in theory, you should be able to intercept. I do like the Wham's approach was to take the 4 deer first, so he's got the retracted one afterwards. So although the Matana are getting him in the way, I don't think they're going to really achieve too much here. Yeah, even if he rushes them out. And we have got the Merc house coming as well. So this will be for javelins. And Wham, love this reaction. Archer's coming. But if he wants to really play this out, he's going to need more. So it's one thing to get the archers, but you're going to need a second layer. Either you can do spearmen just for the trash mobs, or you go for knights. Knights are really solid because the idea here is you want to snipe out javelins. A reminder, folks, this is not elimination or anything. This is the very first round of this $25,000 LAN. But if you lose here, you'll already be in the lower bracket facing eliminations. Yeah, this is a little bit merciless. Across 4 days, we're going to thin down the herd to see who is going to be the last man standing for the Denmark LAN. Second group of deer already being dragged back. First Limitani now arriving, but there's already an archer. And he went longbows. Well, color me surprised. Vortex, he steers different. I wasn't expecting this. Usually, I'd say about like 90% of the time against Roos, you're expecting javelins. The logic behind javelins is your opponent, it should be rushing age and getting horse archers, or he's going to add in archers now and you can contest them. But I think Vortex, because he's been expecting the reaction of Knight Archer, he's using Lombos because Lombos are better defensively, so you just stay at home and hunker down, you build up the mass. It's like, it's not a bad idea. It's like countering the counter of the counter sort of thing. Like, if this was a linear game of predictable nature, Roos goes fast castle, you build javelins, you kill them. But because people have been adjusting, because they understand how powerful that jav timing is for the Byzantine, we're seeing more and more players do what Wham is now doing, where you build army now. Vortex already has a second group of Lombo queued up. And this will feel nicer against like the massing of knights. So like Lombos will trade out okay against the archers, and then Lombos will do really well against the knights, is the idea. Yeah, it just allows you to reach critical mass a bit quicker. Like, think of javelins more as a raiding party, whereas Lombos are more designed for the main fight. Flash coming in. Wham. Felt a bit ambitious there. I get the temptation because for Lombos, you just want to stem the bleeding, right? Don't let this escalate and count, because if it does, that's how you usually lose. So even though there was Spearman there that he would have done double damage against, his priority was to get rid of the range unit. Pro Scouts have snuck around to the south side. We already have level 5 system set up in... What is this? The Great System line? I don't think I've ever really seen them built like this before. I mean, in fairness, it does hit everything he wants, really, doesn't it? Parries at both ends. Oh, that's brilliant. Still down on the way. Wham's actually going to beam to it, though. Except Woodline? Yeah, that's the weird thing, is that he's gathering here. If he moved here, I'd get it. It is a little bit odd that we just have wood not being buffed at all, even though you're building Limitane farms, but even more weird now because you're going into Kira siphons. So far, these trades have looked really good for Vortex, by the way. I think Wham's in a bit of a sticky predicament because he's holding resources like he wants to tech, but he knows there's got to be a Kira siphon push coming. We're up to 10 longbows, soon to be 15. Knights are going to look for the charge in, but Limitane reaction will keep him honest. Remember, Longbow's goal, just keep sniping archers. Never stop sniping archers. And the Kira Siphon now queued up. Heavy investment. Remember, 260 resources that is not going into a unit that can actually attack other units. Directly, anyway. But this is where things get interesting. So if Vortex steers to the north side, where there's the housing and the wooden fortresses, he can A, pop block, but B, force a reactionary defense on top of these choke points where there's fire. That's really important, not just because of the trickler damage, but because sometimes you're able to hit for the pure full siege damage onto the defenders. And you will start to march in. Kira Siphon against the flame. Smart move there. Wham, for a second, he almost ended up in range of the fire, and that's what I was talking about. He would have taken full pure damage, 10 per second there. So good steer away last second to guarantee that doesn't happen to the Knights. House already down. Wham about to be pop locked. Does fix it just in time. The Flammenvarga begins. Wooden Fortress almost down to half HP already. Lombos, target fire is still looking good. Vortex is forced to step up with those Limitane, but the archer count not good enough to do anything about it. The burn continues. Spearman. Still just stepping up to take the hits to the face, right? All about protecting the Lombos at all times here. Knights now going in for the clash. The shield wall means they return fire onto those Knights slower. But look at the archer count. Wham! He's about to be harassed off the wood line, and he has barely any archers to look at. Second Kira Siphon coming. Vortex, confidence surging. This is not looking great. Feels bad he didn't garrison snipe longbows with it. If he garrisoned, he runs the risk that the burn damage kills him. Like, that's always the problem here, remember. The wooden fortress is a bait. I've seen this way too many times where Roost players pile into their defense and regret it. This is what makes Byzantines probably the best counter towards Roost with this type of strategy. Nice stab in. Gets some knights for his trouble. Looks to deny additional knights as the burn trickles over on the stables. Limitane count is still decent. There's only 4 knights here. Yeah, and the longbows are almost done with the archers. Like, it seems like Vortex has got him in a headlock that's never going to let up. Kira Siphon is just going to march past. The Limitane line is thinning, though, and the longbows need to target fire down the heavily armored knights. Nice hit there. The Limitane with the double kill onto the Cav. Wham! Barely holding on at this stage. Down to just 9 military. Vortex will temporarily reset as he waits for his next stockpile of Spearmen to arrive. Not to mention 5 more longbows. He's already steering to the west side. And a third Kira Siphon. Obviously lost one earlier. Usually 1 is good enough. This is the nice thing as well. I think Byzantines is one of the best ram rushing civs in the game because of the lean efficiency of a single Kira Siphon compared to, 2 rams, for example. Sure, you pay a premium. You're paying 60 more. But it's well worth it. It's so much more maneuverable. Like this. He's just steering the Kira Siphon in because he can use this to give vision so the longbows can snipe. There's not many melee units left to try and deal with the ram. Wow. He did try to build these houses elsewhere, but in the end, there's still plenty on the front side. Risk of a pop lock. He has steered to the north side. And the TC is still covering the tree line, so you can't just pivot straight into it. But instead, Vortex is going to keep circling like a shark. If he goes for this house, he actually might clip the villagers. I wonder if he realizes it. Like, seriously, it's ridiculous. Sometimes the way that these Kira Siphons hit other units makes no sense to me. Like, it defies basic math. Here we go. Burn's not going to leak over. He could actually move in and target the TC intentionally. And yeah, Wham gets paranoid, so he does garrison. Doesn't want to risk it. Knights are trying to cut reinforcements. The seams has been realized, so Vortex is going to slow down, wait for the next rally. Remember, with the level 5 Cistern, he's a lot more efficient now. 26% buff to his economy puts him ahead of Wham. He's going to be steering back to the north side. Another wooden fortress is up. And you got to be wondering, how is Wham not dead yet in this game? How long before he will be dead? I mean, is there really anything that Vortex has done wrong? I don't think so, because the other crazy thing is, look at the macro. He stomped him so hard in the fights, he's ready to tech up. House being targeted again. That's going to be a pop block. We have got a remax on the archers, so enough to contest the Limitane potentially, but the longbow count just so high. Rams are going to get target fired down. Good split there. Pulls a few spearmen to chase after the frontliners. Then skirts the back with the remaining Limitane. 13 longbow to just 8. Wham, he's just not getting the trades. And it's time. Vortex about to trigger the age up. Looking ready to boot Wham out of this game 1. Yeah, I feel bad for Wham, man. It's just Vortex on a masterclass of micro, really. I mean, this longbow push really was quite surprising. I like the way he done it, though. Like, over the javelins, we talked about this idea of, like, javelins is about quick hits and raid. But longbows, if you're able to scale up to that 15-20 mark, you can see the impact. That attack speed difference really matters. Because the thing is, like, once you have a certain number of javelins, they're going to kill an archer anyway. The difference then is that their reload is slower. So if you get longbow mass to the correct size, they're also going to kill an archer, but the difference is they're going to shoot the next shot quicker. That's the smart element of this strategy. And, like, it's interesting because you don't often see longbow Limitane. Most of the time, you see people go longbow, Limitane, and then they add in the horseman to complete the comp. But what I love about Vortex resisting Horseman, he understood going for that means diving the base. And that's what would have killed him off here. So, tech up complete. Veterancy just got queued. This is do or die point for Wham. And it looks like he's ready to die. 5 seconds until vet. Limitane Veterancy also accelerated, remember, by the Dialecticus from the assistants. The Kira Siphons. Those are villagers inside. If he tries to pull them for the repair, this is going to be a disaster. Keep an eye out for it. Knights are trying to circle, but it's not going to work. Lombos are overkilling. Vortex needs to split the micro. Kira Siphon gets targeted. Good job by Wham. Gets rid of the biggest threat here. Limitane now starting to dive in. The Lombos chasing as well. Workers are at risk, and they are being targeted onto now. Now down to 4 worker kills in total. Vortex will have to retreat away from this. It looks like we do also have some missing production on the TC from Vortex, as he's been fiercely microing onto these Lombos. Lombos that are almost capable of 2-hitting the Knights, but count is going down a bit. But this is where the Golden Horn Tower looks ridiculous at this stage. When you should be running out of berries between the Groves and the Golden Horn Tower, there is no sign of this letting up. There's a sign of Wham getting up. Castle Age, ready to be triggered. Just needs to get that last few drop-off in. But he is running dry. Yeah, never was able to get this deer stack, remember? He's already exhausted most of it, and he goes for a gamble of a high trade house, running all the way out of his base to build it up. Risky, but necessary in this type of position. Needs to be as far away from as possible from Vortex's army. Now, Vortex has a slow-moving comp, but things are about to speed up. The Spaniard is adding in the cataphracts. And these things will be able to hunt without prejudice map-wide. Not just that, relics. Remember, one of the big things about Roost that makes them so dominant is the ease with which they get castle and get relics. That's gone the other way in this game. Cataphracts are going to reveal themselves. It will be a temp reset as Vortex splits the troops, but his army's big enough that he doesn't have to fear. And also just burning down all the houses to just once again put Wham in an awkward predicament. Pop locked. Well, guys, I'm going to be real. I don't see the easy way back here for Wham. It kind of feels like Vortex needs to make some big slip-ups. And so far, he's been on point. Apparently, Wham agrees too. GG called. Vortex shows you just how dominant of a beast Byzantines can be into Rus when you trust in the aggression. Damn, that was a clean game. That was like one of the cleanest Byzantine executions I've seen in a long time. All right, so mark that one up. So game number 1 complete. Reminder though, best of 5, so we get at least 2 more between these two. But honestly, after that opening game, man, it feels like it's going to be a little bit of a rough series. I think, you know, we didn't really see Wham able to kind of reach his Twilight Zone, the timings in the game where he usually looks best. But that's also the worry about playstyle orientation here. It's like Vortex, from what we just previewed here, is not going to let you get to that type of point, right? So something has to change. Wham needs to try and take control of the narrative, be the aggressive party. The question is, how is he going to do that? By going to Frisian Marshes, I think. I'm seeing Japanese HRE, which highly suggests Frisian, which is kind of wild because it suggests that we've just ignored that idea of mountain clearing for HRE, which makes me all the more curious to see it, to know what we're getting here from Vortex. It's possible that this is mountain clearing with Japanese. It's a little bit weird if so. I'm going to put Frisian by default just because both of these picks make a lot of sense there. But yeah, HRE is a hard beast to overcome, man. We did mention, like, the start of the draft feels a lot better for Vortex. And actually, like, I think that's a very big difference in the way that both of them are drafted. I want to say that Wham has drafted for the full 5-game series length, whereas Vortex has drafted for a 3 to 4 game series length. He got the HRE pick, he got the Lancaster pick, he got the Byzantine picks. These are very powerful, robust picks, as we just saw from the Biz in game 1. Then the Mongol/Delias variants. Abba, a bit questionable, but has relevance in Kawasan, as we highlighted earlier. In fact, if this is indeed the Frisian pick, that also means that Wham just stripped himself of the Japanese pick for Kawa. So, like, I am actually wondering, like, if this could be Kawa-san. The reason I wouldn't expect it is you don't tend to see, you don't really tend to see HRE picks on Kawa-san anymore. That's a extreme blast from the past. So let me confirm what we've got here. I don't think we've had confirmation yet of what map is going to be. He has IU for Kawasan? That's true. And then you do what? IU versus ABBA? I think like the biggest shock to me is the fact that we like legit have the HRE pick not a mountain clearing. Because I don't think you'd throw Japanese in a mountain clearing, right? Like I think for Wham, he's thinking either Malians or Otto for mountain clearing. Or Malians makes most sense. Lancaster, yeah, we did talk earlier about the idea of like just Lancaster castling the center. But keep in mind the yeomen are less powerful than Lombos. Like, so don't be deceived in this whole idea of like, yeah, I mean, English Lombos dominate mountain clearing, so yeomen will as well. It's a little bit different. The thing you have to remember is the yeomen are much, 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 much harder to scale in feudal age than the English Lombos were. For a start, you don't get double archery range as your landmark. But then also there's the cost difference, remember. Like with the English Lombos, you pay less, which is still kind of wild that we're at that stage now, right? Where English Lombos are, what, 90 resources total, whereas the Yeomen are 95. Yeah, I don't know if that nerf on its, like, in the entirety of everything else was necessary entirely. Like, 95 resources for Yeomen, they're still a great unit in Castle, but in Feudal I feel like they're so situational. Like, to me, Yeoman in their current state is more of a reactionary play than an active play. One sec, just need to quickly message my guy about something. Alright, just had to message my guy about something. So, did we get confirmation from Frisian? Like, it's gotta be. And then that leaves, so in terms of maps, Kawasan, it'd be IU versus ABBA. Dry Arabia is gonna be, like, the interesting flip coin. It could be X, Y, or Z civs. But Mountain Clearing, like, I am still wondering if it's maybe an Ottoman pick for Wham. The only tricky part is, like, Sipahi are really good, but if you're playing Sipahi... Wait, is it actually Mountain Clearing? Okay, nice. All right, let me update that then. Thank you, Mahodo. Look at my boy. He got me covered. So we are getting mountain clearing Japanese. What's Wham doing? He's up to something. Is it just like is it Hardened Samurai? I know the Canadians really rate that build on Enlightened Horizon. But Enlightened Horizon is a very different map with very different encouraging elements, shall we say. Maybe Yumi? Ooh. Okay, this is... So hear me out. Like, follow me down the rabbit hole. HRE just received a 10% nerf to the effect of their eco buff. They're going to try to spam archers, and you can spam archers too. But the problem with HRE archers versus Yumi archers is HRE archers will substantially overkill Yumi archers. And Yumi are a lot cheaper, right? So the economical difference isn't too high, and then you get things like the Yumi Bannerman buff. So if it plays like long feudal, I think that's the way you do it. If it's fast castle, I think even then you could do like mass samurai strat would make sense over mounted samurai, because like mounted samurai benefit more from bigger, wider maps, and mountain clearing is very small. Everything he has is kind of bad on mountain. I mean, at that stage though, you get experimental, right? Like, I thought maybe Marlians just so that he could try to scale javelins and go for Javelineers. Then again, like, Javelineers require space, and mountain clearing doesn't offer much. So that changes a lot, then, of what we were expecting. Because that means he can just use the Lancaster pick very flexibly between Phrygian or Dry Arabia. It makes you a lot less predictable, because, like, things that counter... Lancaster, very different to things that counter Delhi, right? And both those picks make sense on Dry Arabia. Especially against a lot of Wham's draft. I think what Wham is probably going to try to do here is if he can thin the draft for Dry Arabia, and he expects, say, Delhi, Ottomans are pretty good into Delhi. Like, it's a high skill expression matchup, but if you execute well, Ottomans can win that matchup off of aggro. You wonder if they'll fight for Boar? You know what we need? We need, like, Blacksmith, and you need to just rush. You need to rush to Taratek, and then you win. Right? Because you can get that in Dark Age. So you get melee tech, and you win the Shiv off. Okay, so, like, so we'll get into it soon, but, like, one of the big problems with a map like Mountain Clearing, and we kind of saw it with Skotra, when you have one central boar, it literally becomes who does bring more villagers. And whoever brings more villagers wins. It's like, for most players, they just started bringing all. Sometimes you want to bring 5. The thing about the boar is it can actually sustain up to 8, right? Should be 8 because of priests. True. And you can't really rush the priest, which is why, like, do you even try to do this Japanese? You know, if you open racks, I think you just open racks and rush spears. And then if your opponent goes for the boar, he's dead. Or he has to forfeit the boar. Mind games are going to be real. Should we get ready to go? Vortex may be leading this series, but when memes are abound, anything can happen. And that's exactly where we're heading, one and all. Welcome back to Meme Clearing. It's been too long, and we've returned here in an S-tier tournament between these two. We have got Vortex leading on the south side. He is going to be playing as the expected HRE. And it is going to be the mass pull. He pulls everyone to the center, but the response from Wham is Japanese into a Dark Age Rax play with Deer to buff his income. I love this. Okay, so Vortex, priority needs to be an outpost to be safe here. If he outpost rushes, he's good. He needs to kill the boar and then get the outpost. He does have the resources to do so, but, like, he'd be lacking a house. So, unless you put some people on wood at home, I'm a bit skeptical on this one. All right, here we go. So it begins. Should we get predictions up? I know you guys want to gamble on this one. You know, like, sometimes you just want to feel like you're flipping a coin. And mountain clearing really can be that experience. What a wild one. I cannot believe mountain clearing came back in an S-tier tournament. Not to mention got picked in the first series of the day. But here we go. It's going to be the beginning with a samurai. So samurai, very tanky, allows him to forward, and then I think you follow up with, like, extra spears, right? So you want one spear, one samurai, and then you can add, like, another spearman. The prelate's already backing off. Remember, when you fight this, you don't want to fight the villagers, you want to fight the prelate. And boom. So guys, all that for less than 200 food gathered. Not to mention the walk of shame home. Not exactly worth. To make matters worse, like, Vortex, okay, he did get a decent amount of sheep. And I think the reason he got a lot of sheep is because Wham, instead of just rushing the sheep, he stayed there to grief on the board to try and waste time. So, step 1 of unraveling the HRE has begun. Step 2, TBC. Yeah, because at the end of the day, you have now built a samurai, and I wondered if this was going to turn into a fast castle rush, in which we just see mass samurai, versus probably HRE gun crossbows. Heavy maces sounds good in theory, but you have to remember between the katana bannerman, the deflective armor, and then the +4 damage to get to your +6. Like, actually, Japanese, for unit to unit, fight quite well. Usually, your best hopes as HRE, like, the thing that is your big edge is your economy. Your economy is the thing that should always be better than Japan's. All right, how are the predictions looking? 89% for Vortex? Damn, I kind of feel bad for him. Wham's kind of getting done dirty. I don't think it's like that lopsided. I think his reaction, it feels bad in some ways because you had to build a spearman and a samurai that don't get to do anything else, but it's worth it to deny and acquire, and he will be acquiring. Wham moving out, looking to pick up the ball. So, with this in mind, does Vortex allow it and just rush castle? Or does he play the age? Because there is value in rushing castle, remember. HRE was a classic pick for mountain clearing when it first came out, courtesy of the 2 relics that are so close to your base. Arcane beginning to be expected. Minework has been growing in popularity. It could have been feasible here. But with the condensed nature of like this map, I think it's good to just have one area that you're sticking to. Right? With the way that this map is designed, typically you're going to be stuck in your base anyway, unless you locked in the ball. But yeah, the reason why Minework can feel very good, it gives you nice timings into Blacksmith play to just aggro and feudal. But, you know, feudal all in here is very difficult with how tight the map is. So the other reason why you go Minework is to get into the extra armor for your knights. Sounds cool, but you don't really ever want to be building knights against Japanese. They just have better knights. And +2 armor is cool and all, but compared to deflecting a 36 damage hit at the start of the fight, it doesn't hold a candle. And English can be incredible on this map. The incredible part, as you'll note by the draft, is that it didn't get picked or banned. Yeah, really shocked by that. Kura Storehouse, not too shocking to see. For a while, we were getting huge treats of ninja-ness, but Coca Township has fallen off. It's also not very good on this map. All the resources spawn quite tight, so it's very hard to dive. Wham, he's going to be scurrying in. So the idea he'll be just to hang around the tree line, I guess. See if he can just bait out some reactions and delay some gathering. And the boar. Well, look at that. Wham has already gathered more from the boar than Vortex did. And you know what the best part about this was, folks? Vortex is the one that had to kill the boar, right? So he took all the risk. He took all the damage. Obviously offset that damage, but it means that Wham hasn't got any injured villagers here. An outpost now coming up as well. I'm assuming this is just going to be a castle rush on both sides now. Vortex is gathering for it. Does he have the capability to get Burgrave? The deer was shot down. Remember, deer shoving's not really a thing anymore, so this Arcane placement means you couldn't really get this booster. I'm expecting to be Regnets. In theory, you can do without Regnets with an 8k in your base, but it's extra resources anyway, right? Which is never bad. Now, I feel like I want a fast forward button for moments like this. So this is kind of what I've talked about in the past, where like Age of Empires 4 is definitely a more calming game the way it starts. Like it builds into the insanity. Spin Samurai denying wood? It is, but like this is because Vortex isn't choosing to react to it. So I wouldn't like look at this as ridiculously, oh my god, he's broken him. It's annoying, but for Vortex, he's just going to choose the age up with food and gold anyway, right? And he's got just enough wood to get the buildings that he needs. He's got the straggler tree, so you can get into housing, you can get into racks. He said, why would you delete the straggler? Anyway, so he had straggler trees, but still, he has enough to now clear this. Table's coming in. Wait, is he going knights against Japan? Without Minework, it might just be about map control. I don't know if this is your long-term solution, right? Because like in theory, this should favor Japanese every time. Because the Mount Samurai are just individually better knights, and then also things like Onimusha, super effective. Definitely not the expected choice, that's for sure. Let's see if it works out. Flown Gate is on the way. Delayed compared to Vortex's timing. And first prelate now being produced. He has moved across onto the deer. Wham is going to be upgrading the spears, so showing some respect to the knights, actually. Now, although Vortex does have a knight lead, remember that Wham can gap close that because of the Yorishiro drop that increases the production rate. That's exactly what he's going to be looking to do here. Stable's coming through. Bad map for H3 because they can never get more than 3 relics? What are you on about? 3 relics is perfect. Is it nice to have 4 or 5 relics? Of course. Is it necessary? No. 3 relics is good enough for most H3 games to win. The thing you have to keep in mind with mountain clearing, your primary focus is, can I win the ball? And the crazy thing is, Vortex's pick was meant to win the ball. But Wham outplayed him on that. Because remember the prelate healing, right? Like, you can never win that fight against the prelate being there as well. Love this rush, Wham. Oh, the prelate? The prelate's going to be quicker, right? He goes to the garrison. The scout, he comes... No, he can't dive it. Knight's going to try to lead the way in, but if you just target fire the prelate, easy enough, right? So we'll be able to deny him. That relic's not going to be going home. Interception's going to fail because the Mountain Samurai comes out, and that means Wham will win the relic game. Yeah, 3-2 split. Regnance is still going to be better for Gen. But a big win there, just denying that third. And you saw the hesitation. Vortex didn't even want a piece of that, because if he went in for a clash with that Mountain Samurai, he'll already be 1 hit behind, and then eventually you retreat from each other. And your opponent will get deflective again. You don't. Make matters worse, Uma Bannerman also already here. Crossbow switches on the way. In the meantime, Knights will get an opportunity to dive in. Vortex will look for the pull away, but no wheelbarrow means that is going to be blood drawn on the village. Wait, what? It should have been blood drawn on the villagers. Instead, somehow they survive. Crossbow's going to go down. That was scrappy from Wham. I think he overclicked because it looked like he was in range for the second hit, never committed it. And then he dives in looking for the worker kill and just sacrifices a lot for a measly crossbow. He did get away on life, right? So although he's almost dead, he's still alive. And that's why... No, Vortex, come on. Did he really just connect with both lances at the same time? It looked like it, which means he done no damage. And this is rough because remember, although Wham doesn't have as many monks, he has a monk. So he can heal the damage off. Yeah, and on a map like this, every little healing counts. You don't typically see mountain clearing reaching 200 pop. So healing is actually critical to success, right? Just actually topping off 1 or 2 knights can be the difference between a win or a loss on this map. Wow, he just understands, well, no rush here, just play blocker. Block your opponent from his resources. Block your opponent from raiding flanks. Ball's going to be running out soon. He's got a decent chunk of farms. He could look to reinforce the outpost here just to kind of build a defensive strategy around the Sacred Sites. I will say that going for a Sacred Site victory is very ambitious with HRE. They are not renowned for their capabilities against HRE. Not renowned in your capabilities as Japanese there, right? Because for Japan, remember, you don't have castle drops. And HRE has a good capacity to accelerate, inflate quickly on their count. Yeah, so kind of a double whammy of awkwardness for you potentially awaits. The crossbow blob is getting big. Wham hasn't pivoted yet. Typically, Yuumi is the expected play here. But Vortex made it weird. And I think this is why he went Knights, is normally be expected to go Spearman, Crossbowman. And then Yuumi, Mad Samurai is actually a great counter into that. Because Yuumi hard counter spears, soft counter play into crossbows. Because mass versus quality. But here, because it's Knights plus crossbows, Wham's in a bit of a weird predicament. He could technically go Spearman himself. It's not a bad idea. Instead, he's gonna go Siege. Yorishiro in a lumber camp? Ooh, yeah, because he's going Siege, right? So Springolds... I don't know if you really want mangoes over Springolds here. I guess you kind of have to have mangoes because there's no reason for spring. Wham's committing to this win condition. Now it's going to ride in. Wham just got eyeballs on them. The Spearman is not going to hold that back, though. So Wham, slow reaction to pull away here. Great micro from Vortex. Gets double kill already. More still to come. He's going to keep on chasing. Nice garrison shift there to minimize the casualties. Another Spearman does go down. And Wham gets a reminder that the Sacred Site looks like a glorious win condition. But he's left himself exposed on the flanks. Yeah, and on top of that, Vortex is reading this for what it is. He sees the lumber camp. He's now suspicious. Why do you need this much wood? He dives in again for additional kills. Up by 4 now. Knights not dying. Only a scout went down so far. He's going to back away, finally seeing the Mount Samurai reaction. This is what Vortex was waiting for. This whole time, he hasn't been convinced by the defense because it's been insulting. His side tier there. Wham, almost going for the perfect cutoff. Doesn't quite have enough on the east side. There's going to be a charge past him again. Great garrison to minimize the charge away, but it's still going to lead to additional losses as Vortex sends it underneath the town center. Still, he's losing a lot of knights to do this. I don't think it was worth it. Yeah, the first raids were great, but that second follow-up, kind of ugly. Vortex has practically no cav left. He's going full infantry composition, spear plus crossbow. And that's kind of perfect. We talked about this, that actually for Wham, the ideal situation is your opponent does does give you reason to do springles, right? Like, if Vortex starts spamming spears like there's no tomorrow, springs is just so much better to justify. Intriguing game we now have. How do you deal with this? Because the problem that I'm seeing for Vortex is everything he's building into just gets countered by enough springles. Like, even crossbows will be countered by enough springles. Knights again. This time, though, what? I think he actually got two extra worker kills. So a knight for a worker. It's very expensive. Remember, the food is not forever, and the farm count isn't great so far for Vortex. He's at, what, 12? You can see that for Wham, he's trying to be as lean with his food as possible, even though he's spamming knights. He's not adding in extra, like, food-based units, right? It's knights plus springalds, or as I like to call them, big archers. Yeah, on a civ that only has baby archers, this is your big archer. Springal placements as well. This is starting to look more and more Wham favored. I think the issue for Vortex is just a little bit too overbearing into crossbows, which are going to be useless when you dive the defenses. He is going for rams, in fairness to him. Is it going to be enough, though? I mean, with full fortifications, Quadra Outpost takes quite a while to kill. Raxus. Does he realize he's up against springalds? I don't think Vortex has a clue. No, he doesn't know. So this is about to be a rude surprise. Infantry march forward. He's running out of time. We're under 4 minutes on the sacred site. And here comes the revelation. Springle shots from the towers. He's going to peel off. But he's going to have to dive, remember. The knights can force that. And he's going to be diving into a choke point of his own design, really. One already down. Second ram soon to fall. He does not need to hard commit. He just needs the rams dead. Now Samurai start to back up a little bit, but that spear line, not looking thick, not looking big. One outpost being target fired down. The Mount Samurai dive on for the ram. They need them gone, though. There's still one alive. He'll dive in. He'll commit for the kill. And now he just needs to back away. Springalds and emplacements should be enough to carry on through here. And the crossbows, they're just being disintegrated. Has to retreat away. Fantastic defense by Wham. A heavy price told here. Worth it now. The tricky issue, though, is that Vortex, throughout that whole fight, he stood on the sacred site, so the timer didn't actually deplete much. Vortex, I mean, crossbows kind of feels like your best bet. I like the trebuchet switch. Might be a little bit slow unless he rushes trebuchet. Otherwise, your opponent can repair. We're now about to be 3 minutes away from a win for Wham. Even sneaking out a little bit of food gathering the flanks, but he's just remaining lean as always. 4 mangonels now. What? Oh my god. Well, this counts everything. Like, before it was the idea the springles do, but now if your opponent goes back to rams, you counter that. If he stays on crossbows, you counter that. Your opponent doesn't want to do spearmen, men at arms, because you just shoot mass springles. This is the most CG pro play I think we're going to see all week. But it makes so much sense. We see it a lot of the time on mountain clearing. And you're seeing exactly why here. It's super effective. Yep. Vortex gets a glimpse. He's like, what the hell is that? Horseman switch now. It's not a bad idea, actually. But Wham has enough food. Somehow, by some miracle, he still has 1,000 food income at 18 minutes in. With barely any reliable food access. Because he'd have to come out into the center of the map for that. On the D's and the berries. He's making it work. 2 minutes away from a win. I thought, honestly, that Wham might just switch spears after what happened there. A little bit surprised he didn't. Because at the end of the day, you're essentially playing like the old school Chinese build. Build siege and then build cannon fodder to protect. And spears are great against crossbows. What does that mean? It means we have a game that could easily come down to the line. Like, if Vortex can get up to, 15, 20 horsemen, there's a way. It's not easy, but there is a way. Wow. Just checking on the honesty of his opponent and what he's doing here. Seven mangoes now in Castle Age. This is unheard of in Age of Empires 4 these days. Mangoes underperform in Castle. It's very hard to justify massing them like this. When you know your opponent only has one place they can go, it makes sense. When you know there's only one win condition to focus on, it makes sense. Now it's time for some senseless killings. Vortex rushing the villages. This is do or die. How does he get in, though? It's tough choke points to try and emerge through. Horseman rotating on the east side. Matt Samurai to block that. Most of it has been blocked, but now the torches come out. The penetration shots from the Springolds is clearing them. The mangoes as well. They're dead. The villagers are gone. And Wham! He gets the firm hold. There's no coming back from a villager deficit like this. He'll even us up. The series will go deeper. The strong arm HRE pick will fall victim to the surprise ambush of the Japanese. Damn. Props to Wham. That was so well executed, man. Trying to think what we call that one on YouTube. We'll say the surprise samurai upsets all for now. But that means we get a deeper series. Yes. Okay, so 1-1 apiece coming through from those two now. Well played to Wham. That was sick. Basically taking away one of Vortex's best picks. And he needed to do so, right? With that loss for the Roost at the opening of the series, it's kind of like a big hit towards your draft power. But that means we now got Phrygian, Dry Arabia, and Kawasan left. Kawasan should be the Middle Eastern civs. Dry Arabia or Phrygian next, you'd expect. But like, I think in some ways, if you think you've got the better pick between Abba and Iabids, and I would say, like, Iabids is meant to be a little bit better there because the advancement wing play getting on both pawns. So if you think you're better off with, like, Ayu there, the value of forcing it next game, which he can't, right, because he doesn't have the pick. If Vortex picks it, the idea there would be that, like, you put him in an uncomfortable position where he has to get weird with Dry Arabia. So I think because of that, Vortex is more likely to either pick Dry Arabia or Phrygian. All right, no, he thinks the Ab is better. It's Iabid, Abbasid. This is definitely going to be Kawasan. Is Abba better in this matchup now? Because I feel like last time we saw a lot of it on Kawasan, Iabid's looked a little bit stronger with the advanced and wing build, and you just build onto both pawns. Or you just like delay rush multiple pawns with all the wood you get from the industry wing. Because the thing with Bass is they'll go for the Ram Rush play, but the Ram Rush play gets a little bit diluted if your opponent has got docks everywhere, right? So, like, you can't deny him everywhere, is the idea. Because I remember watching games between Ibis and Abasses last year that would end in about 5 minutes. What's up, Tick Dickler? How's it going, buddy? Hope you're having a good day. Morning. Rob beat Ibis in this matchup? Yeah, so it's still that way. So it's curious that Vortex, having map pick, chose this map. Because remember, if you now go game down, like the final map, like the final point potentially in game 4, it twists your draft where, you know, Wham's going to say, oh, let's pick, like, say, Frisian, right? And you have to, like, punt something weird or Dry Arabia, like, whichever way he sees it. Like, this is the thing about why usually when you're a point down, you take the more, the more orderly pick, if that makes sense. The more obvious pick. Because, like, if you think you have the better Civ, you want to neutralize the advantage so that your opponent can't throw curveballs in, like, a deciding game. Sorry, just sending a message about some deals for my creators. Whoop, whoop. I'm never not working, baby. It's for real, actually. Alright, so boys in lobby now. So after this would leave for Dry Arabia. Probably you're looking at... So Frisian would be either Mongols or Abba versus Malians or Otto. I think, like, Ottomans is kind of surprisingly effective there for, like, maybe an outpost rush against both... Mongols versus Ottos is interesting because, like, you can contest them as Ottomans, weirdly enough. But based on the micro of game number 1, I wonder if Wham's feeling confident against Vortex in that department. And then that leaves Dry Arabia to be, like, what, Lancaster? You could actually pick Lancaster and Frisian. It's not unheard of. And that would leave you with Delhi as the most likely pick. Delhi that do perform quite well against Malians. Against Ottomans, you're kind of in trouble, though. And Delhi against French is slightly Delhi favored, if I remember correctly. It's quite close. It's very much skill. Like, both of those matchups, French or Ottomans, is very much skill execution. But it should slightly favor the Ottomans and then the Delhi, respectively. Oh, let me pay out on that one as well. Have we got one of my glorious mods here now? Woohoo! Alright, there we go. Nicely done. 1 sec. Just checking everything is correct on the other streams. As we are multi-streaming. Yeah, everything looks good. Question mark? I think it's good. Yes. Fandapidoze. Alright, boys are getting in the game now. So we should be able to load up and get rolling soon. I'm all meloned up. Please tell me the boys made their games observable. What am I drinking? I'm drinking some delicious melon Red Bull. Watermelon, ja? Das ist gut. Alright, there we go. This is going to be a funny one, actually. It is Kowasan, as we expected. Welcome back to the channel, folks, for a matchup that can be visceral and fast. Last time I watched this matchup in Pro Play, the game was 5 minutes long. Let's get into it, as we've got a Middle Eastern showdown. It is going to be Abbasids versus Ayabids in game number 3 of this best of 5 at the $25,000 LAN in Denmark. Vortex trusting the Abbasids, but Wham with the pick that seems to be much more delicious for this particular matchup. It is going to be Ayabids. and both of them are going to immediately go for the dock drop. So we haven't got any fast feudal type play here. It is instead going to be a focus on getting your fishing online. Interesting as well, because I feel like IBID players, the way we were seeing them getting that 5-minute GG is just simply by hoarding resources and rushing age up. Abbasids were actually doing something similar back at that time, because the idea with Abba pick on Kawasan, guys, is that you're able to rush feudal age with military wing, and then you rush a ram to delete the enemy dock. Very powerful play. That's why actually Abbasids was considered to be like one of the best picks for a very long time on this map. Not so much more recently. Actually, like right now, if you look at Kawasan play, the ideal picks, and we're going to 2x speed because we've got like a minute to catch up on. The ideal picks on this map are actually Knights Templar and Shushi. Shushi because of the meditation guard in the center, and Knights Templar because there's water. What more do you need me to say? Yeah, if there's water, if there's fishing involved, Knights Templar just immediately go from, you know, like a solid A, low A tier civ to an S tier civ. Maybe they're like a high B tier. I don't know, like Knights Templar is very polarizing when they don't have water involved in the occasion. House of Wisdom coming quite early here from Vortex. Fishing boat count is even Steven so far. In fact, we need to go 4x to get hyper caught up, because I think they were a minute and a half in when we start watching this. I wonder, is why I'm going to be going advancement wing? We've already got military wing locked in for Vortex as expected. But for the IBIDs, I mean, you usually see... What? Okay, I was about to say, you usually see either advancement or infantry wing. For the extra wood or the fast speed. Instead, Wham nibbles at the full greed. It's going to be economic wing growth coming in for IBIDs. Interesting. It does give him an eco booster at the start of the age. And I think the reason that Wham's doing this in this matchup is that it's going to give him the accelerant to potentially produce on land units if he needs them against the 4 units from the military wing. We are, however, seeing him sneak out already to try and go for a dock drop. I mean, he should be quick enough to get the dock up and tech up before a ram would kill him here. Because remember, military wing's going to spawn the melee units in 35 seconds, but then also, not only do they have to need to walk across the map, they have to then build the ram. That takes quite a while. Imagine Byzantines get some winery in the middle. There's actually a video on my YouTube channel of that. It was very, very entertaining. That game was pure comedy. I believe it was Dragavan who attempted it. It did not work as well as you'd expect. Yeah, it turns out gathering all your resources in the center statically is maybe not the most advised idea in Feudal Age. You know, there's kind of a reason why when people play HRE, they build their Archon Chapel in their base, not on the other side of the map. Tech up complete. Military wing units are on the way. Double dock's already been established, and now we're seeing the mirrored effect. Wham is trying to intercept here, but wait, what? Did he just saw the military wing, though. So this is, I mean, ambitious being generous. This is suicidal. I can't believe he's trying this. Yeah, he will back away now, okay. Oh, wait. Is Vortex going to do it? I mean, Wham can harass this. No, this is crazy. Vortex is sending it towards the other dock side. So yeah, Villager's going to come back in for the harass. It's the correct move. So dock's established. Feudal Age achieved by both players. Wham is not contesting Northside Pond, though. He's fully focused on defending the south. We've got a second dock coming in. Archer ship's going to come out. Wham will walk away in time, but now this scout can actually slowly kill the worker, so you need to just walk home. You probably won't make it, though. And we do have the ram now from Vortex. Bagler's out. Archer ship as well. That's going to deny the second dock from coming through. Which means Wham has locked in the eastern pond. That was unfortunate. Wait, what was that turn? He hit the dock somehow, even though he's rotating away from it. You can see Vortex, he's trying to pull away with the archer ship to go back in for the repair. That's not going to work. And he will cancel. This is the correct call. Vortex is right in doing this. There's no point trying to contest this pond right now. You're playing 1 dock versus 2. It is just a resource sink. So instead, he goes for the dock. I will be able to just start cleaning that up, because the problem with Wham's strategy here is he lacked any answer to a ram play. If he uses the archer ship, it's going to take... What was that? I think it ends up being like 60 shots. If he uses the Bagler, it's going to take him 370 shots. Oh, but harassment on land as well. Vortex making great use of those military wing units. Might even get himself a kill. Did not pull the other archer ahead enough. We are seeing reactionary play now. So archer range plus stables on the way. Wham is going to be leveraging that extra worker count to try and go aggro. New docks coming in. He may have denied one, but Wham is going to play Ring of Roses around this pond. And the Rams got to get a move on, actually. Like, it's running out of time fast here. More pond control. Vortex just covering 3 of the 4 sides. We do have backlers coming in, so Wham is intending to now aggro on the north side. First horseman reveal. So Vortex knowing what he's up against here. Could lean archer plus spearman. Ram is going to be answered by the horseman now. But there's 2 spearmen inside. Like, if he micros this right, Vortex can just deny this horseman. There you go. So going for the stab. You just want to get back in now? Nope. Oh my god, Wham didn't realize. That's disastrous. Yeah, no, he didn't react to the spearman pulling out. He didn't notice it. So instead, the Ram is going to be able to clear the dock. Unless maybe Rohirrim Rider's coming in now. He needs 2 more hits. The spears again? I mean, this is ridiculous. I can't actually believe the spears still haven't been counterplayed. The Ram is going to get the final strike in before it dies. Bump. And that's just 1 dock remaining now. He has to put the villager out here, though, so it should be a rebuild. But I think the Ram paid for itself, right? It gets the double kill on the dock worth 150 total. And then the idle time, the distraction, everything else. Plus, it led to, what was that, 2 horsemen going down or 1 in the end? Okay, only 1. The wolf is almost going to put an end to the other, though. And that is an early claim. Wham. Looking for the central berries at 9 minutes. Not your usual. Normally, you expect people to wait a little bit longer to do this. It's very greedy, very risky. Because if you get counterplayed and you have to rush home, the idle time alone is going to put you pretty far behind. We've got Desert Raiders coming out to answer. And Vortex did nibble at the bait. Right, playing into Horseman, this is beneficial to Wham. If he just kind of balances between Desert Raid and Horseman, then he can counterplay this. Instead, what we're seeing from Wham, because he has fishing, is unlimited camels. Yeah, this is cool to see. It has a really cool scale point. This is the thing you have to keep in mind with Ibids. A little bit like Knights Templar getting some water and then just spamming infinite Knights. With Ibids, they get some water control, they get some fishing. Desert Raider spam is achievable. Desert Raiders, the reason why you don't see them in every single game is they take a long time to scale. A, because of production rate, but B, because of cost. But once you've got fishing in the equation, of which we've got 12 fishing boats, it's an affordable composition. One that if it reaches, say, 20 in count, it's very hard for most civs to actually counter. Especially when you're doing what Vortex is doing. He's aging up. Yeah, so we've got to rush towards age 3 here. It's going to be the Culture Wing. And the cool thing that Vortex can do in response to this now, like, Abbasis is actually, funnily enough, one of those civs that can answer Desert Raiders quite well by getting to the next age. Because when you've got fishing like this, the option for the Spaniard is Camel Riders. Camel Riders is super effective against a lot of the things Ibis want to do. It counterplays Desert Raiders really well, but then also counterplays Camel Lancers if they do it as a follow-up. And Wham, well, he does already have 1 stable. It's only 1 so far, mind you. I wonder, are we going to maybe see Dervish here just to try and get that timing? Or do we gamble wing? I mean, Wham has been playing in NA. Faye exists in NA. You do encounter occasionally, and she may rub you in the wrong direction towards a trade wing. No, he's gonna he's gonna play melee wing. So about as vanilla as it gets. But still, this is great for Vortex fans. I think Camels just wins out against this now. And he is prepping stables. Yeah, with the Culture Wing, you can also get into things like the Barded Armor tech, much cheaper. Remember the Barded Armor that gives +3 melee armor. Pretty big deal considering your opponent is going to be melee ranged hybrid, sure, but he's going to want to engage you in melee in a lot of cases. And this map has got, I think, slightly less deer from what I remember. It's 7 deer plus the 3 here. there's only 10 deer per player. Which makes sense because you got all the deep water fish, right? Awesome. Ambitious dive, especially with the camel on ease. Vortex won't be able to get a soul for that. No. Still, age up's complete. And he is going to begin with knights. Now, color me a little bit surprised because your opponent just shoot desert raiders. There we go. There's camels as well. I prefer that. I get the idea of a few knights to raid with. Speaking of raids, great strike there. Able to find the double kill. But yeah, the idea of going knights to begin with here is that they will do a better job of killing workers than camels ever will. Because camels are very low base damage at 14. A knight, outside of their lancer strike, which is stronger, is 24 damage. So lance plus sword, 2-hit kill. If you use a camel rider, just one camel rider, it's going to take them 4 hits to convert a kill. Not a good deal. Especially when you consider lance into sword is a 2-second process. Whereas the camel riders, they have got low base attack. Like, you know, they take 1.3 seconds, I think it was, 1.1 to attack. But that's still going to end up being, you know, over 4 seconds to get a kill. So just a lot cleaner. I've got Vortex just circling around the center, guaranteeing there's not going to be that extra food booster here. And we do have camel lancers now getting queued up. So Wham is doing everything we expected, which is why it's surprising that Vortex is adding in so many lancers. Yeah, I mean, look at this damage. 28 per strike compared to the 24 into a target. Less armor, more health, but obviously the difference here is that these knights, these lancers, will be impacted by the unease. The camel riders will not. You already see that here as well. -5 damage. Vortex with the archer follow-up. Makes sense. So far, he's primarily only seen desert raiders. He'll be expecting lancers, but understands that the desert raider comp goes big fast. And remember, even though you can scale these boys up and make them chunkier, vet them up, etc., the thing that will always remain true is they have terrible ranged armor. Yeah, and on top of that, we've got to remember we're watching a Beasty gameplay. You guys know what that means. Especially with Culture Wing, a very cost-efficient composite bows plan. I think I like Vortex's direction a lot more right now. A little bit shocked we didn't get more camel riders, but like outside that, everything makes sense. I think for Wham to feel good about this game, he needs to try and make this more about the flanks, playing a little bit wider, just trying to attack into his opponent where he can't be. But truly just an easier said than done type situation. Vortex, he is about to reveal that timing soon. I'm a little bit worried that Wham doesn't have enough diversity in the comp. You know, I'm all for you know, equal right opportunity for the camels, but when it's all we employ, I gotta flag some concerns here. I mean, they're very good at their job, but we may need someone with a different set of skills. I know, Abbasid Ibn mains want to spit in my face right now, but every once in a while, camels is not the answer, shockingly enough. God, just saying equal rights always reminds me of the Batman skits. You guys seen those ones? Where there's like the girl's like, you wouldn't hit a girl, would you? You wouldn't hit an old lady, would you? He's like, I'm an equal rights crime fighter. Oh, sorry, equal opportunity. That's right. I'm an equal opportunity crime fighter. Lancers. It's a lot of idle time being forced. We've got dive in on the other side of the map, though. Wham. He sees raids. He tries to make it about raids. Gets held back by just 2 camels in the choke points. However, the army's getting dragged the other way. Reinforcements have arrived, though. Composite Archer is able to scare him out. The Lancers, however, hang around too long from Vortex. He gets some worker kills for it. I think he got about 5, 6 there. Still an expensive loss. I think that was like 5 or 6 Lancers going down. And look at the Camel Lancer count. Wow, I'm now up to 20. Scary. The Desert Raiders were not reliable. Like, that was what concerned me. Composite bows would win out there, but Composite bows now have a bigger challenge up against Mass Lancer. I think this is the stage where for Vortex, just actually spamming into Camel Riders makes a lot of sense. Camel Riders are much better at killing off Lancers than Lancers are. Otherwise, this happens. Camel Lancers get to chow down. Villagers we're heading out are going to have to head home. Vortex just trying to target fire down any injured camel first so you can minimize the damage being taken here. But why? Why is this man so allergic to the idea of Camel Riders, I wonder? Maybe he's expecting an Archer switch, but like Archer switch is a death sentences for IB players. They do it worse than Abbasid. They never want to have to go Archers. So you're kind of giving him the golden chalice that he wants here. Military lead that Vortex had is gone. They're neck and neck now. But the quality difference is day and night. Camel Lancers able to just flood on top of those Lancers. Vortex, he pulls the shivs out from the workers. That's not going to work. Has to get away from here fast. The Lancer's about to break through again. Second wave now arriving. And Vortex at breakpoint doesn't know what to do. Go game 4 seems to be the answer at this rate because Wham is not letting go of this. And Vortex is slipping further and further behind now. Eco lead now with the Canadian. Military lead barely being held onto for Vortex. But it's just composite archers. They have their limits. Wham, of course, able to keep this push going, courtesy of the fact that they did split the fish. There is a risk that he's over-gathering, so that might slow things down. But now we get the switch. Mango Nails coming out. And remember, Manganiques rather, the other important thing here, he can build them with the camels because he went military wing. And at that stage, what do you have as Vortex? He's switching crossbows. Another unit that gets countered by Manganiques. Starts to feel like we're just one fight away from a loss for the Spaniard. What a great way for this to play out. Well played by Wham. We talked about Iwids feeling favored in this matchup, and he showed us a little bit of a different direction for how they can feel favored. Definitely enabled a bit by this choice to go into Mass Lancers from Vortex. Army is going to march in. And Vortex. And he's also looking like he's going to lose the relics. Especially the Manganiques now turning up. Can't really afford to contest that. No, just has to start backing away. This is not an archer-friendly battlefield anymore. And the Dervish is already waiting. The GG comes in. He will not wait to see those relics lost. And Ibids win out again here on Kawasan. A masterclass on the execution and a crazy number of camels to see in this game. Eesh. Yeah, a lot of camels. A lot more than maybe should have been allowable. Well, the way that played out is kind of crazy. He went full camel. You always go full camel. These have been pretty quick games. But then again, like, Vortex involved and Wham trying to play a more aggressive playstyle in general. I'm not surprised. But that means we will see Wham approaching match point first. Which is interesting after what we said about, like, expectations over who, like, you know, has historically been favored. And in terms of, like, who right now we'd say would be favored. But this is where things get interesting. Are we going to see him going for the Frisian, or is there more value in the Dry Arabia? Because these are the maps where it's a little bit less linear in my mindset of like who should be taking what. I think we're getting Frisian. It's House of Lancaster versus Malian pick. This could be Dry Arabia as well, to be honest with you. But I feel like with Dry Arabia, probably thinking either like you're thinking Delhi coming out and then you're reacting with like French or Otto. So I guess that we're going to Frisian. But we'll be able to confirm that shortly. And let me just mark in the pick. So we said it was going to be Lancaster versus Malians. Before we start next match, can you change their colors? No. I've been over this. We can't change their colors. If we change their colors, it bugs out. There's literally no way to change people's colors. What colors were they? Was it purple and something else, right? Well, they're meant to be purple. There's literally something in the rules about what colors they're meant to be. So the problem, guys, is like if you change their colors, there's a way so you can set everything to always be red and blue. But if you do that, what it means is when you swap player perspective, they will switch red and blue. It will be an absolute nightmare. You don't want it, trust me. Can I cast in black and white? Yeah, let me just get like the old jukebox music, put on my little tippity top hat, all the good stuff. Yeah, I think they had something about like color schemes and what players are meant to pick. I'm checking the rules. Yeah, so the colors are meant to be so blue, teal, and purple are banned on hybrid and water maps was part of it. But outside that, they're allowed to pick. Honestly, I think at this point, tournaments need to stop letting players pick their color. Their colors should always be set as like red and yellow, for example. And there should be no argument allowed against that. For continuity and everything else, basically. Cast in sepia. You know what? Maybe the problem here is that we're casting with visual at all. Maybe we should just be a radio cast. Right? That's where I went wrong. I'm a fool. Where do we see the info on this LAN? You should be able to go across the Liquipedia page. Masters of Steel, AoE 4, we'll bring it up. Alright, looks like we're ready to get into game though. And we were right. It's fresh in. Wow. I know things. Alright, let's get ready to go. Oh, let's get predictions up as well, please. There are many things that don't make sense to me in Age of Empires 4, but this is up there at the top. Why do the British people not have the beef? I take beef with that. I can't believe it. It doesn't make sense to me. Like, hear me out, guys. I've been around all of Europe, and I can tell you guys that we love beef more than practically any other country. So why do the Malians get the cow, but the Brits don't? Well, that's a question for another day. The question here is Wham going to close it out in 4, or are we going to get a full 5-game series here in the $25,000 LAN happening right now? We've got Wham with the Malians on Frisian Marshes going up against Vortex on Lancaster. And guys, it is going to be a good old-fashioned rush. No surprise there. This is a very powerful play for the Lancastrians. Lancastrians have got more gathering rate on sheep than practically any civ in the game at the start. So, of course, you've got to stick it across to your opponent who loves to build up pit mines. This is the way, though. Yes! Wham! With the outpost drop. Now, you're looking at this and thinking this is a bad idea. Why the hell would you build an outpost when you don't want workers on gold? You don't need them on gold. What if we just brought some sheep over? This is the play, right? Like, you just come over here, you build a mill, and now you keep the workers here, because you need a mill anyway, right? If you're going to build cow, you need a mill. And the idea now is if your opponent pokes at you, you can immediately garrison, shoot them away, and then go back to gathering food. This is an innovative build, and one that was actually fought up by the Canadians. I remember PuppyPaw using this against Louis MT at the start of the year in a pub game. So effective that it even stopped HRE from Dark Age rushing you. Now, that being said, Wham is being very greedy about this. Yeah, pull the second villager. For the love of God, please. So we're going to get it up. And actually, the pit mine was even close enough that the TC was able to protect some. Yeah, really important. If that had been just slightly further away, then Vortex could have dove there and stopped the outpost ever going up. But now he's able to fully layer himself around the pit mine. And the value of this play for Vortex, it's not crazy. I'd say like he comes out, I don't want to say ahead, but not drastically behind. He built racks plus double spearmen. So that ends up being a 320 resource investment. But his opponent had to build an outpost. Outposts take a really long time to build as well. They take a whole minute. And he had to add the mill in maybe other than he wanted to. I still think it's worth it for Wham. And Vortex will now at least take the lead on tech up timings as the age up is about to come in. And we're probably going to be looking at the classic Lancaster Castle, especially with a spawn like this. I'd love to see an Abbey of Kings, but I'm going to have to wait for a different series. Vortex. With Lancaster Castle build, I mean, this is going to turn into a full macro race, right? I have seen 1 or 2 Malian players doing 2 TC as a reaction to the mana spam. But I think just as effective as simply flooding Cow and rushing Fulani. That is when the game gets interesting. Because if we have Vortex doing a King's College build, the mass Sofa strat actually is quite underwhelming into mass Lancastrian Knights, courtesy of the unique tech they get that gives them bonus damage against heavy. Yeah, so much bonus damage, in fact, it completely offsets the imported armors. I'll have to wait and see if we get that. I just realized, actually, we're like a minute out from live, so I'm going to use the 4x speed as they tech up. As we go into this game, I think 1 minute later than where they were at. Answer 2 complete. No fishing to be expected here at all. Deer spawns are pretty nice as like an external resource if you feel a little bit pressured. And I wonder, is there ever a one in which you go pro scouts? No, it looks like it's going to be a cow flood. Yeah, we got double mill, so Wham is just turning this into a full eco race to mirror what Vortex is doing. Going to be multiple games happening simultaneously. There are indeed going to be some cases of that. So up next, there's going to be 2 series happening at once. We'll be covering MarineLord versus CSO. And then if that series finishes too quick, we'll hop over to the other one. Okay, so who wins in the eco race here? So I'm wondering if there's a world in which Vortex just stops at 3 manas and then goes for the tech, which would lead him into the classic White Tower builds. Quite popular. The only weakness of White Tower here is if your opponent plays Musafadi and stealths, you have to always have the scout with you or you get killed. Wham's on berries. Why is he on berries? I don't know. I think it's maybe just to make the sheep last longer. It might be that he has an optimization in his mind that he's going to run out of sheep, so he splits the difference. It just kind of seems like it's partially to do with the walk distance here. Definitely feels a bit odd, though. Because remember, berry gathering rate, it did get buffed recently. A while ago, actually. It went from 0.66 to 0.69, while sheep is 0.75, right? So the difference isn't huge. But it's still more optimal to be on sheep for sure. Second pit mine coming up. And Vortex adding in the Yeoman. Yeoman spears and aggro. Makes sense. If you think about it, you know, you've got this gradual climb towards better economy. While for Wham, although there's a gradual climb to it, its burst comes from teching as well. So it looks like Vortex is trying to catch him in the middle of that tech up. He's still gathering a lot of gold, which suggests we will be seeing the extra manas anyway. And then his idea is to scale Yeoman, upgrade Yeoman. So this is looking more and more like it's going to be an eventual White Tower castle build, not a King's College. Because like his counter to Sofa play is going to be Yeoman Spears with the debuff armor. He's mustering the nobles as well. Makes sense. You're going to bring this kind of comp forward, and you'll expect a reaction of archers, if not a reaction at all. So by going Sofas, you then have an answer to archers / jab. Yeah, there we go. We have got the double archer range in the back. So javelins get queued up. Vortex, never allowed to miss a key detail, has already scouted that. And he knows it right. That means that this play into the Demi-Lancers is pristine. Yeoman also, remember, have the same range as javelins, so they can trade out against them at the same time. Obviously, not an ideal trade, but at least it's an archer unit that can get some damage done. And also, with the better movement speed, can't really be caught. Like Longbow, Jav, that usually favors Javs because they can get in range and shoot you down. But with Yeoman, you can always just keep running away. Outpost still a nuisance. He technically could try to dive and break it, but it's just not worth losing the Demi-Lancers right now. We do not, by the way, have a level 2 mana unlock. He's got 15 on food, 7 on gold. He's getting additional text, but just not focusing on too much greed. I mean, this is the tricky part about doing Yeoman. They are very, very expensive. We mentioned at the start of the day, like, it's just the unit that you don't feel like you can ever build in Feudal Age, right? Not in mass, anyway. Yeah, he's trying. Dive comes in, looks to deny the outpost. He's going to start diving underneath the TC to poke away the javelins. Outpost almost down. Villagers are going to have to make a break for it soon. The Yeomen are waiting to receive. More workers going to be pulled. Target fire's going to come in. Wham on point with the micro, though. It's not enough to insta-kill a worker. So one by one, he garrisons them in and keeps them all alive. That was sweaty, but beautifully done. The Canadian not losing a single soul on that goal. That was so on point. And you can see the health bars. He was on the verge of losing too. Thanks Vortex pay for that dive. Wham starting to stabilize towards the javelin count he'd need to hold on here. For Vortex, the plan changes. He's starting to think about castle with this type of macro. And by the way, like, we warned at the start of this series that with the way this series began, you wouldn't think that Wham would try to contest on micro. But he just flexed and let people know the jet lag has been shrugged off and we're getting deep enough in the day. Yeoman's still diving that trade out with the Javs. And we do have Donzos, but there's still a lot of Yeomen. I really like the way that Vortex has navigated this Demi-Lancer detail. You can't replace them. But the pace at which he's losing them is going to cover him to get into castle. Even now playing out into the deer to guarantee he's going to have that extra food juice to push him up to the next stage. Undermesh finding the way. I'm kind of shocked that Wham didn't have this sooner, considering his abundancy of gold at all times. And how big of a deal Undermesh would have been against these Yeomen. This eventually will have it coming through. It's tech up time for Vortex. And moment of truth, is it going to be the castle or the college? In college, he doesn't really see the sofa yet, so he doesn't know the value potential is there. Yeah, it is just going to be the white tower. So Earlsguard it is. Remember what we said about Earlsguard? They're a little bit tricky here. For a start, javelins actually have quite a lot of range resistance. They still die, but take more hits. But the other more important detail in my eyes is that if Wham does manage to sneak some Musafadi in, and there's no scout nearby, which Vortex doesn't have a scout, you can get ambushed on your Earlsguard. You can get grabbed by the Musafadi. Now, the tricky detail right now is the Yeoman count, though. Like, for the Musafadi to work, the Yeoman need to be addressed. Curious to see if Vortex is going to keep investing in them, because there is obviously a play that eventually comes in when you start scaling more manas with the Shy Levy. Shy Levy is incredibly valuable when you have about 7 manas. Once you have 8, 9, like it's a positive trade. Because remember, Yeoman cost 95 resources each. Ergo, if you can get 10 for free, which is achievable with just 2 extra manas, then you've already got 950 resources and units. Adding in an extra 1 per mana, you see how that scales quite nicely. Is that my boy Magic in the chat? Magic, Recon, both back to AoE 4, Pog. Yeoman upgrade on the way. Makes sense. He's already got 10 of them. It's worth it. A good unit to scale as well. And remember, Yeoman will scale better than Javelins. Javelins' attack speed, being slower, hurts them in the later phases. No play towards relics just yet from either side, but the Fulani complete, and almost a full Lani at that. 15 out of 20 cows, soon to be 20. Still Vortex. He plays to his patented style. Aggro, aggro, aggro. Never really letting up or backing off too far. Veteran Sufia Longbows is about to kick in. Javelins, not yet. No, it looks like they're actually going to be mostly mirrored. I think the Yeoman will have a few seconds. But we'll back away. First of the Knights has started to arrive, which should be forcing Wham into a different unit type. But for now, he just keeps on scaling the Javs. Yeah, so he's hoping that the Sofa is good enough to answer this threat. Not gonna lie, it's kind of more awkward to me that we're seeing White Tower, but like no credence to it. It's not like he's scaling Earlsguard. I'm starting to wonder if he could have just went King's College. Beneficial for tech reduction overall. Remember, it gives you an overall discount. But the other thing here is, like, your opponent's building Sofa, you're building Knights. If you have Collar of Esses, you delete Sofa. It's trivial how easy it is to kill them with that. Like, that tech was so good they had to nerf it. They took it from 6 bonus damage down to 5 against Heavy. It is a polarizing one, because it's weird against Malians, as, like, normally against a Civ, the Collar of Essus tech is good because it counts knights and it counts men-at-arms. But obviously against Malians, the Musafadi don't have armor. But it's worth it still, especially when it's so cheap to shut down Sofa. I think what happened here is that Vortex thought he was going to be counterattacked when he went for the tech. Yeah, which is kind of shocking. Like, I don't feel like Wham was really in a position to dive out. I guess it at least allows Vortex to focus everything on attacking and not worry about him being attacked at home. Still, I am a little bit worried Vortex isn't getting enough scale here. He's finally going for Monks. He needs it, remember. He's up against Fulani, so economically, no doubt about it, Wham is currently ahead. He can't be allowed to scale. Vortex has to keep this pressure up. Yeoman now diving in. Target fire coming through, trying to address the Donzo, so the Knights can lead the way. The Spearman also going through as well. He's diving multiple defense points here, though. This is unsustainable. Vortex has to pull back. Still, this is a stalemate, and a stalemate is good for Wham, within reason. He has to be careful about the relics seeping back towards Vortex's base. And he is struggling when it comes to idle eco. I don't like this from Wham. Just being forced to use a lot of his villagers as attack units. Also taking risks on those flanks. If the Knights ever realize, if Vortex just goes hunting for wide targets, if he realizes there's food gathering there, then all of a sudden this game gets very uncomfortable for Wham. Yeah, and the crazy thing is, like, we're seeing Sofa scale it upwards, but we're seeing Wham use all of them to defend. Nothing is going hunting for Vortex's greed. Out into the ponds, out into the deer. Vortex, he definitely has the resources to unlock the next man attack. Still not bothering, though. No, he's fully committed to this. So it's just going to be Spear Yeoman. That's really the only thing that makes sense mathematically. If you go Mass Knights, I don't think you can afford it compared to the Fulani. Yeah, and there's the confirmation. Billman Hook now coming in. Extra pit mines being established in the meantime by Wham. Second one of the game, or third one rather. Second one got denied down here. He should be able to just scale this out, though. He's got other pit mines nearby, and I can't help but feel Vortex is maybe a tiny bit tunnel visioned here. I like that he's got a Knight pulling away now and just looking to go wide, because I think the negative out of Vortex has been he's playing his comfort, he's playing his aggro. We know he loves to play like this. But it's becoming a little bit dogged and one-directional. And Sofas are starting to think about striding out themselves. In fact, wait a second. This could turn into an overextension quickly for Vortex. The Yeoman do not have many spears here to guard them. The Sofas are rotating around the back. Wham doesn't want it yet, though. He sees the army still bigger. He understands the scale should still, in theory, favor him. What an awkward game. And yeah, to the comments earlier, like, it does feel like Wham should have maybe been suspicious of this pick. I wonder if he thought the Mongol or... Well, Abba was already used, right? So Mongol may be more likely in his mind than Lancaster. Or maybe he just didn't care. Because it feels like the way he's playing, he's not losing over time. He's winning more as the game goes deeper. And that is a big win in a fight. Look at this. Able to push him away. Javelins shoving those Yeomen further back. And the Sofa count just looking so strong right now. Double digits in the fights. Vortex still only on 3 manas in this game. And an Archer switch now from Wham. Makes sense with the amount of spears he's seeing. Knight count just got reduced heavily, so maybe he doesn't suspect his opponent will remass there. And the risk that Vortex is taking to remain competitive in this game. He's winning on relics, he's winning on fishing, which is allowing him to stay competitive on food. It isn't a forever play, it runs out eventually. For now, at least, it keeps him ahead. And that is kind of crazy. Wham! He ran across to the enemy pit mine location because he was paranoid about his own one being blocked. That's kind of cool. Also sets him up to maybe just get an outpost here and block the ponds if he's worried about that. Or you could just permanently block them by killing. Wham. He's on his way to the right location. Wheelbarrow's going to be there. The Monk gets seen, and that reveals the villagers as well. He'll get both. Monk denied, and they're already in position to intercept the retreating villagers. Great micro Wham just chasing along, cutting them down, and look at the bloodbath. There's a trade out, though. We've got Knights diving into the enemy base. They're just not doing anywhere near as much damage. Wham now with a 10-worker lead on top of the Fulani. And textiles. Now you want textiles. If only it was there before, would have minimized the losses. Still a struggle regardless. Army does get in position to protect the secondary pond, but you can't help but feel the map is starting to constrict upon Vortex here. Javelin archers now start to approach the base. There's workers on the front line here that you can target fire down. Even with textiles, doesn't care about it. Sofa have pulled far away, so like actually right now is probably the best time for Vortex to fight. As they are very wide. Vortex, of course, unaware of where those Sofa are, where they went. Which is why this is so risky. For all he knows, there's a backstab coming. He just got a glimpse of them coming in from the east side. So he does have to pull back to cover the workers on the fishing line because it's about to happen again! This time the spears are there. But this is getting uncomfortable. There's not much food left on this pond. After which you have to ask the important question. Where are you getting food? Villagers, they actually do just engage the Sofas, camp on top of them. That's more worker kills. No freaking way, Vortex. This is slipping. This series almost at its conclusion. No doubt about it. Wham, just better off for production rates now. Food income good enough. Yeoman mass is large. We have got synchronized shot on the way. A potential game changer if he gets a good hit into the archers. Anything less and it feels like curtains. If he had more manas, he wouldn't need so many people food. Yeah, but if he had more manas, he wouldn't have as much blood. This is the logic with Vortex. Yes, I could put it into economy, or I could put it into military. In this case, it just feels like he's getting out economy now. Sink shot, not really good enough. Killed maybe 2 or 3 of the archers. And an equal trade out is not good enough for Vortex. He needs an overwhelming win. Instead, it looks like it might be an overwhelming defeat. As the Sofa break through. And give chase. It is only bows left to defend the English. It feels like the Lancastrians just haven't got enough firepower here to bring down this Sofa. Not against the 7 ranged armor. They're basically hitting for 2 damage into a almost 200 HP unit. And it truly is unraveling at the stage. Wham has got a lot of stone gathering, actually. Yeah, so he left the Mancer on stone. I don't think this was intentional originally, but it's going to lead to an eventual keep drop. Meanwhile, bigger and bigger risk now. Vortex going deeper or further away from his base. And Wham, I thought for a second he was going to try and go Imperial there. I like that he's reinvested. So we've got almost 10 more Sofa skewed up and a keep drop coming in. So he can try to hunker down around the sacred sites. Like, this would be very dangerous and a quick way of losing a game if your opponent was going for mass manas and then you could go, like, fast imp because you're not attacking. The good news for Wham is that Vortex doesn't know what fast imp is. It's like, fast imp, is that like some sort of summon unit, imps that you send into the enemy base to kill them for 5 minutes? Like, Vortex, that's Stormgate. Wrong game. Oh, well, if it's not for attacking, why am I doing it? Better sink shot poke. This Sofa just takes so long to kill, and I'm surprised Vortex hasn't just fallen apart so far. I mean, the Yeoman is still holding sturdy on numbers, but the lead does just keep building. And remember, Vortex has not solved for that eventual issue of food will run out. No, he's got, what, 6 farms? And 3 manas. Sofa. I'm just going to commit. There's no spearman. And that... Was that really a sink shot? That didn't look like a sink shot to me. That looked like your hook, line, and sinking, my friend. And that is going to be it. GG gets called. The relentless aggression of Vortex started off strong, but has been tempered and contained by the Canadian. Yeah, like this unraveled quite quickly in this series. Well played by Wham. Kind of like the start of that series, I thought we were going to be looking at 3-0, but the way that Vortex is drafted, the way he executed in game 1, 100% looked like that was the way we were heading. But just great overall responses from Wham. Especially love that little detail in that final game. Like that one, I think, is got to do with the outpost rush attempt, or the spear rush attempt, right? Okay, so next up, we're going to be checking in on MarineLord versus CSO. So let me switch that up. There we go. Second time where over 70% of people gambled on Vortex and lost. Oof. Don't worry, dude. Don't worry. Just remortgage the house and we're safe. All right, we're Gucci. Let me check if MarineLord and CSO are drafting already. They are indeed. All right, so let me load those details in. So that was a 3-1 in the end for the Canadian. Well played to him. Now we're going to be having a look at MarineLord versus CSO. Going to see if CSO has been keeping up, because he has a habit of like maybe spending a bit too much time playing team games quite often. That definitely does not help his case, especially when you're up against the gym. Dude, could you imagine if he now just comes in and wins this? Oh. That would be pretty wild. All right, so draft complete. And the game 1 is also going to end up being Rus versus Japanese on Dry Arabia. Interesting. Not really what I was expecting, actually, for game 1. Japanese is pretty rough into Rus, actually. I don't really rate that one very highly. They banned Holy Island? I'm not surprised. So no Holy Island. Wait, did CSO got Mountain Clearing pick in? I'm sure MarineLord is happy about that. What's that other one? Is it Sunken Lands or Enlightened Horizon? Oh, sorry, no, it's Cliffside, isn't it? So we got Cliffside, we got Phrygian, Mountain Clearing, 4 Lakes. Oh, 4 Lakes. I don't know, man. I'm not a big fan of 4 Lakes. Not the map that makes me go, woo! Oh, have I got push-ups to do? Bruh. Why? Why the push-ups? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yo, I found Pringles while I was down there. That's a win. Yeah, look at the draft. Yo, CSO, he actually got Knights Templar, which is kind of crazy. Knights Templar, and there's, I don't know about 4 Lakes Knights Templar. We haven't really seen much of that. Has anyone been watching 4 Lakes Knights Templar recently? Is it good, bad? I feel like it's okay, but not the best map for them to flex. This was needed. Pringles is life, man. If I could get a Pringles sponsor, please. So, interestingly enough, Pringles has done activations in gaming before. They're just very light on their activations. But maybe in the future. Right? I think MarineLord is going to do a warm-up game, whatever. What flavor is it? Oh, we just went for the Ready Solid. The original. So, I got these ones on the US military base. I don't know why, but their cans are smaller than the European ones. And they seem to be slightly worse for some reason. Sorry, America. Your Pringles are worse. You missed out on the good ones. Lay's is better than Pringles? Yeah, but that sounds like a cop-out because your Pringles are worse. Right? Like, if Lay's is really better than your Pringles, it's because your Pringles aren't quite as good. So, the thing I miss is from my childhood. They were called potato triangles. And they used to be sold in all the supermarkets. But the company, the factory that made them, shut down. So they just completely disappeared. And no one ever tried to truly replicate them. It's a shame because they were the go-to crisp. They were the best goddamn crisp in my childhood. Easily. So we have just got to wait, like, probably a few minutes for MarineLord and CSO to get set up. I think he's, like, checking his settings and warming up now. Yeah, we have walkers in the UK. I'm not, like, crazy about walkers, though. Alright. What's the best flavor Pringles, though? And why is it paprika? Has to be paprika, right? Spring onion's pretty good. I think the cheese and onion ones are a bit better, though. I don't think I've had the pizza ones. I've seen them. It just sounds weird. Do you know what was surprisingly good? Cheez-Its. So, like, final day of that German event, I was dead, man. Like, I was so hungry, I was crashing really hard. And shout out to a guy called Solid Sween, my goat, my legend. He comes in with some white cheddar flavored Cheez-Its. Oh, they were so good. They were so good. Maybe it's because I was hungry that made them even better, but they were so good. CSO got destroyed in draft. What happened? He over-focused on the water map. It's like pretty common thing. A lot of players, like upcoming players, do this. He got Knights Templar Japanese and thought, yay. And then realized, wait a second, there's a lot of land maps. Like, this is a double nerf because CSO loves maps, loves civs that are good at Knights. Yes, KT for Vortex? Yeah. Which I think, like, MarineLord will probably just go... What do you go on that? Lancaster? I think you just have a throwaway civ. I don't know if you really want to contest Knights Templar aggro opening you, because they're just going to send a crap ton of spearmen at you. Lancaster on Full Lakes. They're like the only thing he has that can build spears as a response. Everything else is like, you just suck at building spears. So like, what are you going to do? Just ignore it? I guess you could. You could just try and rush Feudal. Maybe Ayu? Ayu bid against Knights Templar? Gradual, like, build up. Because I don't think you want to, like, sacrifice HRE there. Fight KT with Shushi. So, like, we see people do that on what's it called? On Kawasan? But on Kawasan, you have a really big upside, right? Like, you get the berries in the center. You're telling them now to do that on a map where you don't get any upside as Shushi. And when we see them do that on Kawasan, it usually, like, doesn't guarantee a win either. I feel like that's kind of a throwaway of a really good Civ. You're probably better off just using, like, a mid-pack Civ on 4 Lakes. And then focusing on the other maps. I'm accepting donations from my Pringle fund, by the way. I'm now out of Pringles. GG. That's the dream in life. To be so well off, you can just buy dozens of cans of Pringles at the shop and not question the cost, you know? Ayu for French? I think, like, although Ayabid's is favored against French, I actually think French players, like, high-level French players got very good at navigating it. You can force them to full-on send it into you, because if they don't, you can just try to out-tech. Because, like, if you just play towards Arbitrary in late game, it's pretty solid. It depends on the map, of course. You have Smiths here? What Smiths? Is that a type of potato chip? Or as we like to call them, crisps? Ah, okay. A British Australian snack. Oh, okay, so it's like the Australian version. I don't remember Smiths in the UK. They just fall off? Oh, no, they're just called Walkers, right? Oh, so Smiths originally created Quavers, which is now made by Walkers. That's always like the weird thing as well with a lot of these brands. Like, do you guys know that Monster is owned by Coca-Cola, for example? Or like, I think it's Dr. Pepper and 7-Up are owned by the same company. It's very confusing when you like look under the hood and see who owns who. It's like they're not technically directly contesting, but they kind of are like they're like soft contesting. But it's like acquisitions is why, right? Either Pepsi or Coke. That's not true, right? Red Bull's owned by neither. Red Bull or the Beast. I don't think Red Bull has any like brand underneath them they own though. I don't think so anyway. Let's have a look. Red Bull subsidiaries? No. Red Bull is just Red Bull because Red Bull is life, man. They don't need anything else. Oh, thank you, Fatplop. Yeah, we're still waiting on the lads to get in the game. They're kind of taking their time. I think MarineLord went for like one of those real big like pre-game dumps, you know? Like just clear the system. The palette cleanser. Okay, no, stop. In fact, let me double check. Yeah, dude, I don't think Red Bull actually is like. I don't think they have any brands under them, which is a little bit surprising. I guess for them, they're like, dude, we've done a good enough quality. I would have thought that there'd be like a soft drink brand they'd want. You know, like a non-caffeinated one. But that's where Red Bull's very interesting compared to a lot of the competitors. Because what a lot of people don't realize about Red Bull, they're actually not an energy drink company. They're an events company. So their big focal point is around running things like Red Bull LOL, or running like the extreme sports, etc. They're like a marketing company, really. So for them, like the Red Bull journey began with the energy drink, but it's not the thing that anchored them in. They have a lot of diversification elsewhere with that, which is quite interesting compared to like most other people and most other brands. Wait, why are we talking about officers now? Yo. Do you, like, you know what you need? We need like we need someone called the poop police, and you call them officers. My brain goes weird places. By the way, if you like the content, make sure you're subscribed. I'm sure a lot of people have not used their primes, and that is outrageous. Can't believe it. Seeing people with crowns, but I'm not seeing the sub emotes next to their name, which means they're missing out on amazing sub emotes. I need to confirm some things, by the way, but I'm hoping we should be starting up KPMM, our weekly series, on Friday the 1st. There's a potential risk it gets pushed back to the 8th, Friday the 8th, but I'm aiming for 1st. It's just a case of, like, there's been a huge admin hookup, so I'm still waiting on the person to see if they're actually able to execute on what they're meant to be able to execute on, and said they'd be able to execute on. It's a little bit annoying, but yeah. 6:30 minute break? Dude, like, we're still waiting for them. Should I just run some ads now? I should run some ads now. Yo, is that my boy Kavoff? Next Red Bull Wallow when? Probably next year, if they keep the pattern, or it's gone for good. Kavoff in AoE 4 when? That is the real question. Alright, I'm going to run a minute and a half ads now, guys, so you don't have to worry about them when we're in game. Actually, do we do the 2-minute? We'll do the 2-minute ads. Go get yourself a drink quickly. I'm sure we'll be in game before ads would run again then. I'm just trying to save you guys from the ads. You're cute if you can still hear me, because you're probably subbed. If you're not subbed and you can hear me, scammed. At that point, I've been scammed. I just don't know how to get my money. Big Sag. Sorry, I was checking some in the background. Because I'm getting spammed. Twitch Turbo, no ads. But money. I like money. What? Wait, no, that's not the way. Emotes. Do you like? You might have your Twitch Turbo, but do you have K-Pig hype? Pope Diaz has one up to you there, my friend. It's a checkmate. You want to know what's a checkmate, by the way? Win rates. You don't want to know. You genuinely do not want to know how like lopsided the MarineLord CSO win rate is. It's not as one-sided as you think! No, seriously, like, I'm not even kidding. You ready for this? You ready for this? Look at that. 50-50. 50-50. 50 cent on each side. Elite Classic 2 was the last time where they actually contested each other. That was a 2-1 victory for MarineLord. And then before that was Energy Slapfest with a 2-0 for CSO. But they have not played at all in 2025. Can you guys believe that? A little bit of a shocker, right? You would have assumed that they would have ran into each other at least once this year. But this will be the first time in a year. MarineLord definitely looking like the favored person. I think CSO has been a bit mixed on how much attention he's been able to give towards 1v1 games. You get paid from Turbo? That's true. I get paid some. Well, the way that Turbo works, to my understanding, has always been a case of like it splits the revenue between the different people, if that makes sense. It's like very different. So it comes down to what you watch more, basically. And then the money you spend on the Turbo gets divided. Red Bull sells different kinds of soft drinks other than the energy drink. Ah. Oh, no, you're right. Yeah, on the ginger. I think I've seen the tonic waters. They bring their tonic waters to the different events in different locations. And maybe the ginger ale as well. Not sure about the lemonade. Why is Dimu and Kilyadi and others not in it? Kilyadi, unfortunately, is too old. Yep. The SteelSeries line is ageist. They saw how old his passport said he was, and they're like, this is going to do a number on our insurance. Like, if we bring this guy on this event and he just turns to dust in the middle of a game, we're liable. And we can't afford that, right? So they couldn't invite Kilyadi. And Dumu is busy functioning as a lighthouse in the Middle East. He's guiding people to Riyadh. So when the shining sun beams down and illuminates off of his head, people look, they point, they go, that way to Riyadh, right? They know where to go. So like he's doing a service over there. So yeah, that's why Dumu and Kilyadi aren't playing in this tournament. The funny thing is, that's like actually mostly accurate. Sorry to Kilyadi, but Dumu's doing StarCraft 2. So, which I called the moment he said he would not be able to play, because he dropped out, I believe, from the Steel Series qualifiers, and I was like, well, he's clearly working for EWC. Is MarineLord going to change anything after losing the last major, or is there not enough time? I think the thing that MarineLord should change since losing the last major is win. Yeah, that would be the big... Like, if I was his coach right now, that would be... And I know, to be his coach, I have to be more French. So I think the thing that we need to do instead of losing is win. So maybe, I don't know, Elonzi, go win some games. And then, boom. All of a sudden, MarineLord just goes on a bender, wins every single S-tier tournament. And I don't get paid enough for it. You know what the problem was? It's a jinx. MarineLord needs me casting the next grand finals for him to win. What was this draft? This is haha, I like water maps draft. Right? You see it, Vodemar? You look at this draft, you're like, oh boy, I got Knights Templar in Japanese. And then you realize that only 1/5 of the map pool is water. And you go, oh no, I got Knights Templar in Japanese. You know what shocked me the most is that CSO didn't first pick every single cavalry civ. I guess like the Knights Templar in Japanese are cavalry civs in a way, but it's not really the degree that you're looking for, right? Like where was the Roost first pick? Or the Shushi first pick? Looks like MarineLord got to pick all the civs first. Yeah, okay, you know what the weirdest one is? I want you to look at MarineLord's second to last pick and explain that one to me with this map pool. How did Lancaster, House of L's that's actually House of W's, survive the pick phase all the way? I'll tell you how, guys. CSO reached the third pick, he got Marlians, and he went, this doesn't feel very me. I need more Knight civs. Boom, boom, boom. Right? Like, like MarineLord's probably been there with little nerdy glasses on. He's like, oh, I've tested this stuff out against him before. He always looks for the knights on the fourth peep. Oh, I've got him. Right? And then he's just like, he knows he gets everything. And the most painful part is like you got French Jean and your opponent got Iabids. So you already like locked in the counterplay, right? They still aren't in, dude. It's like the movement of the schedule on this is slow. Should we check what they're doing on the main broadcast? I don't know. Well, they're doing a different series. It's like, are they? I'm confused. Are they basically delaying doing the other series until this one starts? Which is weird because, like, if they're not even covering it, like, screw it, just run it faster, right? I think that's what they're doing. I think they're syncing up the start time of MarineLord CSO and the other series. Expecting the accent every time. Dude, that was so wholesome as well. So when I finished the Rocket League event, whenever I do interviews with the French guys who don't speak much English, like I begin the interview with something in French, right? Like, c'est le magnifique, or allons-y! Right, and they absolutely loved that, and they were shaking my hands and hugging me at the end of the event. They were like, "Thank you for adding that little piece to the interview." Thank you for bringing a piece of French to the English interview. The whole cast needs to be with a French accent? Nah, man, I think that's how we lose like 70% of my viewership. Early on, I got told the only reason I get hired as a caster because I have a British accent. So, got to lean into that. All right, that's my identity. I remember there's a time where like someone's like, you need to pronounce your T's more. I was like, that makes me sound more British. They're like, that's the point. I was like, oh, I thought everyone hated British people. Something about us being grumpy and everything else. I don't know. Like, bro, can they start the game? Is Monk, like, I don't know, man. Like, MarineLord is like, he just dusts his hands. He's like, I've won the draft. And now to go for the biggest dump in the history of dumps on Age of Empires lands. He's like, I'm about to take a shit on him in game. I'm going to take a shit in real life first. It is a double palette blender. Oui, oui, très bien. They're already finished and we missed. Dude, you got me paranoid. I'm now checking their data. We're safe. Didn't you think the last tournament was stretched out and updates / game balance during the tournaments are kind of strange? I mean, updates in the middle of a tournament, yes, strange. Do I think it's stretched out? I don't think so. EGC Master Summers wasn't that long, right? Was it like 4 weekends? That's not stretched out. You're just thinking it's stretched out because you're now like, this is literally a LAN, which means they're done within a week, right? Like, you could argue this was stretched out. They had 3 different qualifiers across 3 different weekends, and then they have, like, you know, like a LAN much later. No, it was just standard logic, right? Standard length. God, you're probably the type of person that sits there and goes, KPMM is stretched out. And I'm like, I hear you. 30 weeks was a long one. 31, actually. What if we made it 40? Why did I make it 40? Yeah, we already talked about this, right, Snap? It looks like people just yoinked all of their Red Bull Wall gear from before and are wearing it. Like, that's pretty much what's happened. Crackety's wearing one of the peasant Wall uniforms. And I'm pretty sure Warman's got on the thing that she wore at Red Bull World Legacy. Alright, we're doing it. MarineLord is actually browsing custom games. Holy crap. I think we're ready to spaghetti. Finally. Wait, is their event sponsored by Intel? No wonder my stream looks better. Where in the internet? I'm confused. I thought they weren't allowed sponsors other than the Steel Series. At least that's what I was told. Because I inquired about it. And my understanding was they were only allowed Steel Series as a sponsor alongside World's Edge, because World's Edge obviously fund it. So I am a bit, I don't know, confused on that one. Yo, I love that. KPM got you hooked on the game? That's awesome, dude. Hell yeah. Wait, is the mainstream actually 1080p? Alright, guys. GG. And they not got that 1440p good. Like, wait, 1080p 50 frames? I didn't even know that was an option in OBS. Wait, let me check my... Is that even an option in OBS? God damn. They let you do 50 frames? Why? Dude, I feel like 50 frames is the most baity one you could do, no? It says 50 PAL. I don't know why it would say PAL alongside that. That has to be more sus. I didn't even realize that was an option. I know some people do like 48 frames. Whereas mine's 1440p, right? Oh, 1440p 60. Pog, 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 pog. PAL is the EU spec? Yeah, but I don't know why they say it like that, as if it like makes a difference in like modern specs. Like PAL mattered back in like PS2 eras, right? I don't think it matters anymore. All right, are we ready Are we spaghetti? We might be ready. MarineLord just ended the game. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, they legitimately synced up the start times on them. How to get the 1440p? You just got to improve your hairline, man. Try some more of that Hims product. I know, I just got offered. Apparently some people have 4K. Wait. Did they really host it with a 5 freaking min delay after all that delay? I think they did. And I'm a bit tilted by it. Alright, we might just run some more ads so you guys just don't get them in the games at all. Yeah, that's a Keck W. So one series has a 5 min delay on it, the other one doesn't. Huh? 2K screen to watch 1440p? You don't have a 1440p screen? Oh, you're missing out, mate. 1440p is life. It's glorious. I love it! Like, yeah, look. We're waiting. Alright, we're coasting. I'm going to run the ads now, guys, so you don't get them in-game, okay? Mwah. I guess I'll do the free mins. So then you definitely don't have ads for all the games, because, like, MarineLord is just going to roll this one with XD Draft, Kappa. Nah, come on, CSO. CSO. They did what, too, at the Garrison? They had the 5 min delay? Did they? Why, though? You don't need it. So you need 5 min delay on online for, like, anti-cheat? Actually, dude, you don't even need 5 min delay. I think it got changed to 2 min delays. I'm pretty sure it got changed to 2 min delays in, like, the rule sets. But maybe I'm wrong. But, like, you shouldn't need it on LAN because, like, how are people going to cheat on LAN? Why delay? I don't know. Strategically, you'd, like, it'd be smart to try and get people to watch the other game, I guess. I don't know. I think what probably just happened, though, is, like, I don't even know if it's that. I'm assuming it was just MarineLord or CSO hosted and didn't change the time. Yeah. So we're getting, what, Japanese Rus game 1, which we knew 15 minutes ago. Jesus Christ. All right, let's get ready to go. I was starting to think, I was like, this is going to be a quick day. And now I'm like, this could be a long day. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't really watch much of the Garrison AoE4 stuff. I mean, I was very, very busy with AoE2 and very, very ill. So, yeah. Like I said, like I caught parts on the first day. I was like, it has tech issues, like most events do. And then just like cut ties from there on it. Blocks some countries at 720p and at the same time gives to others 1440. Well, like it would be weird if you had 1440p but not 720. Are you saying it does that? It's very weird on the beta rollout. It's annoying as well because it's kind of holding back my other side of things. Yo, but by the way, I did just realize like I have a way of sending different. I can like use this laptop to the extreme to like basically encode everything for multiple platforms. Because like that's what I'm doing for Kick right now. Is like Kick doesn't accept 1440p, so I had to push it for a different. I had to push a different broadcast stream size, which meant I had to re-encode. But this laptop, !PCS, is a beast! Absolutely capable of doing so. Alright, you ready? You on Kick? Yeah, I'm trying out. I'm like, I can multi-stream, so I might as well, right? I don't really think anyone's watching there currently, right now. We'll see if that one grows. Multi-streaming is a must, in my opinion, in 2025 if you want to grow as a streamer. You stream everywhere, and then you see what hits. Whereas YouTube, Kick, Twitch, eventually TikTok we need to get sorted. Anywhere and everywhere, baby. Y'all ready for this? Dun, 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 dun. I'm hyped for it, man. I just wish other platforms had better like visibility on their average viewership, so you could, you know. Yes, you can multi-stream if you're a Twitch partner. They changed that a while ago. All right, you ready? Let's hype it up. It has been well over a year since these two top players clashed. And currently, they're split at a 50-50 win rate. No one saw that one coming. We hop in to a best of 5 on LAN between MarineLord from Gentlemates and Team Elephants CSO. Yes, they've only faced off in competitive play twice, believe it or not. Last year, Elite Classic, where MarineLord was able to take it 2-1. And the other time, Energy Slapfest, where CSO got the 2-0. So really, they are about as close as it can get. Japanese for CSO to open up against MarineLord's Roos. And guys, that draft tells no lies. Look at it. It's ridiculous. I cannot believe he got this type of draft. MarineLord, based on this draft, should be heavily favored. But CSO, time and time again, proves to be a different kind of beast. Let's see if we can do it here. Japanese Roos is definitely not a matchup that I would say favors Japanese. I think I've seen them struggle quite a bit with this matchup historically. More recent times, we have seen the inclusion of Yumi in builds that maybe give some hope. So we'll see if he's able to actually leverage that. Because I think if you go the standard way of like Mad Samurai spam, usually Roos can hold that quite well. They just have to build Horse Archers into gradual Knights and Boys Fortitude. And then the extra HP offsets the Mad Samurai's biggest upsides. And what platforms is Chinese viewers using? Chinese viewers, typically, it's like Bilibili. And I think there's a YouTube comparative for them as well, but I forget the name of it. Bilibili, I believe, is the name of the Twitch comparative. One where actually, like, there's some very big streamers. So I think Louis MT is like the second or third biggest streamer in AOE4 now. There's one other guy, Dark something, I forget his name, but he's absolutely huge. Like, he's bigger than, I think, all the English streamers combined. All right, we're talking like grubby size. And then some. Curious to see how this one's going to play out, though. Best of 5, and reminder, this is not elimination line. But loser of this will be in the lower bracket facing elimination. Yeah, merciless and quick phase to this tournament overall. 4 days to play it out. 8 players from around the world coming together. We've got 2 Canadians, 2 Chinese players. We've got 3 Europeans, or is it 4? So you've got Vortex, you've got MarineLord, you've got Beasty. I feel like there's someone I've just blanked, and I feel bad about it. Anat, yeah. So 4 Euros. 2 Asians and 2 Canadians. Pretty good representation. Would love to see us getting maybe a South American name in there soon. Also, when are we getting the return of the Koreans? We need someone to rise up there. That used to be like the flag point, right? Before it was China dominating from Asia for Age of Empires 4. It really was the Koreans we were always talking about. Even the Japanese, actually, if you think about it. Remember a few players back then, like Sayark. And Sayark, who I think became Queen, if I remember correctly. With CSO, it looks like we are just getting a fast castle build. He's got the outpost coming up, which is usually indicative. Golden Gate on the other side. MarineLord should just be slowly scaling towards Pro Scouts. You organically get this off of the double hunting cabin play and the food gathering, because remember, when you gather food, you deliver yourself some gold as well. Yeah, this was meant to be a change that was meant to make playing against Roos funner, because you weren't playing the deer roulette game anymore. Somehow, although it got rid of the deer roulette game, it just kind of made the Roos life easier. Yes, they don't snowball as much as if they get, like, you know, the 500 bounty games of the old Roos system, but they now reliably always get their timings, it feels like. Outpost is scouts. And MarineLord knows exactly what he's up against here. I wonder if he'll pivot in any way, or if we'll just see him rush towards the greed as well. 13 sheep to 13, by the way. CSO done remarkably well off of a 1 scout opener against Roos. It looks like he is trying to actually shove some deer in. Okay, this is cool. Like, you're not going to be able to deny much of the Pro Scouts play, but at least it gives you a little bit of food booster to fall back on if times get really, really hard. Remember, they nerfed deer shoving hard. It takes 2 to 3 times as long to shove deer in now, which is why everyone just doesn't bother. Shout out to the deer that now, as a result of that, it means they don't get killed all the time. Yeah, do you ever feel like the devs... Yeah, guys ever feel like maybe Winston was scarred by Bambi as a child? You know, over all those years? Because you think about it, right? We had the change where we get rid of the Pro Scouts minigame, or the Roos minigame, rather, where they shoot the deer. And now the deer don't move. So it feels like every single time Winston has watched pro play, he's like, I don't like that they just keep killing the deer. All right? Like, I'm getting flashbacks to Bambi childhood. We got to fix this. And thank goodness it seems to have mostly worked, because the only thing left for us to have done would have been to have given shotguns to the deer. And I feel like that might have broke immersion slightly. Now, that being said, they are still all going to die because Pro Scouts is still a thing. Yeah, especially for Rus. It's just the go-to. This is an interesting approach, though, from CSO. Kura Storehouse with 1. This is a raw rush for Castle as quickly and leanly as is humanly possible. Yeah, and actually, like a timing that might catch MarineLord off guard. I don't know. I don't really see many people doing the 1 villager Kura Storehouse. Because getting the Kura early is nice. You get farms sooner. You also get some options to try and like aggro and stop Rus doing what they do best. It also allows you to do things like getting Tawara into Takazaiku, which gives you a great gathering rate on the berries, but he done it different, actually. Credit to him, CSO rushed berries at the very start with Tawara, so he doesn't need Takazaiku. This is a really cool pivot compared to what we've been seeing from most Japanese castle rushes. It means he has got the 13 sheep left over, plus the deer that is pretty much close enough that I'd be surprised if the scouts come in for it. All right, dare I even look at predictions on this one? I feel like I don't want to. I feel like it would be cruel to CSO. Who has come up with a cool build. Yeah, look at it. He cracks the feudal. And he is, what, maybe 20 seconds away from going castle, if that. Not doing pro scouts at all? Like, what do you do to deny it? What feels good enough to deny it? You could go for, like, a spearman opening, but your opponent's Rus, they love building archers. So do you go for a Yumi opening? Well, they love building archers too, and their archers are better. I just don't think there's great options here for CSO. Like, Rus is a very, very hard matchup for Japanese, I think, because there's not really many feudal options. You know, if this was a Civ that actively gathered gold on a vein, different matter. But because of the design of Rus, by the time you're contesting them, they probably have 1 deer stack home. And that's enough to get them castle anyway. And you can't stop that because they don't need the gold vein. Yeah, all your efforts would be in vain. Because I'm going to stop. All right, here we go. Timing's there. Yorishiro drop comes through. Umabanam beginning. So he goes for the rush. He's looking for the 15-seconder instead of waiting for the 35. Make that 7. This is a very powerful build, remember. Umabanam, typically you're looking to build it before you complete the tech up. But that's where CSO's build is different because of the rush timing here. High trade house on the way. Get your numbers in. Actually, not a bad one. Yeah, he clips onto the secondary tree line with a little bit. Didn't harvest too much this wood line, so it's going to be a fat stack of high trade house. He is rushing those relics. Remember, this is all about deny, deny, deny. You need to deny harder than a politician after he gets caught sleeping with his secretary. Right? So CSO is just trying to take these relics away, not just because it's good for him, but because it strips away a big part of Rus's plan. CSO. He's already forced a spear reaction. I wonder, does MarineLord just go straight crossbows and ignore horse archers? Knights are looking for the dive in. We'll see the spears. Not really something you want to contest. Not this close to the base with just 2 knights. Just better to controlling the map. High trade house, only 32 trees. How is that only 32 trees? 53, so we're probably looking at 106 or 107 gold a minute. Yeah, the high trade house nerfs hit a little bit. I don't think they still hit hard enough, considering that every single Rus game is still high trade house. But remember, they did make a change now. Like, it used to be, I think, was it 8.5 tiles? Now 7.5, so they decreased the tile range. So 395 gold? Yeah, that's true. He just hit 429. We'll see. CSO? Only 1 relic home so far. What are the Shinto priests doing? Okay, yeah, he's going wide left. And look at the way. He actually only scoured just enough to see where all relics are. So he's looking to lean far to the west side. Might be sneaking out for the north side now. We've already got a scout watching, but we haven't got any reaction in place yet. Horse archers are going to be the prerogative. It's going to take time. It's looking quite feasible that we're going to be getting a 4-1 relic split. The scouts are moving across, but I mean, you need horse archers. And wait, did he even see that? Yeah, he did. He got a glimpse of it. Still, Spearman horse archers reacting to the diving force. CSO. This is perfect for him. If he just keeps his opponent here for the next 30 seconds, that's going to be relics home. And thumbs up. Horse archers do get eyeballs on though, so he's steering. And CSO yet to look for that pivot. Because it's CSO. Of course, as I say, looking for that pivot. When's it going to be coming into Yuumi? And then I remembered we're watching the wrong Chinese player. CSO's like, what do you want from me? I already achieved unit diversity. I hired an Uma Bannerman. That's 2 unit types. High Trade House, 121 gold now. Life is good. Life is easy when you just pick a roost. Relic, not quite gonna make it. Wait, is he gonna steal this? I mean, he could. He actually could, guys. His army's pretty big, but the Cereal placement was a smart move by CSO. Most players go for the arrow slits because they feel friend. Great read and temperament to not go for that choice. Like, this is ideal. So now he just has blocker to the dive for that relic. Especially with Mount Samurai nearby. And even taking advantage of the south side berry, something that MarineLord has not noticed. And every little counts for CSO, remember. He doesn't have as many farms he normally would because he didn't rush the Kura. He's already farmhouse dropping with the extra Yoroshiras. He's in a bit of a desperate position, actually. 600 food income compared to 1,200. I mean, sometimes I do wonder, why does the bounty system have to give an increase to gathering rate on food? The gold gen is good enough. Oh, he's getting ready for a dive, MarineLord. CSO, the Seek Shelter is not your friend here. Horse archers will move in. Claims 1 kill. Warrior Monk is intercepted by the Mount Samurai, but the burn is real, and the Spearmen, they'll be able to get rid of the defense. Outpost down. I mean, CSO just looks dead. He needs kills right now, and he's trying for the Mount Samurai into the base. But there's already Spearmen, Vet Spearmen waiting to receive. The double static defense fire. And the chase to the back. Both players are experiencing out of time. The difference should be that MarineLord's more capable of getting kills, but I have to see. The split up is real. The Knights do find their way onto the tree line, so MarineLord is going to start losing a few of those idle workers. No castle turrets. He did not get the bonus buff. Steel Arrow is coming in, though, and that is a big deal here, considering that it's double ranged armor for CSO. That's the reason this dive lasted so long out of the Chinese kid. Villager kills. They're starting to stack up a bit. What's the out time? I mean, this did end up being worth it. My only concern is CSO, will he have access to food to remass? I mean, they're getting creative. Just looking at Garrison on Garrison here. Kiting him out as best he could. It's now a 10-worker lead. This is actually happening. It looked shaky at first, but the second part of this dive has been Olympic. CSO now with a 13-worker lead. The dive on the other side is pathetic out of MarineLord. What is it with this man on lands in the first round of tournaments? MarineLord down and gutted at this stage. The Mounted Samurai are still going. How have they not been cleared up? Oh, mon ami. Not like this. Villagers try to run by back to safety, but they're not even going to get through for free. CSO, he's drained himself dry, but it's been so worth it. The Mountain Samurai chow down. Second wave coming in to nullify any counterattack out of horse archers. We are now up to 20 worker kills compared to 3. And CSO, with a Japanese pick against the Rus, caught MarineLord with his pants down. Unbelievable. This build. Not CSO, no. This time it's CSO, yes! That one Villager Kura storehouse, the timing on it just changed everything about this game. Those Mounted Samurai were already in the enemy base, ready to dive when they were teching up. Usually you'd have a few horse archers coming out to mirror the Mounted Samurai. This optimization by CSO played so well, and that is pure insanity. He's yoinking the berries from right next to MarineLord's base. That is how you can test Pro Scouts. Even thinking about the boar as well. I'm enjoying this lose, it seems. I mean, this is an upset. MarineLord is vastly the favored player between the two. No doubt about it. And CSO done it in a new way. Like, I have not really seen the one villager Kuristor house often. Let alone it worked this well. The balls, the cojones on this man to just go for that trade as well. Horse archers usually should be a little bit better at siphoning villager kills, but CSO's belief, conviction to this dive. And it just still keeps on coming. And smashes him right in the mouth. He's out. Game number 1 goes to CSO. And what an astounding way to start off this series. Oh my god. You can't make that up. That's ridiculous. Was watching Louis PuppyPaw? Yeah, you chose poorly, Mahodo. Recalibrate. 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 That was bloody impressive. And that's only game 1. Best of 5. MarineLord not dead. But ringing in his ears after that one. Because I don't think that was how he was expecting things to play out whatsoever. Bloody hell. Game 2. We're going to be heading to Frisian Marshes. It is going to be Iabids versus Jean. This is a matchup that can end in 5 minutes with a win for Iabids. I have seen it at Pro Play. I am not memeing. Let me mark it up. But yeah, by the way, thing I've always said, what I look for is good gameplay. I don't give a crap who it comes out of. If it's good gameplay, even more if it's an upset, yeah, you get hyped about that. I don't know. I think sometimes people are like a fan of a player and they're like, I've had this on like the main broadcast, like, why is he fanboy of X? I'm like, no, I'm just praising good gameplay. So I don't know. If you're looking for a MarineLord like circle jerk, probably the wrong stream. If he does something good, he'll get jerked, you know? That's what I care about. You are indeed seeing CSO leading the series. Oh, mes amis. Here for the jerk? Is it like is it one of those like those spice jerkies though? Like what we talking about here? Is CSO the only pro with a positive win rate against ML? They're actually now, yeah, on games in pro play he's now ahead because he got 2-1'd and he got a 2-0, right? So that puts him at +1 overall, right? But now, yeah, he's extending it. That's crazy. All right, we are just a minute away. I'm going to run 30 seconds of ads now. Holy crap. That is wild. What have I just seen? Doesn't even take long to do it as well. That's what I love about CSO's gameplay style. He's not really a guy who's known for playing chill, you know? He's like this weird polarizing in-between of a Lucifron and a Vortex, which makes him all the more scary, actually. And yes, Wham won his series against Vortex, 3-1 scoreline. All right, here we go. Get the Gambas live. Huge upset alert in the $25,000 LAN. You are seeing that score correctly. CSO leads against the Chimp, the guy who always makes it to the grand finals. We head into map number 2. It is going to be Frisian Marshes. Welcome back to the channel, folks, for this best of 5 early in the tournament series where CSO already leads, and he does so with full shock and awe. A full gun and send it in game number 1 puts him ahead of one of the most accomplished players in Age of Empires 4. MarineLord now looking to viscerally strike back, picks the Ibis on Frisian, and CSO's reaction is a Jean pick. A Jean pick that could come to abrupt and swift end. CSO looks to get a little bit different on the opening. He goes for the fishing straight away. So he is going to be going for a mill, presumably. I don't know why he's waiting. Oh, no, it's going to be... Oh, sorry, my brain. Yeah, that actually kind of surprises me. Yeah, it makes sense actually why it wouldn't be a mill. But I'm a little bit shocked in general by fishing play from Jean on this map. Not your usual. Also, probably something you would have expected Jean herself to be used for because she gets a lot of XP from building. So different approach. And kind of has to, guys. This matchup is quite Ibid favored. The problem you have on this type of map, and I've seen this map end in 5 minutes because of it. The Dervish Wing play in particular is very strong for Ayu because you can just guarantee Jean never gets a kill. And the debuff means that her knights don't kill quick enough. So if you go, for example, Desert Raider, Dervish opening, you can just blunt force trauma the front gold and kill them. And that's where I'm worried for CSO because this is not a good spawn for Jean. It's double gold forward. So he's essentially fully exposed. Definitely going to be a rough one, CSO. Looking to offset that concern by having the fishing, of course. We'll see how far that gets him, if it's going to be good enough. Because the other problem is that technically delays your tech up timing and thus allows your opponent to more easily be in position blocking with the camels when you look for gold. Looking for sheep right now. Looks like CSO is actually coming up quite dry. Should have some sheep ahead of him, but MarineLord right now has a noteworthy advantage. 15 sheep compared to a mere 5. And look at the response from MarineLord. Ibids, a civ that only pays half price for docks, is looking to one-up CSO's idea. Makes sense. You can afford 2 for the price of 1. Fishing cost is going to be higher, sure, but this does at least mean that CSO isn't necessarily going to be idled off of his gold super early because now his opponent is delaying his tech as well. But the reason he's delaying his tech is because he's getting more economy than you. CSO will be moving for that second pond. I think he did get a glimpse of this, so he knows that it's going to be dock and dock. Is JD better than French against Ibids? Because it's a bit less Knights focused? Not particularly, I wouldn't say. You're running the same concerns of like the Desert Raider play, right? I would actually say that Jean tends to lean more Knights than French these days. Like I've seen... Well, at least we used to have like more archer diversity out of French, right? Like I think they both are very similar in their desire to build mass knights. Sometimes you do see Spearman coming out from Jean, but it's not like the go-to. Could be kind of cool to have here, but like what are you going to do to make that affordable? Spear archer? That sounds really, really weird on French and Jean. At that point, you're refusing to build your best unit, which is considered one of the best units in AoE 4. Which deeply hurts and insults me, and I'm pretty sure has just insulted French people around the world. Gotta have their carré. I don't think we'll be getting trade here. French and Jean don't really benefit much from Chamber of Commerce with the change on this map now. Because the trade post got moved from the corners to the center of the map, it's actually a lot easier for infantry comps to block trade now than they used to. Because it used to be you'd have to overextend to the enemy corner. Now you're in neutral territory, so it's much easier to camp here because your reinforcements should arrive. Groping response from MarineLord. Nothing too untoward. I thought maybe he'd want the Dervishes, but I think he just doesn't want to run the risk of Jean sniping it out. And if this had been like just a straight up fast feudal, possible that we see Dervish, but because you're talking about delayed feudal on both sides, you're talking about a lot more economy. And that economy allows you to spawn out a lot more archers and knights, meaning the Dervish are more at risk. It's kind of like the idea of, you know, Imam with the Ottoman, that Vizier point play. Very good when you do it at like 6 or 7 minutes. Not great when you do it 20 minutes in, right? It's that whole scale logic that your opponent can get a counterplay quicker than you can maybe get value out of the play. MarineLord value continues. Is mirroring dock to dock. Tech up almost complete. Jean not too far off on the XP count. Yeah, she'll need to do a little bit of gathering after the tech up. But we have a lot of wood gathering, which suggests that CSO is looking to immediately steer maybe into archers. I mean, obviously he needs to add in more fishing boats, but this many, 10 on trees, feels a bit overkill. A moment of truth. Will it just be archers straight away? I don't mind archer knights, because the problem is your opponent could now just rush desert raiders. I think instead what we're going to see out MarineLord is a rush of age. Yeah, look at the resource. He's already stockpiling up. Outposts coming through. So this is going to be an FC build out of Ibids. Something that they do phenomenally well. It just also guarantees you have no vulnerability, right? You're not risking losing villages and units to Jean that will scale to level 3. And you will be looking to get the emplacement with the stone. So just an easy peasy arrow slits will be enough to kind of just keep the doctor at bay. This Dr. CSO is getting ready to come hunting. 4th dock now being set up. What do you do here when you see that outpost? Because CSO's scouted it, right? Or he's about to. I think he saw the stone gathering, so he knows. I mean, what's your reaction? He has got range Jean, which is correct. Range Jean can try to snipe the villages near the outpost. Melee Jean will just be useless. You just rush tech yourself. And if so, what's the purpose? You could try and just straight up go arbitrary. Because your knights aren't going to feel that great against camel lancers and desert raiders. Speaking of which, first desert raider is being committed into. Ram it? The problem of ramming it is you'd have to build something other than knights. And that makes you very mobile. And like if your opponent's rushing castle age, do you really want to be building archer spears? Not really. Especially against camel lancers, because camel lancers don't care about spearmen. The charge doesn't get negated. Why'd CSO go for JD? I think he just didn't have many great options. I mean, you can see it by the draft, right? He wants to save Knights Templar for 4 lakes. So that was the obvious one for him. I don't think Marlian's going to have a fun time here against IU. There was other risks of what could have came out here as well. So I think for him, like, Jean was the more calculated choice. The cool thing, actually, like, in fairness to him, Jean and French, someone that really gets slept on here with dock play, they save 50 wood. Because you eventually need houses anyway, right? And the dock gives you population as well. That was a nice little buff that French Jean got about a year ago. So it means you're only really paying 100 wood. So the difference in dock costs between IU and Jean isn't actually that high. Obviously, there's the measurement of timing. Like, you don't need that many houses that early, really. But over time, it balances out. So you're not at a big disadvantage. Advantage on tech timing here. Guildhall coming in because MarineLord didn't rush age. He rushed aggression. We've got Desert Raider spam. So this is looking like military wing. Mass Desert Raiders, though, into Jean. Arbitrary potential. I think you just go arbitrary with the Beast, no? And Jean's going to try to make her way back. Horseman's going to keep her honest about it. The bigger concern here is actually CSO not having a lot of gold upon arrival in castle. Jean, she's going to die. Yeah, but we'll have to just stand still, do the Divine Restoration. Honestly, like, in that type of position, probably worth just not even using it at all, in case you need a buyback. So she's gone. The concern now, like, this is pretty crafty by MarineLord. He'll tech up delayed, but he's in a position now to deny the docks. It is a bit risky. Your opponent could build archer ships, but if he builds archer ships, that's a win. You're going to build an archer ship to protect a limited food source, and then you have to build them on each pond. Just think about the maths of that. He'd have to spend 920 resources. Actually, more than that. Over 1,000 resources to protect all of his fishing. Wow, MarineLord. Talk about freebie. CSO not even reacting. Way too delayed. And CSO, moment of truth. Like, you achieved your tech up, firm handshakes, but what now? Okay, he gives up on the outpost idea. 9 sheep. I'm confused what CSO is looking for here. He's going to go for the veterans who are not... Oh, of course, I forgot. We're watching CSO gameplay. So the plan is probably mass knights into the mass camels. Yeah, little tip, guys. When you're playing against CSO, probably the single best civ to pick is just one with camels. He truly, truly loves his knight play. I like that he's at least trying to intercept with his Vet Knights. Because he knows he can't directly fight, right? But I'd rather have him going into the enemy base and finding eco damage instead of trying to cut the Desert Raiders. Because, like, in theory, these Desert Raiders shouldn't be that good at diving a TC. Not this early. But the count is getting worrisomely high. We're up to 11 now. Military wing reinforcement of 30. It's adding another 3 every 2 minutes. Which, mathematically, is a pretty nice deal, right? Usually these cost 180. So you're getting... what was that, 540 resources? So you're getting 270 resources a minute. It's a pretty good deal for a tech up. Especially in this type of matchup, because you know your opponent wants any excuse possible to build knights. There we go, tech up complete. Veterancy queued up. It's going to take a minute. He has forced archers out of CSO, which is the dream. Because MarineLord, he could just pivot now into Camel Lancers. It doesn't have to be more Desert Raiders. Hilariously enough, it is more Desert Raiders currently. We're at 17 already. This just reminds me of the first time I ever saw Desert Raiders playing against Winston, where it looked broken. I remember I was chilling my base, and then 40 Desert Raiders came in. I was like, this doesn't seem fair. I mean, Arbitrary are great, but like CSO's quantity is terrible. He's got 1, soon 2 Arbitrary. Oh, but I get 6 ranged armor, right? Like I can get 1 blacksmith level, then go the ranged armor. I can get like 5 from the Beast alone. No way he's gonna kill me, right? Yeah, like he's only gonna attack you for 9 on every single Desert Raider, of which he has 20. So like the concern for me for CSO, and we highlight this with the spawn, it's just a terrible spawn for Jean. If your strat was to play Arbitrary, like, he's not doing this wrong, by the way. This is the strategy. This is the strategy that works. I've seen players like Louis beat players with this easily, where you force Ivids all in too soon, and then you just scale into Arbitrary and go for Imperial Age. The problem is, the challenge in this game right now, is that this map isn't good for that strat. Not when you get a spawn like this. Double Ford Gold is making his life hell. If it was back here where the stone was, it's a bit more believable. Instead, we now have a situation where the Desert Raiders can just move around, deny all fishing, and it doesn't even have to be about gold. Right? Instead, this is going to end up being about food, of which CSO hasn't got much. 10 sheep isn't great at this stage. I'm surprised he hasn't eaten it yet, but as your entire economy, it feels like a pretty bad position to be in. I would have loved to have seen some demo ships from CSO, just to try and catch your opponent off guard, really. Like, actually, why isn't he demoing? It's not going to insta-kill. Maybe he just feels like the dervish will come in afterwards and heal all the damage, but... remember, Desert Raiders don't actually have that much raw HP. So demos do a lot of damage. One by one, it all begins to unravel for CSO in Game 2. More archers coming. The scary... if you're wondering why didn't CSO just build loads of archers, the scary problem here is that if you build loads of archers and your read is wrong and your opponent's built Camel Lancers, you're dead. You have to play this game from CSO's vision on the minimap. He doesn't know exactly what's coming next at most times. He'd check occasionally with the knights, but that has a risk to it. He was always coming back home because he's a little bit paranoid that he was going to get dove. Not many docks left here. By the way, that's a MarineLord dock. He actually... oh my god, he snuck in and took some of the fish from the enemy side. Well, that's the final docks going down. At that point, I don't think CSO has a leg to stand on here. It's 36 Desert Raiders. We're not even 15 minutes into the game, and at this rate, he'll be at 40 plus Desert Raiders. Absolutely unhinged gameplay. Archer count, not really crazy. Veterancy is about to come in for them, mind you, but at this stage, you need probably like 35, 40 archers to feel good about this fight. You can see it in the army value as well. Like, it's not deceitful. This is true. It's basically a 1 to 2. CSO. I do wonder if, like, maybe instead of 10 knights, you just had archers, right? But God vision. He doesn't have it. We do. And he's about to be sent to his gods. Jean gone. Desert Raiders stroll on into the enemy base, and this is going to be just as quick as game number 1. There's no doubt about it. This is over. Army to be wiped. CSO has not got a chance against this. He may have begun this series strong, but MarineLord, apparently he cranked up the seat a little bit so you can see the screen properly, and he's back on form to the expectations we've set for him. Yeah, Army tries to hold in choke point, but that's just going to be a ranged-on-ranged affair. MarineLord, I think just a moment away from getting the GG out of him, because once this army's cracked, it's going to be a full dive to that tree line. Where did this come from as well? He's got 20 horsemen all of a sudden. I feel like when I last looked up, it was 3 or 4. And that's the power of the fishing. MarineLord, he's still got, what, 8 fishing boats working. And funnily enough, he actually backs off. So he gives CSO a false sense of belief that this could still work. And then he just frogs off the cliff. Oh, I don't know if we're going to see late game between these two, but so far this has been entertaining. Oh my god. Oh, that was ludicrous. Unbelievable. All right, so we are now even Stevens in this series. 1-1 apiece. No surprise on that. Like, a little bit different to the way I was expecting to play out, but I do expect, like, an IB pick to be able to munch down on John quite easily. Game 3, we are getting the 4 lakes, and it is going to be that Shushi pick. So he does punt it out there as the potential answer. I mean, I guess at this stage, like, what, you've got mountain clearing left or cliffside. Shushi could maybe work on cliffside rather, but mountain clearing be a little bit weirder. So he's just going to try to directly contest Knights Templar pick. But in theory, this should definitely should be favored towards KT, I'd say. Like, they're the only ones who can really open up with, like, Dark Age aggro play, right? All right, let's get Predickies ready. Let's get ready to roll. Whoop, whoop. Hell yeah, I'm excited for this one. What, me 5 days offline? Yeah, we're back now. I was hosting an event in Germany. I mean, if you follow me on Twitter and whatever, you'll see that. As I do post out about those things. But here we go. Let's get ready. That lead did not last long, but I think the Chinese boy might be about to take it again from the chimp. Welcome back to this best of 5 series from the $25,000 LAN happening right now in Denmark. We have got game number 3 on your screen, heading into 4 lakes. MarineLord with a reliable good old Shushi, but CSO, new kid on the block, new Civ on the block. Knights Templar and Water is a match made in heaven, and one that could easily send the Frenchman to hell. CSO already going for those dock openings. I mean, you know the story here, folks. It feels like a broken record. You put Knights Templar anywhere where there's fish, and they become an S-tier Civ. Now, it's not going to be a water-on-water contested map, sure, but a lot of potential here. Decent sacred sites to try and gain easy gold from pilgrimages, and safe fishing in the corners has a big question mark over what MarineLord's approach to this threat is going to be. If anyone knows how to answer it, it's going to be the guy who's Lord of the Marine. In theory, anyway. Yeah, Shushi, interesting as well. We've been seeing a lot of Shushi versus Knights Templar recently, but we've been seeing this on Kawasan. Kawasan, quite a different map. It's contested water, whereas this is considered quite safe food. And also on that map, what makes Shushi so good is on Kawasan, they've got access to very, very helpful resources. They're able to get their hands on the berries in the center of the meditation garden. You don't get that type of meditation garden value on this map. Then again, if name equal MarineLord, give good spawn. That is an absurdly good meditation garden location. 48 food, 25 gold, and probably about 40 wood. Can't really ask for much more than that. Yeah, like, it's only when I'm watching MLord games, man, I swear, every time. He does know about it. He's already scouted out. He's probably doing that little laugh that you know he does all the time. When someone goes away. So CSO, how far does he go into the greed? Because that's the other interesting thing, right? Like, you scale up age quite quickly, so you can be more greedy. Another interesting thought here, guys. There's been a rise of a new build. It's not just about the Kingdom of France anymore. The Principality of Antioch... no, I'm kidding. No, the Knights Hospitalier has been growing in popularity. This right here, this movement speed, it's like getting Wheelbarrow for free. It's made a huge difference in the way that people have been playing the game. And also scales really well into the late game via the Venetians. Yeah, I don't know if you'd see Venetians here, just because Venetians feel good for the play into your Condottiero when you've got gunpowder opponents. But Shushi have like the worst gunpowder option, right? You don't really tend to see people going Grenadiers willingly. But we do see this a lot on these type of maps. Knights Templar with the racks opening. Makes a lot of sense. This Civ, they have great wood gathering rates. Remember, because they don't have to move back and forth, they don't waste on a lumber camp, and they get some food alongside it, this Civ is well positioned to Dark Age Spear Rush. MarineLord, not well positioned to scout it, it would seem. No, did not get eyeballs on the attack. Another thing that's really nice about Knights Templar doing this, most Civs, when they go for a proxy racks, the punishment is walking back. You don't have to endure that punishment as Knights Templar. Because remember, if you're chopping wood, you don't need a drop-off building. It's a fantastic advantage. Love to see him using it. Why so front racks? So you can get any of your troops in there quicker. Why not do this type of racks? Like, more Civs need to be capable of these type of racks rushes if you want to have Dark Age be truly impactful and interesting. Most aren't, because the warp back just kills you without Wheelbarrow. Meditation Garden coming in, and MarineLord doesn't take the expected. No, I think he saw the Spearman coming and he pivoted, but he might have to pivot again. Yeah, he has to cancel it. The villager walkback gave him away. Instead, it's going to be as safe can get here. That's not true. There's half a tile difference, but this is grim, man. He's going to be settling for 36 food, 25 gold, and 2 wood. That is grim. And to make matters grimmer, CSO is on that new groove. It's Hospitalier time. This word sounds even more French than the Kingdom of France itself, and I think MarineLord might be about to experience a more dominant form of French here. I mean, these guys, the Hospitalier has been astoundingly effective recently. In the last few weeks, I want to say we've gone from a 90% dominant Kingdom of France pick to Hospitalier making up a decent 30-35% of the picks. And it has been working well. CSO at 7 fishing boats. MarineLord actually did go bigger at 8. And the spears are now looking to deny out the dock, but with the tech out complete, it shouldn't really work here. Yeah, he also split himself. He has forced Chuganu's a reaction, which actually is decent into Hospitalier. Hospitalier have less ranged armor, meaning Chuganu can do more damage. Not that he's necessarily going to build it. Big reminder, a big part of why you go for Hospitalier has nothing to do with the unit. It's actually all about this. Look at the movement, look at the health. Makes you hard to kill, quicker to move. Sadly, does not affect fishing boats. I say sadly, probably a good thing because this Civ does not need more water buffs. But one thing that it does affect, by the way, is pilgrims. Pilgrims will also move quicker. Ergo, you get more gold. And a dog drop now from CSO. Well, the Chug does spot him, but with the free version of Wheelbarrow, potentially gets away from this. It's going to be tight. I think he just about makes it, though. Yeah. Look at what the difference is going to be the extra health. Maybe? Maybe? No. No, is he actually... I was going to say, he shouldn't die to this. There you go. Hospitalier already paying off. Fast and chunky. Horseman reaction now from CSO, but it seems like his true intent is maybe Castle? Castle Age Rush would be ambitious here. He does also queue up a Hospitalier. Okay, cancels it. Like I said, I don't mind the idea of like one Hospitaller because remember they're monks, so they can heal you. So early on, when you've not got many units, you know, you could basically restock the health of 50% of your army, right? If you only have 2 units. So yeah, so he does get info there. So he knows that MarineLord is pivoting into Chuge new spears. Makes sense because you'd be expecting Horseman counterplay. She's now going to start turning up. So MarineLord, a little bit too forward with these Chuge. Pretty expensive losses, actually. So 2 of them definitely going to be going down here. No way we'll get reinforcements in. But seriously, I love this, man. This is a Docker bait. He never done anything with it. The moment he got scouted, he realized that this has to be answered. So his opponent goes double bow, and he goes none. That puts him ahead by quite a bit. Remember, Springolds and the junk, between them, that's over 500 resources. So your opponent has been forced to spend almost 4 times more to counter your phantom play. And it definitely also makes up for the walk all the way home for that villager. Second dock now to come. So it's going to start focusing on more of an eco game. I wonder what MarineLord's winning condition is here. Like his kill objective, does he look to try and scale and go in feudal? Because if so, he's running out of time. I'm a little bit worried that he's building too many Chuge for what's actually really happening here. Because if your opponent just rushes castle now, on fishing economy, that could easily be the Templar Brothers. And the repeated crossbows do nothing against that. Even the spearmen struggle because, remember, Templar Brothers, they cost more than standard knights, but they also have more health. A lot harder to bring down. He's heavy fishing here, isn't he? Yeah, MarineLord's been over-gathering on each of these deep water fish. It's been done on the same side, but he has at least now moved over the second dock at the same time as CSO. So, matching the economy scale. By the way, Wheelbarrow has been researched, so just look at that movement speed. You won't see it because they never move, but 1.42 movement speed on a 65 base HP unit. Do you know a follow-up also on the way? Do you know actually like pretty good as an answer here to the spears and Chuge? Just keep distance. Much better to kind of just go for the Templar Brothers though, which I imagine he's thinking about with the food income that should be on the way. Yeah, even gets extra docks. I like the efficiency here. We haven't seen that at MarineLord, so he's still playing quite wide and inefficient the way he's gathering fish, while CSO is rating the quicker drop-off. MarineLord, he's going to be steering towards the gold, but credit to CSO, he's already gathered an abundancy. Yeah, this is a no pilgrim build, by the way. So you can see that CSO understood he'd forfeit map control, because he didn't even try to maintain it. Instead, he's going to be the heavily armored comp, men-at-arms, Templar Brothers, but also archers to assist. Nice, robust composition. Meanwhile, MarineLord nowhere near ready for an age up. Actually, a little bit worrisome how far off an age up he is. We need about, like, what, another minute and a half to reach castle? And we already have the Templar Brothers being queued with more stables on the way. And a switch on gold. He goes to the west side. MarineLord may be aware of that. Like, there's no way you plan to castle age and then accept no gold gathering. If you were going to do that, that would be mass archers and you would have been massing them already. He does start to reveal himself. Men-at-arms go in. Very tanky. And remember, he's building them outside the forward racks, which means that you get bogged down on them straight away. Spear count is still pretty decent. Veterancy, I believe he had it queued up and then cancelled it. Yeah, it just doesn't feel like he's got enough archers yet, which makes sense. But the men-at-arms are also just key and more important here. Ranged armor coming in soon, at which stage you'll never be able to do any damage against the MAA with range. But now, though, MarineLord maintains his position. CSO sorely lacking on the count. Now, I'm quite impressed, actually, MarineLord was able to hold there. Most people would see the men-at-arms coming out and just look for a way out. Not M-Lord. While he thinks about castle, he also understands the importance of building more units. And I mean, the spearman count now up to 11. I'm starting to wonder if Genoa was a mistake. Heavy spears here would have probably felt quite good. Yeah, heavy spearmen that produce quite fast as well. He could have also considered going for like the Hospitaller with veterancy. They produce a bit quicker, but they also do lack the armor of the men-at-arms. There's men-at-arms. Or at least not immediately getting deleted anymore. Yeah, CSO just trying to be cheeky here. I almost feel like the Knights would be better off going into the enemy base. Because right now it's taking way too long for them to try and get relevance in these engagements. Yeah, it's just... I get the idea. The Chug have to try and scare you away, so the Spearman eventually died him in arms, but the way it's playing out, MarineLord's getting everything he wants. We've got a lot of out of time being achieved onto CSO here and there. Mount Lu Academy is about to complete for MarineLord. We might be about to see MarineLord take the lead for the first time in this series. Yeah, I actually can't believe just how well MLord played this position. With how it opened up, with how things look for CSO. I don't want to say it was unrecoverable. I would have expected a draw into Castle. Instead, CSO rather looks CS slow right here. He's just not able to mobilize quick enough. And I think he's just experiencing the pain as well of those Templar brothers not only being more expensive, but also taking longer than standard Knights to produce. Finally, he goes for the Vet Archers again, but imagine if this had been there straight away, how different of a game we'd probably be looking at. You know, I mean, because then you'd be talking about Spears already cleared, Knights as a follow-up good, and also Vet Archers, they have extra range. Archers have slightly more range than repeated crossbows, so you can kind of skirt the range in the fight. So we're steering towards that gold vein, so CSO's going to need to run. Seek Shell will get 5 in, and Wheelbarrow plus the movement speed extra from Hospital will get the rest out. Vet Spear in villages. I'm going to get time for the repair here. And the Spearmen are quite injured, so like actually he should be able to defend this soon, but CSO sleeping at the wheel there. Guys, this is really bad. It's not just what's happening on land, look at what's happening at sea. One player is inflating his economy, the other doesn't have the wiggle room. CSO's second pond only has 2 fishing boats. MarineLord's up to about 8. Oh, the gold starvation. He still has the backup option on the south side, but it's idle time achieved. MarineLord is going to have to start retreating. Interesting detail here. He went Shallow Monastery and then built normal monks. Not sure how I feel about that. I think maybe... Oh, wait, no, he did switch. Sorry. Did he have Shallow Monastery original or am I imagining it? Maybe I'm imagining it. Yeah, this makes sense. Mount Lu Academy has just taken over as the better choice these days, for sure. Asgard switch up now. You'd think you'd be worried about the Templar brothers, but you don't have to be. You've got crossbows. So you just want to mirror tank with tank on front side. Because the alternative is building spears into Vet Archers. And remember, the area where Knights Templar are most confident and comfortable is spamming archers. I think going Genitor would have been best here. You serious? No, I'm sorry. It's actually never good. The Genitor are way too clunky. They're not worth it. The attack animation is really, really bad. They've been long overdue a revamp. It is by far the worst commandery choice that Knights Templar have in their arsenal. And it's unfortunate because the idea of the unit and also the mechanic around healing and damage buff on sacred sites are pretty cool. But because of how clunky the Genitors are, you'll never see high-level players willingly using them. Like, we had a show match where I believe it was B decided to use them in a game, and I think the first words out of my mouth was, "Is he memeing?" I'll slow down as both players start to build up their forces, but we've got a lot of archers now for CSO. His army is deceptively bad. Against Palace Guard, he's not going to have a fun time. Then again, MarineLord. Why have we got so many spearmen still? Yeah, he's adding in quite a lot. CSO is going to win the Relic War. It's going to be a 3-2 split. So at least he's got that going his way. Yeah, I'd love to see less spearmen at MarineLord. Like, yes, more knights are coming, but like in theory, the crossbows are fine as a counterplay. I wonder why he didn't just want to do Palace Guard crossbow anymore. Martian. Just aggro boar. Just recruit the boar right now. That actually would have been perfect for CSO. He's target firing down that backline anyway. Yeah, but the weird part is he's target firing down crossbows, but letting spears exist. Which means that his Templar brothers can't engage, and MarineLord's military lead continues to build as a heavier switch into Chuganu comes. Yeah, and the Shushi are about to be more lethal this Chuganu. Bolt magazine's in 30. At which stage, same range as archers. Even easier to kill. Definitely still got the Pilgrim sneaking through, but it's not really doing much for CSO. His fishing has slowly increased on this secondary pond, but it just doesn't hold a candle to the 12. Yeah, well over double in favor of MarineLord on that secondary pond. Which is why you're just seeing him maintain the lead on unit pump. Doesn't really show drastically in the feeding com, but it shows enough. MarineLord. He's hunting in that area again. Why does CSO keep gathering here? Because he wants this as a backup option. If he takes the 4K on the back now, he has no goal. So he has to take risks and use that as a, not rainy day, but oh my god, it's nuked outside. You know, Fallout has arrived moment. Archers. His trades are just looking pretty rough. I mean, he's doing the best he can, but you can definitely see this being like a 1.5 favor on the trade for MarineLord. Templar Brothers aren't going to go for the dive in. In fairness, there are not many crossbows, but even with just Mass Chuk, they're kind of whittling away at these tanky boys. This is without the full army. Next wave is on the way, which does include spears. It kind of feels like MarineLord is able to trade out in the correct order. Like, he'll lose some Chuk, but he'll take out some archers. Then when the archer count is small, his spearmen come in to address the Templar Brother. And then we just go round and round. It's almost like CSO needs to get a step ahead of this transitional curve. Because right now, he's not leading the dance. Right? He's being led to Valhalla. 3 more workers going down. You never tell the difference between Chug and crossbows? That's racist. Yeah, I don't know why they haven't drastically updated the animation. Or the look, rather. The animation's different enough, right? Because the crossbows fully, like, stick the crossbow down now. I don't know. Give the Chuganu a fancy hat or something. Fanciful fight for CSO. Not one that I'd feel good about his odds of winning. The Chug are standing their ground. Pascal going to charge in. That muddies the fight for CSO. Yeah, right now he's A-clicking to Pascal. This looks to be he's lost way too much. He's just not killing off that backline whatsoever. Spear count, decent enough. Only 7 left in the formation, but the Templar Brothers just flopping dead far too easily. And what looked like it was going to be an easy breezy kill him squeezy series for CSO. What looked like it was going to be his best pick to make sure he was up on match point. It's all unraveling for the Chinese kiddo. Yeah, MarineLord just, I don't know, needed to freshen up, needed to wake up. A splash on the face after that game number 1, and he hasn't looked back since. In his eyes, this is a completely different series. That's exactly how CSO is going to be feeling now. This has to be demoralizing, deflating. You know, you pivoted your entire draft around this concept of these type of picks, right? Knights Templar was the very first pick in the draft for him. It's meant to be the ace up his sleeve. Now it's starting to feel like a grenade down your own gullet. Double Sacred Site now locked in, which means no more pilgrims sneaking through. And look at the economy. Temple Sun coming in. I would not blame CSO for calling GG the moment that completes, because the Chuganu have already been winning the fight. If you rush Elite, which you can, remember you can supervise it to get it faster, get it in like 30 seconds, nothing will beat that. Little villager raid here for CSO. Type of thing that gives you some false sense of security, like you're winning the game. But you know you're not. Nice, are going to sally deeper. If only they'd found that Temple of Sun. If they could have denied that tech up, you maybe still have a game. But now age up complete. The army double the size. An elite tech for Chuganu. Already on the way. GG gets called. It's turning into a disaster for CSO. Not looking good, folks. We're on the verge of CSO defeat, as MarineLord is now 1 game away from winning this opening best of 5. And what do you have left now? That was meant to be the pick, right? That was meant to be the moment. And now I'm just kind of perplexed as to what he can do. So, what's he got left here? We've got Mountain Clearing, and we've got Frisian? No, Frisian got played, didn't it? Mountain Clearing, Cliffside. Delhi Cliffside, maybe? But I think your opponent's probably just going to play HRE there. Mountain Clearing is probably... Like, it could be HRE or Lancaster. Maybe he saves HRE for Mountain Clearing. But then CSO, like, he only has Malians, right? Now, I have a feeling you might just get a Burgrave rush against you there. We'll have to see. Yeah, it is going to be HRE Malians. We're going to Mountain Clearing. Okay, let's mark that one up then. There is a Farimba build that's pretty sick here. If you both Castle Rush and you just go for Musafadi with Mansa Musafadi, there might be some hope. It's just difficult because, like, you're probably going to run out of food on a map like Mountain Clearing. And that strategy is all about bulk. Alright, let's get predictions ready. Whew. Stretchy. We'll go like this. When you're down on your luck and up against the chimp, you trust in the memes. The map that MarineLord hates most. We are in Mountain Clearing. 1 and all, welcome back to the channel for game number 4 of this series between MarineLord and CSO. MarineLord now on match point. Wins here. He's through to the upper bracket, 1 game away from just making full playoffs, and CSO is 1 game away from losing everything. Well, a series that just started off so well for CSO. That gave us such high hopes with that incredible Japanese versus Rus performance. Nothing has gone right since. And it will continue to be that way because CSO has picked Malians on Mountain Clearing against HRE. HRE, one of the best civs at doing exactly this, the ball pull. You gotta wonder what CSO's plan here with a Malian pick. Could we potentially be seeing a Farimba rush? Could that be answered out by Burgrave? If so, maybe a miracle for CSO because that would give him the capability to play into Mansa Musafadi. Not to be seen here. We are going to get a deer shove beginning. Very slow, but the nice thing about this map, there's just not much in the way of sheep, so it is something you can aim for. I'm a bit worried. MarineLord's going to get a very quick tech up, though. Normally, where we see your odds look good against HRE is where you can test them. Right, you come in and you stop them from getting this ball. How do you do that? Like, what is your way of stopping it? You're going to have to at least go H2. That's going to take time. Even then, like, by the time you go H2, here's the tricky thing. HRE is the quickest civ in the game at clearing the ball. Because of the prelate buff. Like, look at this. We're not even 2 minutes in. This ball's almost 500 depleted. So, let's say, you know, you get to 5 minutes in. Ball's going to be down to maybe 800. Your first unit's coming out by 6 minutes, maybe, let's say. So, the ball's down to 600, 500. There's not really going to be much to deny. Yeah, it's going to be rough. There's like some deer laming as well, so he wasn't able to get them all in before MarineLord nerfed the play a bit. And no, we do need to update the bracket link. This is a different tournament. And I wonder, is MarineLord going to do mine work or Arkan? Most people on Mountain Clearing just default to Arkan, but mine work is kind of quite effective, actually. Yeah, it's going to be Archon. I think Mine Work feels better on maps that you know can go very late, because the whole idea of Mine Work is it has good burst potential in the early game, mid game, and actually surprisingly late game, because of the effect on Black Riders and Hyper Late. But the thing is, if you play Mine Work on this map, you lose a lot of the value props, because you're probably doing it for feudal play. There's the Barded Armor play, but, you know, Knights on this map is okay, but as a long-term plan, not wholly reliable. Like, I feel outside of Japanese, it's probably going to be quite rare, and I guess so far as well from Aliens, to see someone building 20+ Knights, just because you don't typically have the long-term food source. And also, this map is usually decided by the Sacred Site. Mansa reaction, no surprise there from CSO. Interesting position. I think it's just because he wants to be able to have some more forward vision. MarineLord. Are we seeing him pivot onto wood? It looks like he's just going to go for an outpost play. He's got 2 on stone. Make that free. And while we've got a second, let me quickly update the command on the channel. So it should be... Let's make sure edit com. There we go. So yeah, reminder, folks, this is for the $25,000 Denmark LAN that's happening right now. MarineLord should definitely be favored to come out of this series a win, and overall the group, right? Like, he's the first seed of the group. Louis MT first seed on the other side. Sheep hole looking pretty good. 15 sheep. CSO, close to even though, 14. Yeah, but MarineLord definitely got more, because remember, you're seeing like CSO kind of pivot into the deer a bit, and on top of that, the prelate buff. Actually, no, I'm an idiot. He came out of the center, didn't he? So he actually, like, technically, I think CSO might have got more food, more sheep, because he started with the boar here. But you just see how quickly this gets vacuumed. With 5 minutes in the game, it's down to 400 on boar. There's just no way you can counterplay this quick enough. Double outpost would be an interesting play, by the way. I don't mind it if MarineLord wants to do it, just because he could set up the relic emplacements. But for now, it'll just be the single. And the pit mine from CSO is like, well, I guess we'll just both benefit from the center of the map. No doubt about it, though. HRE are going to be much quicker to age up. MarineLord, not far off now. Does he have enough food to do Burgrave, is what I've been wondering. You could, but it'd be quite limited. Actually, no, you've got deer as well. The only concern about doing Burgrave here is you're going to be rushing Men-at-Arms into a Civ that has anti-Men-at-Arms units in Age 2. Right? Like, your opponent can just spam out Musafadi to counterplay you. So, like, it'd be a bit shaky in my eyes to play for that. And yeah, MarineLord agrees. Regnant's coming through. So we'll just take the free relics safely and easily. And yeah, not even running away because he's threatened. He's just running away because there's nothing left to gather. Alright, guys. I figured out the advantage that wins CSO this game, though. Boom. He's 1 villager ahead. Almost 1 villager. Yeah, because you did have to build 2 prelates for this play. Definitely was worth it, though. And it just means you've got a prelate in position to immediately grab the dangerous relic. I do wonder if he'll keep it here or send it home. I'm assuming he'll keep it here. But then again, did he not? Yeah, he already got arrow slits, so it might be more value to just play at home due to the spring order placement not being available. CSO is looking to contest. Why do you go for arrow slits? Because if he didn't go for arrow slits, there'd be no one here to attack back. Right? Like, he sent the villagers home, so the Sofa would just dive in and kill the outpost anyway. So you might as well get arrow slits so it can protect itself. Otherwise, it gets burnt down. Oh, tech in. Forces dive. But this is a bit questionable with CSO. These are feudal Sofa. Yeah, I love that as well. MarineLord optimizes. He takes out the burn damage. So scout down. Now target fire on the Sofa. Men-at-Arms are being vetted up. So he's already revealing to us his hand. Do you wonder why he switched targets? I think maybe MarineLord wasn't paying attention, because this Sofa would have died by now. So you're just taking more damage on the tower. Scout. Why did the scout also not get in the tower, actually, now that I think about it? That is a little bit odd. And Sofa will deny tower. But, guys, CSO is nowhere near an age up. This is looking pretty bad. And it was a switch, by the way. MarineLord decided, actually, I'm just going to count on what I see. So, Spearman, Crossbowman come. Interesting. Well, we did talk about men-at-arms and how they can get counterplayed by Musafati. Also, Sofa are pretty good at counterplaying the men-at-arms until they get heavy maces. So, yeah, makes sense. I can see what MarineLord's cooking with here. I'm not so convinced of is what CSO is cooking. Then again, we kind of had this in game 1 where his build looked a bit unorthodox and completely unraveled the chimp. So maybe the more confused his build looks, the better it actually is. Your relic's already home. This has been a lot of gold gen already. CSO denying food, but like, is he really? Because MarineLord still has 11 sheep because he ate the boar first. And also, he has a wood line buffed up by 35%, which means he can start building farms. This doesn't really deny HRE. We have got cows starting to come in from CSO, but it's a slow process. Yeah, and also he has his own food limitations until that's fully up. You know, you can eat the cow, sure, but that's just gold going into food as a conversion point. Like, preferably you want to have someone like the deer to work with, which he's been doing, but it's almost exhausted. Archer reaction now from CSO. In fairness, the way that CSO is playing this, it's not, okay, GG, he's an age behind. Everything he's building is typically what a Malian player wants to build when they reach the next stage. It's like, in a weird way, he's kind of ticking the box, if that makes sense. By the way, guys, how has the stream been looking lately? Ever since we had the 1440p. Does it look better than the old 1080p? Is what I've been wondering. So I've kind of been hearing recently that the improved broadcasting option is a bit of a mixed bag. MarineLord starting to poke at that pit mine. CSO is still not ready. He's only halfway towards the Fulani. If he can just find it, though. The upgrade value of this Sofa Archer comp that doesn't take very long to upgrade. The Sacred Site now locked in. It's 3 relics so far. And remember, because he's still aged up, there is actually a growing risk that MarineLord could sneak in for this northern relic. I've seen it happen before from these type of positions. MarineLord. He is looking to hunker down now. Sacred Site. Timer has been started. CSO. This is how Game 1's victory began, but the difference is that those are Carslayer's units, and these guys are nowhere near as tanky. No. Sofa with only 3 ranged armor, 160 HP, and not going to last long near the TC. Also means on the front side, he just doesn't have much to protect himself with. He's going to dive in on the crossbows. But griefing himself with the Vanguard Scout, not able to actually get on top of them quick enough. Spearman wasting some time, the men-at-arms clubbing from behind. The villager going to be dove onto. So that's 3 worker kills so far. Made that 5. CSO, how many to lose? I think that was 3 of the Sofa going down? Maybe 2. Not too bad of an exchange, actually. Let's give him some breathing room now. So the Fulani, maybe almost ready to be triggered. It kind of feels like CSO needs that again. If he can get that one more time, we have a real game on our hands. Otherwise, you're talking about 3 Relic Regnants, 8-tree Archon buffed with farms. So next step should be just target that Fulani. I actually hope he just goes now at 12 to 13 cows. I don't think you need to go all the way. Because if you go all the way, the time is going to be down to like 6 minutes. You're approaching dangerous territory. Remember, Sacred Site now down to 8 minutes. We have got the Cistercian Abbeys coming in, so it looks like he's going to look to spread his buff around a hit. Yeah, so maybe Springwalds upon age up? Springwalds isn't a bad idea. Oh, but this is a great idea, and it's one that is going to hurt him deeply. Look at what MarineLord's getting ready to do. Oh, and that's a freebie. It's just, there's nothing you can do about it. Earlier on in the game, like, you'd have villagers gathering underneath the TC, but he pulled them all to the tree line and beyond. So the heist is real, and MarineLord is going to make it a 4-relic game on mountain clearing. Absolutely absurd. Not just that, Sacred Site still counts down. Grand Fulani being rushed up now. And CSO. Is he just looking to flood Musafadi? I believe so. Multi-racks build. Well, upgrades queued up. Veterancy for Sofas is a priority here, but the archers are getting sacked because of it as MarineLord looks to punish the age up. Comes in with a dive. He's blocking the production line, so newly spawned Musafadi at risk here. It forces the Sofa commitment. Sofa that still have yet to be upgraded. Archers trying to clear the field of those spears. Villagers also idled alongside this. And a few going down, so MarineLord now with the worker lead. He's going to have to retreat from this dive, though. It may be a little bit overzealous on his timing here. Weirdly enough, actually hangs around. He's like, screw it. At this point, I might as well throw away the army and take what I can with me. Prospero's not even target firing down the Sofa. Instead, that's left to the men-at-arms. But all Sofa have now been killed. The Sacred Site timer is down to 6 minutes. And MarineLord is going to be massing more men-at-arms. Guys, does anyone else feel like this is going to turn into a Springward race? That was a serious overcommitment, I want to say, from MarineLord. That maybe has opened up an opportunity here. And yes, CSO, he's getting the Siege workshops ready. It could be Treb beginning to deal with the outpost, but I really love the idea of Springwalds here. MarineLord, well, he's not doing the same, right? No, we have no Siege workshop coming out of the French. 5 minutes on the clock. What could CSO do? Veterancies are all coming through, so he's anchored in on the idea of Musafadi archers. He did go for veterancy so far, and then lost them all. Didn't recommit. No. He cancelled it. Okay, that makes it a lot better then. Wait, no, he didn't. That's UI tricking me. So he did commit into his veterancy. That's why I'm glad he's going to reinvest. That dive not worth it? Yeah, like he didn't really achieve anything truly. I mean, he got some worker kills, right? I think that's what made him feel like it was worth it. But he done the worker kills and then instead of leaving, just dove further. But in fairness, he did buy time to build up more outposts behind it, right? Yeah, double relic emplacement outposts. And also is Springwalds, right? So losing this trash outpost at the beginning was a good thing. Trap Siege coming in, but guys, would you like to guess what button MarineLord can push? Is it the press to win button? It is. Oh wow, look at all that damage you didn't do. Yeah, the in denial button is strong for the HRE. As is the position as the timer goes under 4 minutes now until a win. We've got to be seeing Springwald surely. The problem is there's archers now, but Springwald still feels like the most solid answer to the men-at-arms threat. Because if you go Musafadi, your opponent has archers. And so far are really slow and expensive by comparison to these other units. I can't believe this as well. We still didn't have imported armors until now. You have to remember, this is the game where CSO did play prolonged feudal with feudal Sofa. Is this about to be a day of whoever wins the first game loses? Because we just had that with Vortex versus Wham. And it looks like we might be getting treated to it again. Trebs desperately trying to attack anything. Why has he got... He's got 4 trebuchets now. No springholds at all. That's crazy. Sofa trying to form a front line, but what Sofa? Well, it looks like CSO is going to be sitting on the sofa watching for the rest of the day. Probably shaking his fist and hoping someone else is able to slay the beast, because MarineLord will not be stopped. Shows discipline, does not overextend like last time, wiping his army. Realizes at this stage it's more important to keep everything alive. And you start to see why HRE is so good on this map. The farm transitions that people struggle with, they do not. They never really have. And also the Cistercian Abbey is just making them even better for it now these days than before. Yeah, so now trying to get into Springs. Too little, too late, I'm afraid. Archers will just dive in and counteract that play. Men-at-Arms line too strong. The GG comes in and heart equal broken. CSO set such high hopes with game number 1. But in the end, the chimp delivers on through. All right. Series complete, but still more to do. So let me mark that one up. That is going to be a 3-1 scoreline. But we have got another series going on, which we're going to get ready to hop into. So, Louis MT is up 2-1. Game number 4 underway. We're going to get ready to hop into that one. So bear with me one sec. And we just called it right at the beginning as well. Perfect. Let me stack up the scores. Also need to update to PuppyPaw versus Louis. Welcome back, one and all, to the channel for PuppyPaw versus Louis MT on LAN in a $25,000 tournament. PuppyPaw was able to strike early, but not fierce enough. Let me flip that score around, because actually it's Louis MT on match point this best of 5. Mongols going up against HRE, going for the 2 XP because just a minute or 2 behind live. And map is going to be Kawasan. Interesting picks as well. HRE and Mongols, we used to see a lot of this, but not so much these days. No, this type of like composition choice has fallen off in favor of Ibids, Abbasids, Japanese, Knights Templar, and Shushi. HRE, though, they're going to be the ones looking to aggro open. Louis MT, meanwhile, sees this and goes for greed. Yeah, he's rushing the gold. So we should be up to live in about, I think, 40 seconds. And that's interesting. Yeah, he left the sheep here in case he got away with it. And notice what PuppyPaw was doing. That's very smart. He hasn't been scouted yet. He walks in range. What would have been smart, guys, is if he waited for the second spear, which is what he's trying to do, he can beat the villagers. But the spearman ran in range and revealed the play. So Louis MT will be able to make it back. Oh, the body blocks! Sick plays by Louis. The Khan saves the day. Yeah, March and Drill Spearman should have been capable of getting that final touch. But no bueno. And Louis MT flexes at the beginning of game number 4 in this upper bracket series. Damn, that was sick. Looked even sicker on 2x speed, actually. I think we are now about to hit live. A good time to do so as they're starting the landmarks. In fact, yeah, we're going to just milk to go full live because at this point they're just building landmarks. And I mean, Louis MT, he's got to be happy with that result. The Rax play didn't really pay off. And that could have been brutal as well. If you look at Louis' spawn, it was pretty rough for gold overall. He's going to have to play now to the south side, which I like. It's more contained. It's more protected with the tree lines. Dock plays coming in from both players on the same pond. Wait, Louis, is he double docking? Split decisions here. Yeah, so he's going to prioritize the safe dock. Wait, he's going to Louis? 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 What? Wait, what? Oh, Louis, buddy, come on. This is This is not the moment to slip. We just hopped into this mid-series, and it's a little bit of a fumble at that moment. Dock drop already for PuppyPaw, and it is going to be the rush of the archer ship. So it looks like we're splitting the ponds. Louis trying to do the 2-for-1 special. But because of these weird delays, he's going to be way too late. I'm kind of shocked that he done it this way. Yeah, Louis, maybe like he realized, right? He scouted that this was the pond being played onto. So kind of a shocker that he waited this long to go for the contested pond. Means he's going to die. Archer shot comes in. Even though he dodges that, the Spearmen have the chase. So first blood finally drawn when it comes to villagers. As Louis MC is going to lose one. And PuppyPaw now advantageous position. Plays for the second pond. Not a likable position right now for Louis. Likable if you like seeing game number 5s. But this kind of slipped a little, right? Like, a little bit shocked with the way this one actually played out. In fairness, Mongols have, I think, been a bit shaky against HRE for these type of like openings for a while now. But it seemed like Louis was of two minds. Like, it's almost as if he felt he had more economy than he actually did to try and double dock simultaneously. Has at least got the archer ship out, so that will stop a second dock going down as he preps his. And Louis already now bringing archers to contest the Spearman from PuppyPaw. Interesting outpost also. So is this greed or is it just because he wants to be able to play more aggressive? I think it's more about playing aggressive. So this outpost is going to let him see what he's up to. And not have to worry about just keeping loads of things at home. Archery play onto both ponds now. PuppyPaw, he did get the denial on the north. And yo, what's up, Fukraz? Thank you for the raid, mate. Appreciate the support. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome, one and all. We're here casting the $25,000 Denmark LAN. We're sort of halfway through the day. We've done 2 series. This is now the 3rd. There's still 2 more afterwards. Archers. Well, Louis is out microing right now. PuppyPaw is trying to skirt it. But the healing is going to be good enough by the time, and then the Hulk comes out. So nice played there. Wait, no. Wait, what? Oh, no way Louis got away with that. Light Junk on just 20 HP stays alive. That was sick. Huge saving. Remember, these are not cheap at 230 a pop. Basically the cost of a night. Scout does see what's happening over here, so I wonder if PuppyPaw, yeah, he's steering this way. But the Spearman's kind of wasteful to reveal on the gold. Like, it would be nicer to have something that can actually get kills. Oh, Louis behind by 5 eco already. The tricky part is that his pond is being contested, and PuppyPaw's isn't. So he has an eco pond, while Louis doesn't. Yeah, which means Louis needs to win this pond fast, or look to game 5. Right? Like, Mongols don't really have an upside behind just being stuck on land. It's not like HRE where you could at least say, well, I've got this, like, eco buff, so I'm still a competitive civ. Demo ship double springled. We even have the naval arrow slits response from PuppyPaw. Not your usual expectation for HRE, but it needs to be when he's only got 1 dock. Demo is giving nice connection. Louis already anticipating the counterplay, and PuppyPaw cancels. Not done on this pond just yet, though, so he's going to be queuing up more boats. That means the siege can begin. Man, Louis MT is like he's a soul reader here. Knew exactly what was happening. And prep the counterplay. Looks like the men-at-arms did find a little bit of impact. Did he get a worker kill there? I think he might have. The outpost will protect the rest, so definitely pain for Louis. A lot of uptime on the gold. Limits his options to additional boats. Fishing boat is going to get sniped out. With double war junk, inferior fight you can win, but the problem is the arrow slits does not make it desirable, so back away. Regather on the gold. I'm expecting Louis to just go into a demo ship to try and clear this now. PuppyPaw, great state of execution. Right, that gap on the gold gathering. Louis MT was about to snowball to the point that the dock definitely dies. PuppyPaw kind of cinches up. Holds on for the time being. We do have horsemen now queued up. Interesting idea. Can raid on land. Could easily shut down the gold. Could even think about poking at the docks. What was the first series of the day? The first series we've done was Wham versus Vortex. Demos. Cheeky. Great detonation value by Louis. Gets rid of the enemy demo and the Hulk as well. And now, new demo coming out. Louis. Quick on the reaction, does pull away. Louis, wait, what? What was that? What was that? Oh, the greed. Doc is now on fire, though, so it looks like Louis has finally done it. He secured his pond, but the price has been high. You are now 9 fishing boats behind your opponent. Well, actually 7. He's done a good job of threading through a few. PuppyPaw now ready for an age up. Yeah, he's going to be on his merry way towards Relicdom. Whereas Louis' eco looking a bit derelict right now. Only 64 food income a minute. PuppyPaw gathering with 21 on the gold. Seems overkill until you remember that he's got all those fishing boats as well. It's really not that dramatic of an overgather. And calibrates him nicely to get all the upgrades along the way. Awesome. Louis, I guess he was expecting a longer feudal age. Can't really think of any other reason why you'd want 10 archers. I mean, he saw Spimman much earlier, right? But that was a long time ago. And PuppyPaw now done with the old ages. Regnit's on the way. Relic spawns are looking pretty evenly distributed, as you'd expect here. This central one might be annoying. The war junk should be able to actually deny you unless you walk intentionally up here and then in. So keep an eye out for that. If PuppyPaw does that, he'll likely just net the relic, pull it back in time. If you walk straight across from the Regnit spawn, probably going to die. But you might get it a few inches back, which would cover the second guy to pick it up. All right, 1s if you think Louis is going to win this game. 2s if you think PuppyPaw is going to take it. Louis prepping quite a lot of Keshiks. But we do have the appropriate reaction. Knights will beat Keshiks. As long as you can have a similar count. And look at the prelate spam as well. PuppyPaw feeling quite confident about his position. And why not? Especially when you get walls like this in. And no, that's going to make matters even worse. Louis was trying to get creative with where he sneaks in. By the time he arrives, that wall might just be complete. I mean, bare minimum you're going to be seen, and 2 villagers beats 1. I know, I'm a mathematician with skills like that. PuppyPaw is still just being a nuisance, checking for any sort of exposed economy. There's still only 1 outpost out here, but the Yam makes it difficult to get in. And wait, did he... Wait, did... No. There's no way. Okay. Archer ship coming. There is no way indeed. Louis trying to be cheeky about it. Ain't gonna work. PuppyPaw is looking for 5 relics. He's gonna gate out here and go for the back relic. Meanwhile, Deerstone in the center as Louis starts to move up. Louis is definitely more ready for a direct engagement right now if he can get Castle Age. That's a huge if though, isn't it? He's only halfway towards the resources, actually less than that. I don't know, man. This position just feels very questionable. Because if PuppyPaw just brings all the knights here, he wins. I guess maybe the Springled ship could be the ace up the sleeve. Gonna need to be. Starts pulling back towards the naval defenses. And it's working. PuppyPaw's actually falling for it. We'll realize the mistake and back away now. That annoyance of Archer Fire, remember your units will auto aggro to respond. Yeah, it's actually costing him quite dearly. It's all about trying to keep the Keshiks alive here is Louis. Full commitment now coming through from PuppyPaw. Louis MT, Stoic Defender though, stands his ground with the Keshik numbers in his favor. Able to push this away. Great fight out of the Chinese kiddo. Necessary one as well. Because had he lost his troops there, he'd have to reinvest. He wouldn't be able to tech. Instead, he's now able to go for the Kurultai. Kurultai pretty sick. A little bit difficult to use in cav on cav fights because the fight moves too much, but if he can find a good position for it, overwhelming advantage. This a little bit ambitious. Let's pay a price there. 2 pellets and a 9 for double care shoot doesn't really feel that great. We do have spear spam now coming from Louis. Does he have the pack up tech prepping? Because he could go for it, remember? I'm hoping he's going for superior mobility. You just want to get this Kurotai up here as quickly as possible. There we go. Unpacks, makes its merry way across. We do not have improved tech. I'm hoping that he's saving the stone. Remember, you need 100 for it. Louis, starting to wheel back that gear stone. You can see, PuppyPaw's like, wait, last time I lost this fight because of the boats. I'm not going to fall for it again. Are the boats in the room with us right now? Catch it. Yep, nice. Good to know. One relic's been stopped. Gear stone can't deploy. Kurotai is almost here. It's moving at grandpa speed. Soon. Soon, brothers. Please arrive. Oh my god. How has he still not got pack-up tech? I think at this point, Louis forgotten about it. He might realize looking at the fight going, wait, why are these guys only now arriving? Let's be real. Speed is your only advantage right now. You can't play this slow. It's a 4 relic game. Ragnit's relic at that. So what does Louis look to do? Crossbow switch coming. PuppyPaw is just raw dogging into knights. This is ridiculous. 20 knights? Kind of makes you wish you had the mine work, actually, for the extra barded armor. Still, even without that, going to be powerful. Especially with Inspired Warriors on the way. Love this tech. So effective against knights. Retreat's going to come through. Wait. Guys, we need the landmarks. The landmarks are our friends! Tragic position for a fight from Louis. Oh, he is just getting ran down here. Knights are going to charge on through. That's workers on the front line, and this could already be it. Louis MT hasn't got a leg to stand on. It's a Night Flood. A good old classic HRE build. Back before they started thinking about 2-legged, they were all about the 4-legged, and they will return to the good old groove. Game number 5, locked, stocked, and ready to shoot. Okay. We will go the full distance here. Well played. All right. I think that gives us a second. Maybe? Let's have a look. Yeah, it gives us a second to actually pull their draft, guys. So let me quickly do that for you guys. So map draft. And Civ draft. Boom. And so far, they have played Cliffside, Mountain Clearing, Coastal, and Kawasan, which I believe leaves Dry Arabia. In fact, while we've got a second, we go for this. So, House of Lancaster versus French for game number 1. And that was on Cliffside. Ugh. Too many clicks. That, by the way, was a win for Lancaster. And then we had the back-to-back losses coming through. And then we just saw him strike back on... Where's Kawasan? With HRE versus Mongols. Okay. And then the other two, Mountain Clearing was Ibid's Malians. No surprise Mali wins that one, though. And then I said Mountain Clearing, didn't I? So add that in as well. And the other one we're missing, it was Coastal Cliffs, which was Japanese Byzantines. Byzantines with the dub again. Yeah, dude, Byzantines just been looking good against these civs that aren't able to aggro block the stone on that map. Which means we get Dry Arabia Decider. And the picks are gonna be... Rus Delhi. Okay, Rus Delhi. Rus is meant to be pretty favored with this, no? What's Louis cooking with? Why didn't he want Rus Chinese? Well, we did talk about this where, like, Chinese versus Rus. China in general, it feels pretty good. But we actually had a game on the ladder at the start of the stream between Sordov and a Chinese player where we said, actually, like, Rus surprisingly good against, like, China. Even though if you ask me to choose, like, across the board, most Civ matchups, I'd choose China to be better than Rus, right? But China versus Delhi? No. Louis has China and Delhi. So we're going to be getting Rus versus Delhi. There was a really cool build for Delhi that involved, like, flooding troops to block pro scouts. If you guys remember, you had people like B done it, and it was really good. Don't know if we'll see it here, though. But let's get ready to load in. I think we're about ready. Boom. Okay, we are in. It goes the full distance. That's what we love to say. One and all, welcome back to the channel for another series from the Denmark LAN. We have got Louis MT versus PuppyPaw in a BO5 that will go to a game number 5. PuppyPaw with the Rus to try and close this out. Louis MT with the Delhi. No elimination on the line, but a statement to be made if PuppyPaw can pull this out of the bag. Since game 1, his back has been up against the wall. He won the first, lost the second and the third, but now he's looking for that recovery arc. And Rus versus Delhi feels like a good recovery arc. Delhi are a tricky one to execute in this matchup. They don't really get the value as much of the early plays that they do in other matchups. Pro Scouts has been nerfed since the dominant days where Rus was rolling over Delhi time and time again. So maybe with that, there is some hope for the Chinese kids pick. Louis already darting across to split the map. Really good approach here with the Delhi, just getting ahead of the Rus having more scouts. So we're probably looking at about a 50-50 split on sheep overall. Maybe a slight lean towards Rus. Normally to be expected because they have more scouts. Look at the spawn, Dry Arabia. Deer on the backside makes it very easy for Rus to pull the deer back without necessarily getting blocked on pro scouts. Louis MT, what did he get? Not so great. Berry spawns, everything forward. Tree lines as well. Like, there's not really much wallable here reliably. Especially early on. And the Sacred Site spawns are quite tight. Yeah. I don't know if you see that as, like, an advantage. I guess with Rus not really being a civ that usually fields army, you could argue that having the Sacred Sites tighter together in the center allows you to capture them quicker in a game. So, maybe not too bad for Louis. Sheeple, looks like we're going to be going 12 compared to 15. Louis doing great. But then again, remember, some of them have been eaten already by PuppyPaw, while with these civs, you always start in the berries. Is this midweek muster? No. Midweek muster starts up again. Locking the details. Meant to be next week, but like my admin has some conflict, so we're figuring out whether he can still be ready on time. It'll be starting either the 1st of August or the 8th. This is the Masters of Steel LAN happening in Denmark. $25,000 tournament across 4 days. Good sign that PuppyPaw was able to actually make it this close against the reigning champion in S-tier tournaments. You know, it's interesting as well because when you see this type of result, we just watched MarineLord drop a game against CSO. We're now seeing PuppyPaw maybe beat Louis MT on the opening round. This could continue the pattern of different winners for every S-tier tournament. Because so far this year, we've had Beasty QE, MarineLord, and Louis MT winning S-tier tournaments. A remarkable feat, and it shows you just how close the competition is becoming. I think it would be an incredible morale boon, like, to the scene as a whole, to now see one of the Canadians taking it. Now, we're jumping the gun. This is only day number 1. No one faces elimination. No one lifts with a trophy after this one. But it definitely would be one hell of a statement from PuppyPaw. Dome of Faith, Golden Gate. So everything pretty normal. I just realized we're like a minute out from live, so I'm going to hit the 4X now. Yeah, also just like interesting pattern when you consider you've had like Louis MT came over for a German LAN and won it, and then you'd have like PuppyPaw coming over for a Denmark LAN from Canada and winning it. So then you just need, what, a European to go win like an NA LAN? Beasty versus Anat will not be the final match. So remaining matchups, we've got Beasty versus Anat, and then after that, there is going to be the winner of Wham Vortex, which is Wham, versus the winner of MarineLord CSO, which was MarineLord. So yeah, still plenty to come. Deershove? In 2025? PuppyPaw actually done a pretty good job on getting this in. Takes a very long time now, but he minimized some of the distance. And Louis has already started prepping his own pro scouts. Obviously, that's organic. He doesn't pay anything for that, but it takes 4 minutes. I do, however, have coming. Sancti a minute and a half away. And it is going to be the standard opening from Delhi. So we're seeing Ghazi like you always see from him. I wonder, Louis, does he want to try to follow up Spears to block the play under Pro Scouts? I mean, Spear Ghazi isn't a bad way to go. Your opponent could try to steer Archers, but not going to feel great about it, right? Like, you know, Ghazi disintegrate Archers. Sure, the Archers are quick to kill Spearmen, but the difference is Ghazi can choose where you fight. We do already have a Rax down, which I believe Louis just saw, so he knows it's going to be Spearmen. Does he just go Archers to get ahead of the curve? He does not. It will be Spears of his own. Which is starting to make me wonder if he actually did glimpse that or if he just walked by. 7 scouts? Yeah, you're watching Roost gameplay. What's, like, are you shocked by this? My friend, you have not watched enough Roost games. This is light on the scoutdom. Even in this meta, it's not unusual to see like some scout counts being 8, 9 for Roost. They're pretty cozy with inflating the numbers because like they don't like to play the age. Roost is all about, I'm going to get castle and you can't stop me. And for most civs, they really actually can't stop you. Louis already marching out towards sacred sites. He does see all 3, even though it doesn't show on his minimap. It's just because they're like partially revealed. And the spear spam, does PuppyPaw realize? No, he moves the spears to defend the Pro Scouts play, so he's going to let Louis get his economy. Balls. Then again, splitting up Spearmen would also be very risky. If you send 1 Spearman into 1 Ghazi, even 2 Spears, like there's a risk the Scholar might be able to kind of finesse that. Additional Spears getting added in. Nice denial. Scout gets taken out. He's trying to pause the timer, which was so greedy out of PuppyPaw. He has succeeded on the south side. North side, it's going to be double spear. I mean, Louis, he could maybe take that fight. The problem is, yeah, there's going to be more spears coming. So locks in the central and the southern. 2 sacred sites, not too bad here. But this is a castle race, and any sacred sites denied is a slowdown for you. Still, him bringing scouts across to deny your pro scout play, or your sacred site play rather, sets you up for your own pro scouts. We're a minute away from Delhi being able to pick up the carcasses too. The difference is, they paid, wait for it, you're not going to believe the outrageous price they paid, nothing! They paid absolutely nothing to get pro scouts. I wish I could get those type of deals. If I walk into my local store and I try to pick up Pringles for nothing, what I get is a call to the cops and some handcuffs. I guess the handcuffs are for free. High Trade House now coming in. Get your numbers in, folks. He will have bounty level 2 by the time he techs it, by the way. North side, ambitious fight, but I'm kind of shocked. PuppyPaw comes out ahead. Really? You'd think the Scholar would be doing more healing, but kind of a big L from him. Gazi are now going to arrive at the backstab into Spearman, which is ambitious, but luckily there's enough damage follow-up that he's not able to do any return damage, so Gazi survive it. Louis is going to be slower in his tech timing. His mind clear about what he wants to achieve here. The question is whether now he'll be able to be in position on the map, because if he can do that, the Scholar pull's going to be real. He's already got one on the south side. He's got plenty near the north, so like we could be looking at a 3 to 4 relic pull by Louis, but he needs to be fast about this. I'm not sure if this is going to be fast enough. High trade house complete. There's already archery ranges, so horse archers queued up. 53 gold, so we're looking at about 106, 107 resource on this with bounty level 2. And he's 20 on the house of learning. This is a rush. Hesitant to say it's going to be quick enough, though. Like, you'll pick up relics, but will you get them home is the more important detail. And he is moving his boys into position. Louis knows about this relic now, so the Scholar should be able to steer. The Scholar should be able to... The Scholar is not steering. There's a second one, though. Tech up complete. Relics are there for the taking. So 4 relics should be pulled. This is great denial of what PuppyPaw needs. If you can get them home. That is the real challenge here. We're talking about 3, soon to be 7 horse archers. Now, keep in mind, it is very hard to kill Delhi Scholars. They have 130 HP. Gazi being a little bit annoying into the base. I actually like this. Just force some idle time, force the reaction of troops, and also slow down the next wave of horse archers. He's also playing very wide to try and dodge the interception. Spearman. Nice kill. PuppyPaw not really paying attention to his horse archers. Expensive losses there. Sacred Site maintained. Remember, these are generating a lot of gold. 125 per for Delhi. And also the food coming home. Horse archers do see their target, but night is going to arrive. That'll be enough to protect him. I mean, he might be able to get the Scholar, but it's going to cost him the horse archer. Surely not. HP? Okay, the relic is pretty much home, though. So this is looking like a game where you are a relicless Roos. No, seriously, guys, this is a 5 relic game. Look at the minimap. Oh my god, Louis is a miracle worker. 5 relics against Roos? That's rare, man. With the movement speed on those warrior monks, that is insanely rare. Louis with the whole world. And not to mention the pro scouts. He must have got like, what, 1.5 deer stacks? Barely any of this got taken away by PuppyPaw. Louis in a phenomenal position right now. Does need to start prepping troops. The horse archer count is high. But with 5 relics, like, you're cruising towards that, right? You can even think about maybe 1 or 2 tower elephants, potentially. I think instead you go war elephant and then, like, crossbow/archer backline. Louis is on a vibe. Look at this miracle worker. Reminder, this relic started over here. He's been on a journey to get this one home. Sacred sites have at least been neutralized, but PuppyPaw, I'm glad he didn't invest in the monastery, because that would have been depressing. Just 200 wood and then the cost of the warrior monks for nothing. So this is pretty demoralizing regardless. Louis MT is hunkering down, folks. Look at the scholar count. He's looking for that open goal to shoot into Imperial. You know what? There isn't much of a blocker right now, it feels like. PuppyPaw's prepping the block, though. Horse archers do encounter the army, so he realizes Louis is not being insanely greedy about this. He's not just rushing a naked age up. He is competing. Not just that, Louis is also gathering stone. So keep drop potential is going to be there. Makes sense as well with a hunkered down economy. Why don't we see compound defenders anymore? There's just too many good techs now available. So, for example, Home Blades is incredible for Lancer spam. The +3, really big deal. Mahoots, Elephants became viable again, so movement speed there is huge. Even things like Hearty Rations, like getting that wheelbarrow effect, that bonus wheelbarrow effect that H3 has, huge. And then, of course, Reinforced Foundations, usually a slept-on tech, but very valuable, just giving garrison slots off of housing around the map. And, like, sure, it's nice to get the discount to build castles, but the problem with Compound Defender is Compound Defender doesn't really kick in until several minutes into Castle Age anyway, because you can't usually justify gathering stone before you have, like, 60 villagers. That's why it's so shocking that Louis put 5 on a stone at 48 eco, but that's because it's a 5 relic game. 5 relics allowed him to be greedy like this. Might need to pull back fast, though. Because there is a backstab coming in. PuppyPaw sneaking into the base. Louis, he's starting to steer the army. Okay, so PuppyPaw is not going to commit to the dive. He won't discover the stone. That's a really big deal. At this rate, next time he comes in, there's going to be a castle up. At which point he's just stuck. Kind of crazy as well, the way that Louis is just winning in the knight department right now. PuppyPaw gradually catching up at least. Just stripping all cavalry control essentially is the goal. Difficult to do when your opponent's entire army is cavalry, but you can see he's just avoiding the horse archer bulk, fighting away from it. Louis, oh god, that was ugly. Don't know what that recycle was of like changing formation and running back in again. Cost him more. Horse archer dive on the backside, did find some workers, and he now confirms the stone gathering. Yeah, so PuppyPaw likely to now step on the gas, realizing what's actually happening here. You know, you thought your opponent was putting everything to military. He's putting quite a lot into stone to get a defensive structure. Is he really just going to slow down? Maybe he feels like his army isn't strong enough to go. I mean, I can see where he's coming from. If you look at the military count. And yeah, Horse Archer is going to do better 1-to-1 than an Archer, especially if you have Boy's Fortitude. But not convincing enough, so instead, PuppyPaw just continues to scurry around. This means he needs raids then. If he doesn't want to directly contest the army, then the Horse Archer idea is to raid your opponent to death. And the castle drop coming in. It's going to secure the 4 berries, the sacred site. This is great. He left this risky food source until last. And the timing as well. I mean, even if PuppyPaw saw this now, the army's big enough to fight you tooth and nail. Right? Like, you wouldn't really be able to stop the castle going up because you'd have to snipe the villages and lose everything to the army. Which sounds good because now your opponent's 15 villages down until you then don't have an army to defend your own. Yeah, always tough choices. Village Fortress is also now queued up. Long way away, but Wi-Fi about to be added in, which means this time is going to go from 6 minutes to about, what, minute and a half? Look at that. Just under 2 minutes to get a second TC effect. Louis, well, now that his fort economy is safe, he's steering aggressively again. PuppyPaw looking for that backside, but unfortunately there's nothing here now. Berry workers are going to be safe. Army is moving towards here. PuppyPaw quick to realize if he commits there, it's a death sentence. And it does feel like PuppyPaw is now on the clock, folks. 2TC is approaching. He does not have 2TC himself. Not just that. He's being herded. War Elephant also arriving, which means he can't fight. The timing on that! He was looking for a quick charge and a duck out, but that one War Elephant freaked him the duck out. And now he's running to a dead zone. The wall is up there. Can't really steer too far to the east. Lancers are sneaking in. Horse Archer Dive's going to be there. He finds the workers out on deer. We'll punish him. Nicely struck there. PuppyPaw now with an 8-worker lead. Militarily, though, Louis, if he gets this grab, it's huge. And you're about to discover PuppyPaw. He sees it. The wall is up there. Going to pivot to the north side to try and intercept. War Elephant's going to be there to receive them with welcome arms. Knights are going down. Horse Archers are going in. North side is going to find the wood line, but it's going to be a War Elephant to block his path here. And to buy time for the rest of the army to arrive. The Horse Archers coming in from behind. The garrison into the house that saves extra lives. PuppyPaw left with only Horse Archers now. 4 Knights and nothing else. Boy's Fortitude, too late to really make a difference there. Louis does need to slow down on this chase, though. Lance is dying unnecessarily. He just noticed that. He notices only Horse Archers. He steers towards Ghazi instead. PuppyPaw, what looked so good at the beginning, that dive, the trade, nicely done, but definitely an expensive loss with all those Knights. Now Louis with 21 Scholars, 2 TC effect. You know, what's there left to do? Scale, really. Maybe look for an attack. I mean, right now, you know your opponent is disadvantaged, having only Horse Archers to defend him. And Louis is indeed not mining any gold. Why would you need to? When you've got 1 Sacred Site and 5 Relics, the passive gold more than good enough. Villagers. Louis is doing some dangerous plays here with the workers. But he's hoping to force a reaction in the enemy base. PuppyPaw dove on his tree line. Great reaction out of PuppyPaw. He doesn't come home. He goes deeper. Those villagers are in trouble. The north side as well. Okay, it's only going to find army. Ideally, you just want to chase onto those workers. Sprint placement's there to defend, and Louis, he does panic. He starts to turn home. There are some walls up, so Louis will have places to hide. And the formation shuffling is saving his bacon from getting cooked here. How is this only a 5-worker lead? I mean, Louis barely lost any workers. And now he just garrisons in the houses? Like, this is ridiculous. You've only got Horse Archers. You can't deal with static defenses. It's crazy, actually. Like, think about it this way. Why build on the outposts? Louis, if he just rushed up 5 houses out here, he wouldn't have had to leave at all. Because the arrow fire would have scared away the Horse Archers. Absolutely wild to think about. I think Louis just overlooks that detail. Many people do. These houses just getting ridiculously tanky and giving garrison slots. 2 Knights do go into the base. So it looks like it's going to be a trade now. PuppyPaw behind on workers. Army being chased away. There's no counter dive this time. It is just raw losses and a sting for PuppyPaw. Caught in the infancy of a farm transition. Crossbow's getting cut down. And now Louis MT, he either sends it or he cruise modes full eco. But either way, he's got to be incredibly happy with this position. Yeah, Wells is oyster right. More workers going down. I mean, it just feels like PuppyPaw trying to be efficient and lean, not reacting with too many workers pulled away, is just leading to more workers pulled to the afterlife. More such as he already chased him all the way. PuppyPaw was looking elsewhere. Also, vision not there when he's playing around tree line. So just gets gang bushed there. Remember, these guys get pakes. So they actually engage first with the 5.5 tower range. And more stone being gathered. So we're going to be getting a second keep soon from Louis. Probably down towards, what, the Sacred Site? Or you could play for the 8k up here. Is pretty good. Yeah, if you drop a keep here, you get the 8k, you get the stone, you get the 4k behind. Poor PuppyPaw, just trying to pull off a miracle. Type of game that's starting to feel like it needs some divine intervention if he hopes to wiggle his way back in. The walls are still not up. I think that's what's maybe giving PuppyPaw some hope, is that, hey, I can get in, I can do some damage. We do, however, now have farms starting to be stacked in by Louis. He's up to 22 already. Yeah, just built them right next to the TC. / keep. I mean, this game feels like a beatdown, really. The strategy is just completely unraveled. Louis done just such a good job on dodging losses from the Horse Archer mass on raids. Balls to complete. Another nice thing about playing Delhi, you don't need to bring villagers, remember. Anywhere he goes, the archers can fix that. The horse archers are terrible at addressing it. Yeah, I mean, you just can't break through. Night raids again. Suddenly trickle of troopers, but that's really all he needs. Yeah, we're looking at a dead man at this stage. The thing is, for PuppyPaw, this is his only series of the day, right? So, like, you might as well play this out to the bitter end in the deciding game. But it does look pretty decided right now. Like, I think PuppyPaw would have to find probably about 3 big raids, killing 8 to 10 a pop. And they'd have to be quite quick back-to-back. The concern here is that Louis is just moments away from Imperial. With 29, soon to be 30 scholars. Just think about the research speed on the elite techs. Oh no, guys. The horse archers, they're going to be through soon. They only need a few hundred shots. They'll get there. PuppyPaw for a hunting cabin boom? I don't think gold's his issue here. He's at least fixing the primary issue, which was food. With the farms. But like the farm count is really deceptive. Is it 27? I think a big chunk of this was the deer gathering, which is limited, and then like there was boar, right? How many keeps do we have? It's only 2. Where did he set up the second one? Ah, right in the tree line. Smart. And he can get a third one down here if he chooses, but for now, instead of castles, we're focused on palaces. Imp on the way. Horseman spam is cool, but I think PuppyPaw really just needs to tech up more. I love that he's prepping for it. He did go 2 TC as well. There is an argument that maybe Louis slow rolled this a bit, but the reason is it's Delhi. You reach Imperial, you wait 2 or 3 minutes, and you get thousands upon thousands of resources of tech for free. Yeah, look at this. Elite, elite. It's going to take him less than a minute. He doesn't pay for this, and he takes less time than a standard Civ would to get elite tech. Just let that sink in. This right here, these 3 alone, this is 3,000 resources worth of tech, quicker than normal Civs get it. It's insane. Tithe bonds, minute and a half. You know, the final eco techs, under 2 minutes to get. Pure insanity with the Civ. Like, yeah, you know, he's using 33 of his population, but that's a temporary effect. And also, this argument he's using up population to do this, granted, but you as another Civ player would usually use villages, a population source, to get the resources to these techs. It's just a different resource form. Dive in. Gonna be a grim attempt. High armory at least coming. On the north side, so smuggled away. Wall breaking might have Louis a little bit paranoid, but he's queuing up Masgazi. Masgazi is pretty smart here against Horse Archer Horseman. That's a fight you can win, right? Like, your Horse Archer's not liking that fight at all. Horseman of Boy's Fortitude makes him a bit tankier, but Ghazi are already a premium cavalry with more health anyway, and more damage. Now we get the Unitex. These are the big backbreakers. 2 minutes to go until Bio and Incendiaries, and Louis not going to wait for them. The Chinese kiddo marches into the base. Villagers start to get targeted down. We're close to a 40 worker lead for Louis. He's going to take his time parking here. After all, he's got so many techs coming. Armored Beast just came in. War Elephant's now up to over 1,000 HP. That does, by the way, scale with biology. So it'll be about 1,300 HP on a War Elephant. And the counter to War Elephants, folks, is crossbows. There are no crossbows. There's Horse Archers, which in theory are okay. They're quite slow at getting those kills. Yeah, and only half the damage of what a crossbowman would do. Archers now moving to the backside of the base. It's a push through to push him over the edge. Mango's not going to fare that well against War Elephants. And it just kind of feels like it's toying with him right now. And Snare Arrows is coming in 30 seconds. If War Elephants just turn in this choke point, yeah, they could just win. They could just stand here for days. Look at how long it takes these Horse Archers to kill. They're up against 12 ranged armor with 16 damage. God, that's horrible. Well, they do get rid of one at least. The horsemen, they're not really trading out as well as you'd like against the elite archers. The Incinerators is about to kick in. And this is where I'm a bit worried for the horse archers. The war elephant is actually attacking a farm. It's the only reason this looks close, but this is done. Louis MT with an absolute dismantling in the 5th game. To stand up and remind you guys that he's the reigning champ, and you should never doubt the outcome. G to the G from Mr. Louis. A little bit of a close set in the end, but he will not drop it. And proof that Delhi can actually beat Roos. It doesn't have to be a cheesy, like, early melee rush. Okay, so cool game. Up next, I believe it's going to be Beasty versus Anat. So let me double check on that. Update. Yeah, it should be Beasty Anat, right? Yeah, so we've got Beasty Anat. Then afterwards, it's going to be MarineLord versus Vortex to round out the day. So that is Le Schedule. What I'll do is I quickly want to just grab a drink. And we should have a few minutes anyway before that series is ready to roll. So what I'll do, I know they've done their draft already. Their draft was done before that game was complete. So what I'll do is I'll add their draft in, and we'll get ready for this set. So let me reset everything. But Beasty versus Anat. Okay. And then, wait, what was map 1? So map 1 is going to be coastal, by the way. More mountain clearing picks, Lamar? Okay. So, guys, I'm going to run some ads. I'm quickly going to get a drink. And then, hopefully, when I'm back, we'll be close to them hopping the game, okay? So, I'll even put some music on for you guys. Ta-da! All right, so be right back 1 sec. I'll run the ads now, so you don't have to worry about them afterwards, okay? Oh, the ads auto-ran. All right, be right back 1 sec. Yo, I got food. Hog, some chips. All right, where we at? I think they're doing an interview right now. Do you guys want to listen to the interview? We can do that.
Once Beasty has got 5 systems going and keep making units, then Beasty will just outmass the Japanese in terms of unit counts.
In the game as well, right? Like as we get to, you know, cataphracts up against mounted samurai, do you think there's no real way Japanese can deal with that the later it goes? Because obviously the economy for Byzantines, as you mentioned, with 5 systems, it's incredible, right? Japanese has no real way to deal with that later on, you think? So you're quite comfortable just sitting back and getting to that point?
我没有看见他出大量的金马和步弓，他转别的兵，我认为拜占庭都不怕，拜占庭只怕日本傻出金马小弓。
So I didn't see him making mass mounted samurais and Yumishiro archers, and I think Byzantine is only afraid of these 2 unicoms, and whatever else he makes, it's just not.
What happened? Stream? The stream crashed.
Not a big problem for Byzantines.
All right, I have a really good question for the next game. I was already prepared in game number 4. I was coming in, I was like, okay, that's the game for Louis. That's 100%. We can do the interior, etc. And I got shocked. I was like, wait, I'm pretty sure Louis was kind of winning in this situation, but something
Louis was
happened.
indecisive.
I'm watching it, and suddenly the tide turned. What happened? What was your mistake? What do you feel that the game number 4 didn't really get you the victory?
我先上本出的步弓手，应该
G4 remember? He couldn't decide which pawn to open
出不
on.
了门，所以
He was kind of trying to do both.
所以就是2本的出兵选择错了，就导致这一把赢不了。
He had such a 6
So I
star.
think I made archers in the feudal age was and that was a mistake. I should have made a Keshex because when I made archers and then I just felt too passive, and I can't go out in the map to, you know, do stuffs.
I think it was rough even before that for him,
I'm
though.
really interested about this last game because you
guys
mentioned
remember,
at the beginning that you think specifically that
Well, let
Delhi
me say this question.
does quite well against Rus on a dry Arabia, right? Which to me is a real surprise, personally, because I think Delhi has some good tools against Rus, but I still feel like it's so difficult. Although, you know, there's different ways to play Rus even today, even though Horse Archers is the most popular. I think there's other possible ways to play it as well. Do you have the opinion that it's actually quite difficult for Rus on dry?
I love the way he
Is
nods
that
his
for
head,
any
like
specific reasons.
he's trying to
or is
figure
it
out
just
the
sort of
in-between for him.
generally because there's not as many there, or because the map is so open?
因为罗斯的背路体系和德里的采圣地的时间非常的冲突，他如果要去背路出兵的话，就来不及。
I think Beasty the way
做采
in
圣
that
地
matchup
然后我还可以
quite
接
well,
着上
Joe.
门拿生物。对，然
It
后
is
其他的
possible.
兵种什么的，德里都可以打，因为他的3本地标的加成很多。
So the playstyle between Rus and Delhi is they have some conflicts on timing. Like if Rus wants to go pro scouting, wants to make units to protect the pro scouting, then Rus just cannot deny Delhi from taking the sacred sites and taking the relics after.
Is stream loud enough, by the way?
After the age up and.
还有一点是可以上本拿生物，然后兵种3本地标的科技加成很多，不怕罗斯波斯。
And once Delhi ages up, he can take the relics immediately, and the technologies in House of Learning has a lot of bonuses to the units, so that the horse archers from Rus are not that scary.
Once again, massive congratulations. A hard-fought set, and well done to you for winning. Not an easy fight at all. Any closing words you would like to say, or you going to bed after this?
Thank you. Bye bye.
I love Louis. Louis like.
And that's it here from the analyst desk. We will be back shortly with a very anticipated series, isn't it? Anat up against
Honestly,
Beasty, so stay tuned for that. Get your refreshments.
I never, ever, ever.
Don't be gone too far because we will be back with way more action to come. Stay tuned.
I never, ever, 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 ever thought that someone. Honestly, I don't want to get into DMC. I never, ever, ever, ever thought that someone could fill the void that for wholesomeness that Lenok left in the scene. But Louis is genuinely like, he's on track. And those are big shoes to fill. All right. Scrap these Steel Series crap ads. Let's... Boom. So, I'm just eating some hummus while we get ready for the next series. You guys want the music back on? I figured now's the best time to eat. Because if Beasty's been actually practicing, then this could be a vengeful back and forth. And then obviously Vortex versus MarineLord could be interesting. Put some Tay Swift on. Sorry, Tay Tay fans, can't do that. I like not getting DMCA struck. I need to add more songs to my DMCA free list though, for sure. We'll put the chill hot vibes on. That you guys can hear, but I can't because of my TBC setup. Whoops. Nothing like some hummus with peri peri salt chips. Was BC practicing? Not sure. But I hope so. Otherwise, he's going to be a doormat for Anatan. 3-0 last time, right? Anno just in very dominant fashion. In fact, let's have a look at that. Woo-hoo-hoo! That was not a close series. Japanese Malian opening was really surprising as well. So a lot of people think that's really good for Mali. We do seem to be missing his other results though. Dry River Mongols versus Lancaster. So what? He just tried to mana boom against fishing? I didn't catch that one actually. Byzantines versus Shushi on Carmel is kind of crazy for a Biz win. But I guess he used the neutral mercs. Because depending on the mercs, you can actually like dictate map control with some Magadai or French. All right, back in 50. Yeah. Sorry, guys. I just have to get the food in me now because otherwise we're not going to have time. Anatan went Mass Miss... Why did Mass Miss Fadi work? Did Beasty go Mass Knights? Because if you go Mass Mistafadi, your opponent has repeated crossbows, right? And I'm guessing he got blindsided by the ambush? Because usually that shouldn't happen on Pro Scout maps, right? Because you have a lot of scouts. You guys can't hear my tune, right? I don't want to be that guy. Got my hummus. Nowhere near as good as real hummus, but we tolerate. Johan, you piece of crap. You pick enough ABBA for everyone. That's your civ. Do I need to pull up your match history again? Some carrots to finish that off. But I got potato. I got potato. Man, I'm so tempted to eat all the chicken I've got as well. It's chicken nuggets and chips today. The new KP food fetish stream. I mean, I don't know if I call like a food fetish stream. That's a bit strong. But if that's what you're into, Hoss, no problem. You filthy freak. Anyway, so believe we are almost ready to begin. The boys are in lobby. We have got a new map appearing, by the way. Regions got picked this time. For the first time so far. Look at the draft. Anat getting Knights Templar. And H. I think Anno got a really good draft, guys. Like, overall, this is a pretty good looking draft. He gets Knights Templar. We've got, like, what Wise got 4 legs. Byzantine HRE. Ottoman's an interesting hybrid. Beast is definitely not weak, though. He gets his hands on Lancaster, Rus, and Shushi. Shushi is, like, still a very robust civ. I'm a bit curious as to what the pick is going to be for mountain clearing, though, right? Mountain clearing is probably, like, a Japanese pick or a Lancaster pick. And Anno has HRE, or we've seen Japanese is kind of sick sometimes. I think HRE is definitely a lot safer. Byzantines I've seen in the past, I just don't rate it that highly on that particular map. So probably seeing HRE for Anatan, almost guaranteed. In terms of 4 Lakes picks, Beasty could look towards a Shushi pick. We saw that already today for MarineLord work really well against CSO. Different caliber of players though, like Anatan is definitely on a higher level than CSO currently. Rus mountain clearing? That's true. I wonder if you want to have Rus somewhere else, though. Like, Rus is decent-ish on mountain clearing, not crazy. Always nice to have on Dry Arabia. Coastal Cliffs are probably looking at, what, an Iabid versus Japanese opening as possible, or Byzantines. Probably Iabid Byzantines is the most expected there. In fact, let me have a look here. It's going to be Rus Japanese opening, actually. So he does throw the Rus out on this map. Interesting. So just taking the momentum approach to the draft, really. Let's have a look and let's add that in. So Rus versus Japan. Well, we've already just seen how this, like, you know, can be very spicy. If you guys remember the MarineLord CSO game number 1, Japan actually surprised pretty big. Dry Arabia Coastal Cliffs a little bit different, but has similar overarching ideas. Thank you, CSGO lover. Sorry, CSGO love gamer. I kind of shortened you there. Damn right. We're all about that pristine quality of stream. Mwah. Like no other mother ducker. All right, I'm going to pause the music now because I think we're ready to go. Game 1. Sonic remixes? Hell yeah. It's all hype. We got it all. All right, here we go. Last time these two met, Beasty got rolled over 3-0. It's a rematch on LAN between Anat and Beasty. We hop into game number 1 to see if Beasty can get some revenge. Anat's hand with the Japanese pick going up against Beasty's Roos. A matchup that you'd think would be sweet, succulent victory for Roos. If you guys were watching the MarineLord CSO series earlier, you know it's not that simple. Japan has ways of unraveling even the best. Let's see if Anat can do that in game number 1 of this best of 5. Coastal Cliffs, and we are going to be seeing the Rax Dark Age opening from the Japanese. Interesting, actually, against Roos. Not really your usual. The issue with trying to do some Dark Age shenanigans against Roos is they don't really have exposed resources. But in this game, because of the hunting cabins, maybe this one on the edge. This hunting cabin is more important, though. This one's further out to the point that you could actually stop someone repairing. That's kind of oddly greedy the way it's played out. And why are you guys looking at the rocket forest? You guys want to draw like around the rocket forest and see what you get? All right, I'm gonna stop. If I want that, I just go back to playing Dota 2 and drawing on the minimap. Interesting one though. Like Spearman in general, this is a bit of a gamble. Like, yes, you can maybe assume your opponent's gonna build hunting cabins loose, but you don't really know for sure how loose it's gonna end up. Like, actually, Beasty almost got a perfect spawn to get like double tree line hunkered in and safe. It looks like Beasty, he does have eyeballs on, so he knows what Anat is up to. Anno so far has no clue where the hunting cabins are. He doesn't know where to go. That's info still to be discovered. He's about to get a whiff of it, though. And we'll pull away just in time before the TC would have let loose. So it's going to be a steer round. He also knows he can go on the short side, so we'll better quickly reach the hunting cabin. I wonder if he can do enough damage quick enough to the hunting cabins to ruin Beasty's pro scout timing. It's difficult to do because the passive gen adds up so quickly to pay itself back, and you still gather resources, you still get extra resources off of your gathering in general, right? So, like, usually easier said than done to block this play. This is going to take a while, folks. Golden Gate coming. So does BC look to react to this? I mean, it's quite easy to react to this. You just go 1 or 2 archers, and it shuts it down. The more important question is, does he want to react to this? Like, does the damage feel important, or is it negligible? Because if it's negligible, you just ignore it entirely, which is actually infinitely more valuable. Got to ditch the cabin. This one's difficult because of the area of effect of the TC. Like, technically, if you try to repair, the spearman should be able to stand here and stab you, so you'll take damage. Now, the good news for Anno is look at the positioning. Double deer on the north side means you're going to have to actually react to this as Beasty. Hunting cabin's going down. He's not even trying to repair it. He understands the ranges. Like, he kind of griefed himself because he wanted the perfect placement to not overlap trees. House? House is a bit more ambitious. Your opponent can repair that. But, like, for now, Anat has nothing else to do, so you might as well attack this secondary target. No wonder, Anno. Curse Storehouse follow-up. It's going to be 6 on it. So it looks like there's a focus on getting the age as quickly as possible. Doesn't look like it's going to be something like what CSO done earlier, where he rushed Castle. It seems more likely that Anatan's going to try to continue to intercept Pro Scouts. So, what? Yuumi or Horseman? I wouldn't be surprised if it's Yuumi. Just Yuumi plus Spears gives you mass a bit quicker than going Horseman. BC first to tech up. Pumbaa shenanigans in the meantime. And we should be seeing an archery range coming down in a second for Beasty. There we go. Puts it on the backside. Didn't even prioritize going for the fortress. Would have been nice to inflate your wood income, but it's awkward because it would just end up delaying your pro scouts timing. You're seeing the pain though, right? Like, the gold income is not crazy yet. He has still yet to use the ticket, however. So he's just going to gather the extra wood, then we'll see a switch over. And they shouldn't be too far off. There you go. So we'll be ever so slightly delayed off the optimal timing. And Spears are now guarding that backside. Still, Anatan has also been frustrated. His forge just being burnt down. Yeah, I know. Not even having the wood to repair it straight away. Did we get predictions up, by the way? We did. And it is a 55-45 split. So despite what we've seen today, despite what we saw last time between Beasty and Anatan, Beasty still has a slight edge when it comes to votes. A little bit surprised by that. I don't know. Like, I'm starting to be steered towards the Japanese ways. In theory, it should still be a Reese favored matchup. And we are getting those horsemen. Okay, so it doesn't even stare down the idea of Yuumi at all. A little bit surprised. Like, Yuumi is going to scale better into castle. I've seen a lot of players try to mass horsemen into the eventual horse archer inevitability. And it always feels a little bit finicky for Japanese, especially because of how weak your food income is going to be to sustain the play. I think that's where I'm not sold on it time and time again, is you tend to run out of food with Japan before it reaches its scary count. Unless you have something like fishing. So what we're saying, folks, is Anatan just needs to dive down here. Wait a second. Yeah, remember, they're just for theme. You can't actually fish there. But we are, however, getting a 1-1-1. And an interesting twist. Bugeisha coming in from Anno. Don't know if that's a misclick. Ona Bugeisha is very weird to try and make work in Field Age, especially against an opponent who's scaling archers already. Like, if he didn't have archers, I'd understand it to an extent. Like, for example, Spearman Horseman. Bugeisha love that. Like, Bugeisha dive head deep and kill both. Cheeky wall from Beasty. He's going to get blocked out. Still, it is kind of a challenge to get enough of your troops across here to remain. Especially now that Beasty's gone Spear plus Archer. And the Pro Scouts is coming home, so Beasty's collecting what he needs. He's also yoinking from the other side of the map, so pretty greedy of him. Love this if he actually finds the Yuumi. Because right now he doesn't know, which is why he keeps building more Spearmen. So how long does Beasty have to play the edge? I think he's going to be forced to bulk quite a bit. It's one of those positions where it's unlikely you stop scaling if your opponent keeps scaling. Because your key resources are, like, vulnerable, right? Like, you've got to gather deer on the ford in both cases. Very hard to finesse that. The other thing is this tree line. Like, the double tree line on the east side means if Anno parks everything on that one side, he could block you out of wood entirely. Which strips you of archer scaling. It strips you of horse archer play. It removes a lot of the good things that Roos had. I will let's get chased away for the moment. That is enough space that Beasty looks like he's going to be able to get the second pack home, at least half of it anyway. Beasty. So you maybe consider going for the blacksmith? You have enough gold to get 1 or 2 techs here, but that would, of course, slow down your tech timing. I mean, he's got 5 supply points. There's clear options here. Anno really needs the Steel Arrow to start competing. Seems like he's trying to play a discounted approach here where he doesn't get any techs, though. No, instead, Anatan is subtly heading towards castle behind this. Yeah, it's not quite the same as the MarineLord CSO game. But one thing that is playing out the same is who's teching first, right? It's looking like Japan is going to have a lead there. Kind of crazy, actually. Does Beasty even suspect there's an age up? The back away may have made it obvious from Anatan. Like, why would you not just keep attacking if you're full sending? I do love the Takazaki play, though. Going for the level 2 wheelbarrow rush has allowed him to compete with survival techniques deer at a decent pace. We also have the Daimyo coming in, so likely what we're going to be seeing here is Stables will produce the Uma Bannerman before the age up. and then you run across and you have a knight dive in the enemy base at castle age time. Remember, bannermen automatically upgrade with the age. Beasty does eventually get his double pro scout play, but it does feel like his timing's been delayed, and the next ones are close to Anatan's base, a lot harder to achieve. Good high trade house, though. The moment that Beasty's been waiting for, the jackpot. He did end up chomping into the tree line, maybe longer than he'd want to here, but get your numbers in. It's going to be at least level 2 bounty. Amy, going to skirmish. Remember, faster units are able to keep pursuing like this. Does bait the spearman to turn around, and Beasty not really trading at all. No, I mean, I'm wondering, like, he has to know it's a tech up, right? Like, at this stage, this many Yumi, it looks a bit scary, but this is always the hard thing to read, even after you've played hundreds of hours against Japan. This new Yumi build, because of the efficiency of how cheap it all is, you see this army and you kind of freak out like your opponent is all-inning. Only to realize, oh wait, yeah, no, he has gone castle as well. Even if you are conscious of it, it's still those first few seconds in the battle where you hesitate that can cost you dearly. I know, now already prioritizing the Yumi upgrade. Did he Yorishiro drop it? No, he did do the stables. So it's going to be a long wait for veterancy, but still, guys, it's an edge. He's already halfway to the tech up by the time Beasty can mirror it. Not that he's going to bother to. Villagers also, only one. I know. Wait, actually, sorry, he got 2. Definitely going to stare that gift horse in the face. Speaking of horses, he's still limbing around the back. Beasty should have good vision to spot that early. Cheeky walls from Beasty is not going to work out. If only he could have got this, it would have been a great divider on the map. And that is a good high trade house. Finally, we get one. 76 gold in the first tick, so 152? Maybe 153. Nicely done. So Beasty getting 2 relics worth of gold gathering already, which he's going to need, because Anatan's already beating him to the punchline when it comes to relic gathering. Yeah, first one already on the way home for Anat. 153 gold is a nice booter, though, to start getting minute arms out. We do have the Mount Samurai reaction, but also Onimusha, interestingly enough, from Anatan. Not sure if the Onimusha are necessary here right now. He has at least intercepted the extra pro scouts. Nicely played. Mount Samurai should be able to shut this all down. Yeah, we did get most of the deer pack halfway home, right? I think he already pulled another 3 home. But good to know. Anatan already taking away the other deer stack himself. So map control looking great. Anatan, will he be able to maintain this, though? At the end of the day, your opponent did get a decent amount of food home, which is enabling this horseman spam now. I say spam, he has to build them first, really. Maybe a bit too early to call it spam. Still no sign of relics. We're already now seeing him adding in the monastery, but a little bit contained. It doesn't feel like there's many relics that Beasty should be able to necessarily sneak right now. Not with the way that Anatan is playing really upfield next to the base of the Seb. I would love to see him trying to poke and prop more. Like this tree line right here, this is what we're talking about, where if you come over this side, you can start to snipe in soon. Instead, he goes straight into the base. Workers, they were trying to construct houses ahead. And do we have a pause? I think we've got a pause, folks. I'll pause the recording as well and see what the hell's going on. Did they crash? I think they're paused. Alright. Bear with us a sec, guys. I think there was like a small tech issue, so we should be getting back into game shortly. Alright, and we're back into it. Apologies for that. Looks like we had a small tech issue. Ready to go. Anatan needed to wipe his hands. Kappa. Yuumi are going to get chased away. It's a trade out, right? So losing a few horse archers here for Yuumi. But a lot more Yuumi to be stabbed down. He's at least taking some spearmen with him. Feels like a pretty even exchange. Losing the Yuumi mass is definitely very frustrating for Anat. But he's already been diversifying away from it. We can see the Onimusha, he's still got a few horsemen remaining. And Onimusha actually just running into the base. Rally point not on point from Anat. Expensive losses and actually at the end, an ugly affair. Not good. Anat, wait, is he DC'd? I'm starting to think we have a DC. Yep. Okay. Well, we can't blame Anatan's internet there. That's the SteelSeries internet. Alright. Let me just delete that VOD as well. Dude, I'm actually quite annoyed. That was a pretty... Whoopsie. That's a pretty interesting positioning from both players. Oh, that's so frustrating, Fano. I think he was in a pretty good position. Like, he'd slowed down the deer. He's taken deer away himself. He was winning the relic race, right? Because he was, like, moving out to them with good position on the map. That's pretty rough. And, like, you might not get that type of opening again now that it's kind of more obvious. Also, the spawns matter, right? Like, no doubt in my mind that's going to be a remake. But it's kind of sad that to this day, we're still in this type of position, right? Same map and civs? Yeah. It's just kind of unfortunate it comes down to that. It's like nowhere near a point where it'd be a default call. But like I think Anno had decent positioning for like the following up minute or two. Like considering how strong Roos are meant to be as well, right? Alright, so the boyos, I think, probably restarting the game just to be safe. We're doing so well as well. We had no disconnect issues until then. Big Sag. Yeah, it's crashed from Anno, but like, I mean, it's not like, remember, this is not remote, it's in LAN. So it's just like something happened on the PCs at the SteelSeries event. I feel like I'm so freaking impatient with these early games now because of because I just got back from a Rocket League tournament. You know what I mean? It's like Rocket League, you get in, it's like 3, 2, 1, zoom, right? Whereas like we just built to that, now we got built to it again. Mad KP, break keyboard, rah. Dude, how's my glasses not clean? How's the Rocket League cast? I hosted it. I didn't cast it. It was good. I had a lot of fun with those guys. It was a memorable event. Unique, different style. Doing an event for military servicemen and women. But yeah, absolutely had a blast with them. Awesome crew all around. Definitely would do it again. And Rocket League's always a fun one, man. Like Rocket League, so it's like Rocket League hits that nice balance of being very fast paced and very easy to follow, you know? Interesting phase gameplay-wise, but not very entertaining to watch. That's the thing, like I've said, like AoE 4's early game kind of lacks a spectacle, right? I think AoE 4 thrives in the mid-game for spectacle, but falls short usually, in most cases, in the early game. And actually kind of the late game as well, because the late game can just turn into a big, bullyish meat grinder. Which is just kind of unfortunate. Like, we've been over that before. You know, it's interesting as well, because I was casting some Mechabellum the other week, and like Mechabellum, I think they have like the speed ups, right? And the speed up's really interesting. Like having the opportunity for the map mode to play out faster or whatever is a pretty spicy detail. Because like Mechabellum's a very slow paced game otherwise. So it kind of needs it. It recently inspired me to kind of want to see like a 1.5x speed modifier again. Feudal's weak? Yeah, but even then, like, the other reason why Feudal's weak is because people feel threatened to try and scale into that to just lose the early army and then lose the game straight away, you know? What's up, farm man? How's it going, bub? Alright. I guess they're just restarting the PC to be safe. By the way, I personally think we missed a golden opportunity with this crap. Look at this. Look, look, look. Alright, one, Mira. Why is Mira not dressed correct? But two, this whole peasant outfit thing, missed opportunity. You're in Denmark. What you do is you bake the biggest pastry imaginable and you all dress up as a Danish. You know I'm right. Missed opportunity right there. My heart is broken. And you know what? Like, the German border's not far away, and they make them big enough. Have you seen, like, German pastry? Those guys go big. Whew. Dude, am I going to need another Red Bull? It's going to be a long day, isn't it? Have we really been live for 6.5 hours? Jesus. I feel like it shouldn't have been this long, but there's been, like, big gaps between the series, right? How has it already been 6.5 hours? Jesus. I was like, in my mind, I was like, yeah, this will probably be like, we'll be done by 6-ish hours in. But we've still got 2 series to go? Jeez. What is taking so long? For the re. Because, like, we still don't have it here. Apparently they were consulting about Remake. What were they consulting? On whether it's default? I just assumed they weren't going to give a default on that. The important thing, by the way, like, how they're consulting this, like, you want, so it's weird because you want to basically, like, go and make your own decisions and then come in and ask the players, like, what they think. But you want to do it, I always say, like, the way you do this, you always, like, if you're going to consult the players as well, like, you do it separately, they cannot know what the other's response is. Does that make sense? Because there's implied pressure, which I've seen at work. And it's like, it's not even necessarily intended by the players, but it happens, right? Like, a perfect example is, you know, you guys remember when we had, like, that Beasty versus Wham? And he argued that it should be a remake or whatever? And he, like, came out of the video and was like, I don't think it should be a remake. And I praised him for that. And it's like, because even if Beasty doesn't intend to be, like, bullyish or whatever like that, there's, like, the element of, because he's the biggest person in the scene, right? It's like power dynamics, you know, the same logic of like, you know how we talk about in like a workplace, someone saying something to someone and it like, they're like, oh, I didn't realize I had that much power. It's like, yeah, but you're the guy in charge. It's like for Beasty, he's the biggest guy, right? So, it can be very hard to make those calls. I don't know. Like, I don't really think there's necessarily an argument for a remake on that one. Sorry, for a default win on that one. I think you probably just have to re. But it's just really sad because I think like, I'd say Anat was like 60, 65, maybe. Maybe more, I don't know. I'm trying to think, like, Beasty, was he out of food? I wish, I kind of, like, want to go back in that game. Can we actually look in a crashed replay? Okay, that's a really good sign. Beasty, you're not meant to have hidden data on your, like, the event. It's literally in your own rules, but okay. Where's Anat? I don't know why he's got hidden data on his own event. Does it not show up? Ah, that's sad. That's really unfortunate. Because I would be intrigued to see what the state of Beasty's food was. Because if he's like out of deer, then it might lean towards being like a default. Because like he's locked in the base, right? When they have a back and forth pin. So like that maybe pivots it where it's a lot closer of a decision, possibly. Yeah, it definitely felt Anno favored, but like I said, the issue with these type of things is you have to then argue how Anno favored was it, right? And that's when you decide. That's how you decide start to discern whether it's a remake or a default point. And I feel like it was probably just short of the point where you go, probably a default. Because the other thing you have to keep in mind is like it was Anno who crashed. Then again, like that element, by the way, I would unravel. I don't think it matters that Anno is the one that crashed there when you're on LAN. Because when you're on LAN, the variable of people's own equipment is out of the window. Because when you're on LAN, the fault, one way or the other, is on game/TO, right? So it's neutral territory. But like, for example, if that was on if that was a remote broadcast and like Anatan's the one that crashes, you call it a you say it's a remake, you don't even argue it, right? Because like at that point, it's like, you know, someone on Anno's end potentially. Like it might just been the game screwing him, but like, you know, it's on Anno's end. All right, we are doing it again. Drama already on the $25,000 LAN in Denmark as we've got a remake in the Anat Beasty series. Welcome back, folks. A rough one here, actually, because Anat in a decent position, probably like 60-65% favored, now has to try and rinse and repeat with a remake of game number 1. Japanese for Anno in the green. Beasty takes to the field of the Roos in the yellow. A wider spawn, not as well protected as it was before, but the difference this time around is this Dark Age Rax rush from Anno. Last game had a double deer blocker. This time, the deer are split, meaning Beasty should, in theory, have an easier time sneaking the goodies home. On top of that, this time around, this is like, come on, this is what I mean about the differences. This is why remakes are brutal. The difference this time around, guys, before the remake, we had a situation where Beasty built the hunting cabin completely out of TC range. He built it here. This time, both hunting cabins are in TC range, meaning villagers can easily repair either of them, and this spearman play should struggle to get kills. That's a rough difference in the opening. Killing a hunting cabin, taking away the gold gen that it has, not to mention the 100 wood investment, makes the spearman play worth it on the opening. Now it's much harder for Anatan to justify. Spears are going to arrive in the right position, right time. They will start to harass this, and you can at least force your opponent to repair, but you just don't have the ideal situation like last time. That is rough. I just hope for Anno, like, it's not a tilt moment, right? Like, when you have these type of remakes, the biggest, most important thing, if you feel like you were decently ahead, is to, like, mentally reset, and you almost have to discard that that game even happened. Learn the lessons from the mistakes, but, like, outside that, you need to pretend that game did not happen. Yes, the difference here is he can repair. Last game, he couldn't walk out because the TC was, like, here. So the spearman could stand here and here and stab you. Right? He can stand either side. But this time, the spearman would be full diving TC if they try this. Yeah, and you can already see Beasty's prepping wood as well for that reason. So I imagine we'll see a worker pull soon. Normally you want to do this before it sets on fire. And there we go. Yeah, so catches it just before it becomes a liability. Golden Gate already in the way. Anatan is going to be the Kura Storehouse reaction as last time. Beasty, just double scout open. Did he go free last time? I'm trying to remember on that detail. The year is 2032. We probably still don't have Reconnect in Age of Empires. I shouldn't. It's so sad. But sometimes, I mean, oh, not even sometimes, all the time with that type of thing anyway, it's simply unavoidable. Unfortunately. So, what is Anna going to do different here? Is it going to be the Horseman beginning into Yuumi with the 1-1-1? Or does he try something different, like straight up greed? Because this is a much harder map, it feels like, to block pro scouts reliably. Because your opponent's very easily going to be able to sneak one or the other deer stack in. Right? Like, even your deer. I think last game we had, for example, the comparison was like one here. And on the other side, it was like, you know, say one here and one here. Now it's double forward. It's like there's a lot more variance for Beasty to work with on pro scouts. Which he should be going towards. Golden Gate ticket is waiting to be pulled. And yeah, you see the difference it makes. Last game, we had an archery range beginning from Beasty. This time, it's just going to be a wooden fortress. Wooden fortress beneficial. It's going to be enough to protect the hunting cabin, but also instead of now building into archers to defend yourself, you benefit, right? It protects you, but you also get 20% more wood now. Really can't ask for more. I know, still going to try for that archery range. And in fairness, like, there is still the fact that your opponent has to play onto the map. He has to come out and gather deer, so, like, the Yuumi can intercept. Pumba pull. Beasty's trying to be cheeky. Spear plus Yuumi. Beasty's going to need some reaction. Normally, he'd be thinking archers here. I'd be surprised if he just straight up didn't archer at all. And there we go. Yeah, so now he just gets the perk of the fact that he's got 20% more gathering. If you remember last game, sorry, those watching YouTube wouldn't have seen it, we had a different opening where it had to be archer range before Wooden Fortress, from what I remember. So he was just building archers at full price. He wasn't getting like this discount effect of having more wood to work with. And the difference it makes, now double archer range. Anna's tried to go creative here. In the previous attempt at this, he went for horsemen before going archers. This time, it's double archer range straight away. Yuumi, an interesting choice. They are, of course, a lot cheaper, a lot less impactful individually, but it does mean in an archer and archer, your opponent tends to overkill you a lot more. I think that's what he's trying to target on. I wonder, does Anatan just try to bait and switch? Just build, 7 or 8 Yuumi and then tech? No, this is commitment. We've got Steeled Arrow. One cool thing you get as the Japanese is although your Yuumi are weaker individually, you have a forge much earlier than any other Sith, right? Because your mining camp is your forge. That gives you an interesting proposition, an opening to try and take the DPS advantage. Spear for a scout there. Not great for Anatan, but considering your opponent's already building the counter unit, you take those type of trades. And I like this. He knows this deer stack is pointless. There's only 2 left. He's going to prep the attack on the second deer stack. And he's already steering north side with his scout just to keep an eye out up here, because there's always a risk that Beasty brings these home instead. And you see the difficulty of trying to play that wide map. This is where the Yuumi are invaluable due to their extra movement speed compared to other choices. Undermesh as well. This is a sick timing from Anno. Beasty, he has got Blacksmith coming, but he's going to be 1.5 tech down. Because by the time the Blacksmith completes and he's got the gold necessary, Undermesh is going to be half complete. So there is a good window here. And I like Anatan's timing. He's slowly skirting towards Castle Age. And this double tech advantage is going to cover him enough that Beasty will probably struggle to come out for the deer. Might just have to accept that he has to eat what he's got. What he's got, not looking good on the sheep count. No, he's pretty much out of sheep already on the deer. Anatan's still sitting with 7 sheep. Not to mention, he has got the Tawara. No Takazaiku in this type of game, though. You guys remember we had that interesting CSO MarineLord game, where CSO was able to dominate with the Japanese. It came off the back of a Takazaiku rush with only 1 worker on the Kura storehouse. So obviously a very different approach that Anatan is trying to take to address the ruse here. I wonder, Beasty, is he just looking going, where's the horseman? Where's the mass archers? He's going to march out now. This is dangerous, though. Yuumi are quicker. If he gets seen, he could get ran down easily. Scout. Going to be marching out, so that's going to be an easy kill. Oh, quick reaction out of Beasty, though. Beasty, who is just running straight across the field. So he thinks that this is a tech up. It is, but not at the speed he's expecting. The problem now, though, is these archers getting through is a disaster for Anat. It means he has to bring his archers home. It also means that Beasty starts to get those techs in. Under mesh just completed. And good move. He intercepts. Beasty. Scouts are found. That should be enough Yuumi to get some kills. At least the one scout. Elsewhere, we do have a little bit of poke harass, but nothing too substantial. Spim still guarding on the south side. Archers from Beasty are rotating all the way around the back, but Beasty is already the first to pull the trigger. A big difference over the last game, as the high trade house is already on the way. By the time Anat will be ready to begin his, Beasty will be 80%. Close to, by the looks of it anyway. Final food drop-off is needed. And the gold is not guarded. Anat felt safe with the back spawn. Dead wrong. Anna just needs that last little sliver. Food now to be dropped off. It should be the floating gate on the front side of the base. But make no mistake about it, folks. This is a very different affair. Beasty, he's forced his opponent all the way home when he's teching, which means he could look towards the relics. Something that was nigh on unthinkable in the last game. We'll at least be able to claim some of these archers, but Beasty doesn't care. You can see the switch, it's full cav. Horse archer and knights. At least the pro scouts has been slowed down the south. Looks like Anat is going to play onto the map, and I don't blame him here. Like, you're up against cavalry, and it kind of feels bad, but if you just play this static, you're going to be giving way too much map control. Like, he kind of needs the deer gathering rate to compete. I guess you could play berries. Like, actually, berries is not a bad backup option. Just wall this piece here, and you've got a really safe corner. Yuumi upgrade on the way. Did Anat just go full Yuumi? No, he does have the Euroshiro drop in the stables. The 26 Yuumi with veterancy on the way is going to be a Bannerman priority. Not a bad choice. Needs it to answer the horse archers. Anat still guarding that close to your stack. Oh, come on. Not like this. The scout actually gets away with 5 HP. The rest of the Yuumi are coming through. We've got about 20 seconds until veterancy. Anna's definitely trying to get creative with his approach to just flank raiding, spreading the map. But it doesn't really feel like Beasty has blinked or broke in any meaningful way. Archers at least won't find anything back here. So Mount Samurai will be able to protect. But there's something stronger on the way. Yeah, Mount Samurai transition reveal, but also just so predictable. But we do have Beasty now mirroring with his own knights. Yuumi does find the opening hits onto the horse archer, so nicely played there. Anat, by the way, has still denied all relics from being picked up. Yeah, Beasty hasn't gone for it yet. He's got his first warrior monk. Anno yet to get relics home himself, though. Definitely feeling a bit dicey. Yuumi finds some more freebies. Well, lol, is ambitious is not going to work. I can't believe Anno. He went for the deepest relic first. Kind of wild. I thought he was on course for a good old 4 relic game, but unnecessary greed. High Trade House, by the way, has been generating 105 gold, so not as good as last game for Beasty. We finally found the negative of how things are going. Anno, whoa, okay, no, Beasty, he's been got. Wait, was he out of deer? He wasn't out of deer. I mean, Anno was in a good position. He'd done it again. But I don't know if that was entirely over. An interesting one. I guess from that position, maybe Beasty just felt like the food wasn't going to last long. I mean, credit to him, Anatan, he blocked the close by deer for a very long time. He had good map control to get towards 4 relics eventually. Maybe a little bit early from a GG call for Beasty. It might be that part of him was tipping the hat Anatan from there before the remake, but I can't fault him. Like, I think Anno was in a pretty good position. I don't think it was as dominant as the last game, but the Yumi count was kind of wild. Like, props to him. I think Anatan played that really well. He had Yumi count good enough that it felt like Horse Archers wasn't going to work. And I guess from Beasty's POV, he felt like he wouldn't be able to get Knights online quick enough to contest as a follow-up play. So GG comes in. Definitely felt like the GG was a little bit out of nowhere, but like when you explain it that way on the thought process, it kind of makes sense why he might have thought the game was cooked. So Anatan took 2 shots at it, but he does get the win. Interesting. All right. Well, anyway, let's get ready for the next game. Like, my take on that, it was it felt like a premature GG. But like I said, there's elements of, like, you can see how Anatan is steering with the Yumi towards the backside, and Beasty might just not have the food to answer. So, possibility that it's a little bit quick, but is what it is. So, game number 2, we're going to have Ibids versus Knights Templar. Is this the 4 legs pick? Why are you? He did have Shushi. He did have House of Lancaster. I mean, should be a pretty good pick for Anatan. He seems to be known for great combat, so I find this pretty odd. I mean, it just might be that he was like, yeah, that first game should have just, like, resolved, and I was behind. It's also, like I said, it might just be a case of he felt that the Yumi mass was too big, and his strategy going to Horse Archers just doesn't work. So, like, that would at least kind of make sense. All right, so we give Anatan 2 points, right? He won twice with Roots Cap. He's an entertainer first and pro player second. I mean, he's always had a focus on his content. It just mathematically makes sense. He can make more money on doing that, right? Like, Beasty's definitely not hard strong for cash, right? Like, he doesn't need to win tournaments to be well off. Would he love to? Because he's a competitor, of course. But, like, he has what? He's currently got over 1,000 subs. 1,000 subs. Let's dilute for the logic of, like, not everyone is going to be the $3 value. But also, he probably has enough unique ones that he's getting the extra share. So, like, let's say 2.5 average times 1,000. Is it 1,094, actually? So, like, off of sub revenue, he's probably making at least 2.5k a month. And then you've got the ad revenue on top, which is probably generating, like, another foul. And then YouTube, etc. Like, so he's fine, right? It's like, it makes sense why he focuses on being an entertainer. Because, like, a content creator. Like, entertainer can be, like, seen as a devalued term. A content creator, right? Is because he definitely makes reliable money and more potential reliable money. Because also, like, the idea is that you can then shift to a different game, right? Like, if you shift to a new game and you start from scratch in a lot of cases as a pro. But with an audience, you can shift that across. So, yeah. Lives in Serbia, so essentially $100,000. True. That's a kajillion dollars. All right, you guys ready? It's time for game number 2. A wild remake into a wild GG gets us into the beginning of a wild series. We are back for game number 2, and it is a wild pick. Is that one wild too many? Not for 4 legs. Anat has got the phantasmal pick that is the Knights Templar. Beastie's reaction on 4 Lakes is going to be none other than Irbits. Interesting as well. You have picks such as Sushi that we've seen work from MarineLord into the Knights Templar. Curious to see what Beastie's got in mind here, because I think KT can do quite well off of just like archery spam to deal with a lot of what Ibid do. Anat in the green. Already out into the dock. That's going to be mirrored now by Beastie, of course. Cheaper docks for Ibids, but for Knights Templar, a lot more lean and efficient when it comes to wood. Yes, Anat, of course, going to be able to bulk up quite fast there. We're going to use the 2XP because I think we're a minute away from live. And big shout out to my boy Fat Blop getting all those gambas sorted in chat. Thank you, thank you. There we go. Fully co-opted live. So Beastie, what will be the plan here? We've already seen on these type of maps the growth wing strategy. I believe that was Wham earlier today. Actually worked out quite well. I wonder if instead he's maybe thinking something like Dervish with healing pressure. It feels a bit flimsy against Knights Templar, especially on a water map. It's like growth almost feels like the organic choice. If this was a map where you were sharing a pond, you might consider advancement or industry ring to get the 1-up on attacking. But we don't often see that on 4 Lakes. If you guys remember in the very early days of 4 Lakes introduction, there was a lot of aggro play to try and dock drop the enemy side. But because it became predictable and because people got very good at reacting and counterplaying, you don't often see it anymore. There are a few rare exceptions. I think Mongols is one of the ones that comes to mind. But for most civs, it's just not worth doing. Well, thank you, Bunny Soldier. I'm glad you enjoy our narrative of the game. It's a skill that I have been harnessing and honing over well over half a decade now. Good lord. I'm getting old. Industry is a thing. Industry is indeed a thing on usually watershed maps. So Kawasan, Holy Island, these type of maps. The logic behind an industry wing is that you delayed rush docks next to your opponent, and then you use the extra 300 wood to get 350, sorry, to get your boats out faster, to get more boats out quicker. A lot of sheep coming through here. It shouldn't really matter too much. The main focus is, of course, going to be on the water side. Double dock already. Anat is just trying to optimize around the extra deep water fish. He understands that his poor fishermen, after a long day of gathering the goodies, don't want to have to row for too long. You know, you guys ever been on that row machine type logic? And you're like, yeah, this is good. It blows the breeze back into me. I can go forever. I mean, it works out the same way with the open sea, but your arms still get tired pretty quick. And it also just means that he's getting the quicker drop-offs. Could you imagine if boats actually got fatigued from moving too long? Just like they have a stamina bar, they get really slow. Don't know how that would work for demos in particular. Although, that probably would be a resolution to archer ships, just always missing demos, funnily enough. Boat count looking pretty good for Beastie, by the way. Slightly behind Anatan, but nothing too dramatic. He's going to be ahead in different ways. There you go. It is Eco-Wing Industry. Interesting. So presumably Beastie's going to go for a second dock drop north. And I think he's eco-bloating here. He could try to just aggressively dock drop the enemy side. The problem is Anatan's already eliminated that threat with his dock placement. Look at the vision. You can't sneak in without him knowing. Yeah, and he's just going to establish extra eco himself. So not too surprising. I feel like this is the thing I've been saying recently that has made 4 Lakes maybe a little bit more underwhelming compared to what it used to be. 4 Lakes used to be this wild map, but ever since people figured out how to navigate the first few minutes, it really just feels like a delayed eco setup to just play the mid game. Yeah, and it can often be very hard to stop that eco as well. Trying to get in here and block fishing is not easy. So usually what you see is just people essentially burst into their mid game with great food income, and then it comes down to maybe more the micro focus rather than raid focus. It's like, how do I win the big fight, or how do I maybe stab on land rather. And look at that. We will be taking stabs with some shiny swords. It's going to be Hospitaller coming through. Ragsdrop as well. Is Anatan going to build Hospitaller? A little bit rare, actually. Not that many people tend to lean into them. The reason why you're going Hospitaller now on the Knights Templar is the movement speed and the health. The movement speed and the health on the villagers is huge. Same for the Pilgrims, actually. could be good here. Like that healing factor. It's just kind of weird to build a men-at-arms against Desert Raider potentially. Like Desert Raiders tend to just eat feudal men-at-arms for breakfast. And it is going to be Hospitaller. So, presumably what Anatan is looking for is a bulky front line that just doesn't die. And then archers to win the trade out against whatever Beasty's building. What is Beasty building? What was he thinking? He's got the 400 wood. He's going to get the tiny wall up, and it is going to be the additional dock. So he's just looking to blob on economy. No. It's got the archers now being queued up. Revelation is there. Beasty sees what he's up against. But this is a bait. Look at what he's done. This is a full bait. He's built a single Hospitaller to get a reaction. And by God, he's going to get it. The Desert Raiders. This ain't great right now for Beasty. Anat, look at the next layer to the cake. Turns out it's a cake with a bomb inside it. We've got archers and spearmen coming. Oh, wow. This is phenomenally well played. He's threading the needle between Beasty's vision. Yeah, Beasty, at this point with his scouting, it just feels like he's in all the wrong places at the wrong time to know what's really happening. Hospitaller is going to arrive. And I wonder, does Anatan even look for maybe a rushed blacksmith timing? No, it's just going to be double archers. And there we go, gets confirmation. Spearman arrives as well. Beasty's like, wait a second. And now he's like, what the hell? Archer as well. Oh dear, oh dear. I know, he is maybe going to overstay his welcome. That spear on the north side, so that's going to get sniped out. But this tree line already looks really thin. Yeah, and his secondary is now blocked. Horseman switch up is on the way. Anatan can now just try to scale spear plus archer. Just needs to be careful not to overextend with his boys. But there's the heal coming through to try and save the day. Melee mode's going to be activated. The archers are starting to counteract the Desert Raider. And this Hospitaller is just not dying. It's just small damage, but it adds up. Gets a kill. He's trying to trade out with the archers to buy time for the horsemen to arrive here. And what? Anno? Anno! The scout goes down. Oops. That's a lot of sheep to be donating. In theory, it shouldn't matter with the fishing. But if Beasty gets burned off of the ponds, you just gave him a huge up there. I'm being, it feels like a bit of a downer here. Beasty. Desert Raiders just not really able to keep up on production rates. And this one Hospitaller is saving the day. No, please kill the spearman. For the love, come on. This one Hospitaller, the more you ignore him, the more he gets done. I cannot believe that. Is he losing to one Hospitaller? Kind of. The healing mattered early on the spearman. The healing mattered again there. He also got a club in to get a kill on one of the Desert Raiders. But this guy has earned a field promotion. You know, I don't know. Change his rank to Mother Teresa or something. He's earned it. Oh my God. And yeah, can we please get these out of here? And can you please explain to me why I'm already seeing Angevin Empire queued up on my screen? This is ridiculous. I mean, BC has the eco lead, but not by much when it comes to fishing. He's only up by 3 fishing boats. And I don't know if he's expecting this. Yeah, this is scary, guys. Like, Angevin Spearman, very tanky. Good counter into Desert Raiders. Maybe you can't catch them, sure, but the whole idea is you flood so much that they have nowhere to run. The weakness against heavy spears, the strength of the heavy spears, in fact, is when you play water maps like this and you just get that blob going. The whole idea is, like, if you're trickling spearmen, it's bad, right? Your opponent will snipe them down, they'll die. But when you have great production rates and you push them into their base, the Desert Raiders might be able to kite you. But the villagers will get idled out or killed. Beasty just trying to do his best to actually push this away. Second wave has rotated all the way around the base, though. It's onto the workers. That should be 2 dead. Maybe a third if he's quick enough. Not quite able. He's going to keep diving. And the tech up now revealed. Beasty's like, wait, what just happened? Villager's in trouble. He's down by 5. Although due to the tech up nature, Beasty is still technically ahead. But in other ways, feels quite dead, right? He doesn't have anywhere near what he needs to start the tech up. That's going to take probably another 2 minutes. After which, he then still needs to wait for the tech up. This is a huge window for Anat to climb on through. Archer's going to start moving back, and heavy spears, come on in. Perfect reveal. Great bonus damage here. 36 rather per strike into the ponies. Beasty. Now that he sees these heavy spears, like, what do? You can't really just spam Desert Raiders. He needs to rush Age. 12 onto the gold. Crossbowman is going to be his only saving grace. My God. Anat turning up in a big way in this opening series of the tournament for him. Game 1, had to win it twice. Game 2, looking decisive, but you'd expect that from Knights Templar. Yeah, when they play on Water, Knights Templar. When they play on land, Knights Templar. Looks like he's ready to plop himself down in the base. Undermesh already researched. The Horseman front-lining against heavy spears. We're on the verge of a wave of the white flag, aren't we? Yeah, the archers steer off. They say, okay, well, we're not needed here. They go for the workers. Heavy spears come to protect as well. Advancement wing on the way shows you the desperation for Beasty right now. And reminder, Anat, he was still only one dock. We're speedrunning this. 2 games, 15 minutes a pop. Let's rock. Oh my God. He's proving it wasn't a fluke. All right, guys. We said this was becoming a long day. It might now get accelerated. Oh my God. I bet it's maybe a throwaway Civ against KT. That may be so, but the way that unraveled was genius and fast. That bait and switch with the the Hospitalia was genius. Yeah, like, also, yeah, going down 0-2, like, here's the thing, like, Beasty, I don't know if he's just like, screw it, like, I have to address this at some point, we might as well address it now. Because, like, here's the thing, like, after losing that first game, if this goes all the way to a deciding game, it's still going to be 4 lakes, and you're going to be up against Knights Templar. So, like, in some ways, you might as well get rid of it. And then, like, some players like this approach, where it's like, okay, it's either a long day and a route to recovery, or I'm just cooked. Right? Like, in some ways, that's kind of better. Let's have a look. Where are we going next on picks? Sushi versus Byzantines. Is that going to be regions? Probably regions. It could be either regions or Dry Arabia. Seem like the likely two. I'm expecting it to be regions, and then Dry Arabia could be what, like House of Lancaster / French. Is there something better for regions? Actually, like Ottomans might be better. This might be Dry Arabia. He's already used Rus. It's probably Dry Arabia. I mean, purest of pure, right? Beast has better pick. What? Sushi versus Biz? I think it's Biz. You maybe like semi just fast castle, right? And you go Kata. If your opponent tries to spam Chuganoo at you, then you go for javelins. Lombos can work as well, actually. I've seen some like interesting Byzantine Lombo timings into Chushi. Still has HRE. Yep, for mountain clearing. Whereas Beasty's probably thinking about House of Lancaster for mountain clearing. 2 TC Biz pretty highly. But you're giving over all pro scouts if you do that, right? Like there's gives and takes there, and that's a pretty big give. One that most players don't want to do. All right, looks like the boys are ready to go. Was I right on the map? No, it is actually regions. Okay. I thought maybe they'd be saving some like Ottomans there, but okay. Well, this is a lot more interesting actually. Byzantines have been looking good on regions recently. All right, you guys ready? Let's get the predictions up. History's repeating itself. It might be. 2-0 currently for Anat, and we head into game number 3. It is going to be regions, one and all. Welcome back to the channel for Anat versus Beasty, where right now, Anat has got him bent over the barrel, ready to make him scream. Byzantines for game number 3, up against Beasty's Chushi. Byzantines, I believe, was the pick that managed to put the final nail in Beasty's coffin back in EGC Master Summers. Different matchup this time, different map as well. We are going to be on EGC regions rather. A masterful map actually for Byzantines. I've been seeing a bit more Biz pick here, and I'm kind of impressed at how well it functions. The idea being you hunker down and you gradually claw your way out towards the berries. Sometimes we even actually see them just stay at home, eternally building up olive groves. Here's to see how Anat wants to approach this. In terms of the pick on the other side, Chushi, decent one with the deer. There's a reasonable amount of deer on this map. We're talking about a total of 26 deer. It's slightly less than you'll get on a standard spawn like Dry Arabia. And it also is more predictable. Not to mention, usually one deer stack is close enough to the base that it can get denied. Let's see how they both want to try to approach, though. I wonder, Anat. One thing we have to remember with Anat is the first thing you do when you hear he has Byzantines, your ears prick up and you look for a neutral trade post. That is not going to happen here. There is no neutral trade post for Anat on this map to exploit with the Byzantines. Is there a world in which he'd do Hippodrome? Seems unlikely with the way that most Byzantines players have been playing this map, where they hunkered down. Would be counterplay towards potential Chiganu. Also covers you to try and intercept pro scouts. Forces your opponent into spears, which you can then counterplay by playing longbow. So like longbow Hippodrome maybe. And longbows are also quite good against Chug. Only one on stone as well from Anno. It kind of feels like Hippo. Maybe? No. Okay, it's going to be Grand Winery. Little bit of a weird placement because he griefed himself with a cistern, I think. What happens if you go castle and don't pick a merc camp? You just don't get anything. You can't start spawning units until you've chosen. The exception is if you don't choose a contract, but you have a merc house near a neutral trade post, then it will start producing those units. So that's actually a strategy as well, by the way. Like if you're on a map with this neutral trade post, and let's say you want Magadai, and you only want Magadai, don't pick a contract. That way, when you go Golden Horn Tower, the Golden Horn Tower will start cycling through the neutral mercenaries. Okay, so Grand Winery play does mean Anat should be taking a more defensive approach. Medigarden is going to be underwhelming, but like that's regions. I don't know if underwhelming is fair. This is average. But that's fine. His goal now is likely going to be towards Pro Scouts. We already have 3 on gold while he's teching. Almost just guarantees it. And I wonder if Anat will just not come out of the base. Because it would mean giving over a lot of deer. Like the more obvious opening for Anno, and I think we're getting because he has 5 on wood, is to just go for Limitane beginning. And march across the west side. Like kind of accept that this first deer stack is going to happen. It is what it is. So instead of focusing on denying 7 with a weak hand, he can focus on denying 12 with a strong one. Because remember, if you focus on the corner instead of the enemy base, you're essentially putting him further out of position. Right? Like you have to go the same distance here compared to here. but for your opponent, that is 3 times the distance at least. Not fast 5 system build? No, he's taking a slow approach. It's got level 2 coming in. It's only 1 on stone. Some players do like to pivot into 3 on stone after a delay. But I think for Anno, there's a focus on aggression, judging by the wood. Oh. Oh, hello. So it is going to be the Horseman. Okay, so this is Horseman Lombo then. Pretty cool idea. Covers your opponent from being able to go Chug. But the problem is you're not going to get him to Chug now by doing this. Is that what you wanted? And if so, why? Actually, I guess it's fine because like going Horseman forces Spearman, then you get Lombos, and then your opponent goes back Horseman though. The idea being, I think at that point, that if he goes back to Horseman, then you're at 10 to 15 Lombos and can hold your own. Pro Scouting Islands will begin. Is he splitting the deer? He is not. No, Beasty just takes the easy gains straight away. Doesn't risk it for the biscuit. Oh, I just realized we're a few seconds out of live. Let's fix that. Interesting choice by the mill, right? Like, don't really see that too often. Anatan goes for a second mill to be as lean as possible, even though he already went wheelbarrow. I mean, it makes sense, though, because remember, he got robbed of the corner spawn, so he didn't get the Grand Warrior replacement he's looking for. No on-goal feudal fight? Nah, like, what are you going to fight with here? You're going to try to poke with Horseman, your opponent's going to have spears? Like, you shouldn't really ever be getting a kill there. Now it gets more interesting, though, because he has forced Chug commitment. Ambitious. I'm a bit shocked. I thought Beasty would go Spear Horseman. Because, like, now... I mean, now? You just get Lombos. The jackpot. Yeah, Western contract on the way. Beasty full infantry comp. A little bit surprising because, like, often we see Shushi go towards Horseman more than most civs. Especially when you have pro scouts that you're already, like, carved the path, right? And it also just makes you so immobile like this. You have no way of kind of catching your opponent out of position easily. Maybe Beasty's baiting him and he's planning, like, a 1-1-1 build, because he does always have that stables. I think instead for Beasty, what it is because there's 12 deer on one side of the map, you're not being stretched wide like you would on, say, Dry Arabia. So he's trying to tap that factor and exploit it to, like, minimize the amount of resources invested in army. Still, Anatan, he's just trying to flex the micro skills here, just weaving into the spearman. That wasn't a great trade, though. No, very expensive amount of health lost there for little gained. Mill doesn't give extra olive oil? That's not how it works. So you see this? Nearby villagers gather 6% olive oil from berry bushes. So it doesn't matter if they drop off at a different one. As long as they're in, like, the radius, they're gathering more olive oil. It's based on your rate where you are. It's an aura effect of you getting more olive oil. So he's fine. 1 or 2 of these villagers are a bit dicey on placement, but I think he's still fine with all of them. Actually, no. I think the ones here are not getting as much. Yeah, he's not getting as much olive oil there. And Beasty, it is just going to be that castle play. Mirrored by Anatan, mind you. Level 3 assistant already in. Level 4 soon to complete. In fact, he could already march out for the berries. It would be a bit risky because your opponent's now going to spam knights, so you'll be very much out of position unless you want to spam up outposts. And a lot of people on gold. 14. Mount Lu Academy is on the way for Beasty. The go-to choice. We don't really see people going towards the old school way of Shaolin Monks anymore. Shaolin Monks, I feel bad for them, man. They're a really cool looking unit. That is all. Like, it looks cool, but its functionality is a bit redundant. You know, yes, you could have this unit that fights, but do you want this unit that fights, or do you want it to gather relics? It just doesn't really fit in most compositions anymore. I know. Ready for his own tech. Has got the outpost on the ford. But Beasty can now rush relics, and he is going to do exactly that. Monastery's coming in, which he can supervise to get his monks out fast. Horsemen are going to keep circling around the back, though. We'll look to jump on top of the pro scouts. Beasty, he goes to the drop, but a weird choice there. Kept attacking. Yeah, it's the default behavior. When you drop, if you don't give them a new command, they're going to just hang around and fight. So at least slow down some of the pro scouts. And with the Golden Horn Tower on the way, it isn't the best because he's only got the level 3 cistern. Yeah, we haven't seen any additional inflation. Instead, though, we are going to see the first Lancer arriving into Anno's base. Beasty gets himself a worker kill. Reluctant to dive deeper, though. Limitane reaction is on the way from Anno. Horseman's still circling around the back, but no entry point yet. The tree line would be a good one. Potentially down the line. The Paling's defense on the side. He's a little bit paranoid about being attacked there. Does have the deer as a backup option if necessary. It really comes down to whether Anat is thinking about this being a cataphract game. I could see cataphracts making a lot of sense against this type of strategy from Shushi. But you want to begin with Limitane because you're so far behind on heavy cap anyway. But like for a little bit of variance for raiding, definitely I'm on board with the idea of Caddis. Another worker kill. Horseman not able to achieve much with the dive. That's actually a quite nice delay, just stopping the blacksmith text from coming through. Because your opponent can rush them easily, right? So like you want to try to force him out a few seconds at a time. Because the interesting thing is like Byzantines are also a very good civ at aggressive tech timings. Like you see there, Steel Arrow coming in just 30 seconds. And he's still trying to break this tower. Villager gets inside. It's just difficult to do with it being fortified. I think the more important thing for Beasty, the reason he's doing this, he looked at the map and he saw that it's 4 gold. He doesn't want his opponent gathering. Because that's when things like the cataphract come into the equation. That's when you start talking about things like Varangian, crossbows, like so on and so forth. All the answers that really Anno needs. Instead, you leave him with only Limitane against Chig, which is perfect. You want a mango tart? Wish is our command. Coming in 10. Are we getting any relics from Anno? It doesn't look like it. No, so 5 relic Shushi game? And that's got to be a nightmare. Dancers? I know. We'll have to sack the spearmen. Lombo's arrived, but wait, now you don't have any spearmen. Uh-oh. This could get snowbally fast. He needs some counterplay to the heavy cav. And he's losing Lombos now. Villagers are also stuck behind this trying to retreat. They're going to get the shivs out, so they go full Akratoy mode. Yeah, all hands on deck to try and defend because Beasty is continuing the dive here. Good micro garrison shift. Mangonel on the front side to try and protect, but he's losing additional workers there. It's too much for him to track. Beasty getting damage done. That's now 6. Make that a 7 worker kill lead. Akratoy defense does help out to stabilize a bit. And I mean, Anatan with the efficiency assistance is still competitive, but this was expensive. I mean, expensive on both sides, right? Beasty, he loses all the Chug. Has still got Lancer play though. And they keep on arriving on that front side. This time, villagers will be safe. In fairness, the relic situation hasn't really improved for Beasty. I don't know what happened here. Yeah, he should have more relics than this. Did he forget about it? I think so. Is he just rushing sacred sites? Is he just assuming that the relics have been... He knows that they haven't been taken down here, though. Right? I know. Oh, my... Food and wood what? He's got no food income at all. Talk about an idle time for the ages. Beasty is finally circling for that deep relic. You know, I'm starting to think that Anatan just believes the relics are already gone. I mean, how would he know otherwise? Think about his perspective in this game. Hasn't really been able to come out for a long time. Deer gathering as well. Just trying to get that injection of food that's been missing. Olive Grove's on top of that. Dangerous time in the game, but if Anatan can just push his way through to that mass growth timing, very, very formidable Civ. Very scary Civ. Lancer's going to show up again. Where are the Limitane? This can't keep happening. Lombo count isn't really scaling. Oh, the heavy calves just seem to be everywhere. All at once. He's going to circle towards the gold. Good reaction, Anatan. Doesn't get baited by the Seek Shelter. We do finally have Anatan adding an additional Limitane, but he's been scrambling for food. Dreaming of some scrambled eggs, I imagine. I mean, the awkward problem is you've already got Chuganu remaxing, and we now have Beasty staking a claim in the center. This is usually the dominant moment in a game of regions that says, this is my game. If he can hold here, it's the type of curtains closed type feeling. Right? Like, we see this with Carmel, and actually Regions is very similar in that regard. Most absurd thing in AoE4 is half map dunks. Yeah, but like, I mean, historically, it's not the most absurd thing. Intercontinental tactical nuclear demo ships probably win. Let's also not forget infinite spear range. Infinite relics. We've had some good question marks on the history of our game, that's for sure. A little bit of a freebie, but BC still has enough military lead he can afford to do that. It's 5 relics. It's also an awkward time for Anatan as he gets caught marching out for the berries. Single outpost to try and protect him here. Yeah, I've got Catas... Oh, hold on a sec. There's a Cataphract in the base, and I don't think BC's realized yet. Then again, I don't think Anatan can hold here, though he's just raw outnumbered. Villager's being chased as well. And this dive is not going to stop. Maybe the Mangonel placement could be his miracle worker here. In fairness to him, that Cataphract... Oh my god, look at what he's doing! This one Cata may keep him in the game, but no, it's not going to matter. He calls it. He doesn't think he can hold on. GG called. Finally, Beasty is able to strike back. I don't know, man. I kind of want him to play that out for another minute or two and see how much work that Cataphract does. I don't think he believed the Cataphract was doing that much. And what is up? Kokotl? Kokotl. Thank you for the prime sub, mate. Appreciate you. Kokotl? Thank you. Welcome to Swarm, bud. Can he reverse sweep? I mean, it's looking a lot more possible now, isn't it? Gets a game on the board. Left side win. Next up. All right, they haven't drafted just yet, so we need a second. Interesting one, though. So where does that put us draft-wise? Anatan still has HRE, and he could pick Mountain Clearing now. Presumably, he'll be facing off against Lancaster. Now, that is an interesting proposition. Because Lancaster shortbow villagers means they should win the fight for the boar. If they win the fight for the boar, the Lancaster castle goes up. So actually, like, I think Beasty, that there is a clearing path here on how you would do it. So the question is whether Anatan tries it now. Oh. It's House of Lancaster versus Ottomans. This is Mountain Clearing, right? Has to be. Ottoman's coming. I mean, it could be Dry Arabia. I'd be surprised if it's Dry Arabia, just because that leaves Beasty with what, Malians or French? So that means you're letting your opponent, HRE, have the ball, right? And probably picking Malians. So I'm assuming this is probably mountain clearing. It means that, like, what Anatan has done is he's padded himself against game 5. Because then he can have HRE against either French or Malians on Dry Arabia, right? Which I think you're quite happy with. So we'll double check and confirm, but I'm pretty sure we're going mountain clearing. I wonder if the plan for Anatan is to spear rush. Spear rush would be kind of curious here, because like you could technically go for a spear rush, but the problem is your opponent still has short bows. I guess it's worth it with the 100 wood cost of entry. You just keep spamming spears until your opponent backs off of the boar. Because like he has to get out there and kill the boar, right? Which is an investment already. And for Lancaster, that means you're probably going to have like 2 workers very low on HP and spearmen are quicker. No, it's not about spear rushing the base. You spear rush the boar. Remember, there's a boar in the center that everyone wants. It's like the reason why Lancaster's meant to be good, the reason why English were very good, is because you'd short bow rush the boar and no one could fight you. But like that was before we really saw this development of cheaper racks type civs like Ottomans and Japanese opening with spears, right? Definitely an interesting one. Because I thought he would have just went HRE, but we did mention the issue of going HRE against House of Lancaster short bows is that they will just shoot you. They'll just shoot the prelate. And if the prelate dies, you can't fight them, right? They're short bows, so you can't, like, you don't want that fight ever at all. Alright, waiting for the boys to get into lobby. We should be underway in a second. Reminder, after this, by the way, we've still got another series. I know, right? We're going to basically be live for, like, close to 10 hours. If you haven't subscribed yet, I don't know why. Like, come on. Are you not getting your entertainment? Your fill? It's going to be entertaining? Dude, I got to say, like, mountain clearing has been kind of refreshing to see. I think by day 2, it might get a bit repetitive, but we'll see. There's been creatively different approaches so far, which is nice. So it has kept it kind of fresh. Dude, I so want an OLED monitor. The more I stare at this screen, the more I really feel like I need an OLED monitor. I need to get a contact at a monitor company. Get them to send us one. It really, like, the difference in color is actually kind of shocking. And my feeling is I'm getting to a point where, like, you know, like, kind of like getting a high frequency monitor. Once you have it, you can't go back sort of thing. OLED ultra wide? Hell no. Ultra wide is like overrated. I'm not a big fan of ultra wide. I think it's kind of, yeah, it's kind of, especially if you play a combo of like sweaty games as well. Like maybe it's okay for the immersive games. I don't know. I wouldn't rate it for the sweaty games though. Oh my god, dude. My glasses are still so blurry. What's the delay? Still confused by the fact they've got like additional sponsors because I really thought they weren't allowed them. I do wonder if it's like Still Series sponsors, not the LAN sponsors, maybe. Because I remember I was saying to them, I was like, if you want, I can try and help you with sponsorships. I just thought, actually, isn't this Anatan's first LAN? It is, right? I don't think he's done one before. Maybe like a local CIS LAN? I don't think so, though. Who else is on the first LAN? CSO, unless there was a local China one? I think it's just those two, right? Like, everyone else at this event has done LANs before. It's interesting because it is like a different kind of pressure. It's a different environment. It definitely has a variable impact to consider. All right, looks like the boys are getting in lobby, so we should be hopping in a sec. Nice. Good to go. All right, we can get Predicky started. It is mountain clearing. Woohoo! A classic cheese just got a new paint job. Welcome back, one and all. We've got Anat going up against Beasty, and you are seeing that correctly. Lancaster coming out on mountain clearing. Yeah, this used to be a map dominant for English, and in theory, it can be dominant for Lancaster for the same reason. But Beasty wants no part of it. No. So no play on the ball. He just stays at home. And this is an interesting one, folks. Anat is leading this series. He was on the verge of making it a 3-0, but was not able to deliver in that third game. No, Beasty instead set the tempo and kept full control. Gets us into this fourth game. Meme clearing, a map that Ottomans in particular is an interesting pick on. Normally, we expect picks on this map that use the boar. Ottomans cannot use the boar. Sheep, same gathering rate as boar. Until you have survival techniques, right? So boar is, was it 0.9? And then sheep is 0.75 with 20% extra, which puts you up at 0.9. So good eyeballs there, Standard. You are correct. It's just interesting because I thought he'd take it anyway with the short bows. But why take the risk when you can just have the safety? We do have the military school reaction from Anat as an opener. Reminder, this map is usually decided by this screen right here. The ball, the relic difference, and the sacred site itself. Yeah, flanks don't really have much to it. There are some exhaustible resources, but most of the time we don't see people going towards these. You do get a deer stack close to your base that you utilize, but your House of Lancaster, why would you bother? Just eat the sheep instead. Interesting. So, like, why the military school? I guess he was maybe... Did he suspect that there would be boar gathering? Because, like, in theory, yes, it's the same gathering rate, but it's a risky resource, so you tap that first, then come back for safety afterwards. It's actually a very good thing for Anat that Beasty didn't play towards it, because this boar spawn is kind of balked, as often is the case on mountain clearing. I think this is why it kind of fell off a bit. Same with Socotra, actually. Because of the variance on where the boar spawns on one side of the sacred site or the other, it gives an unfair advantage quite often to one player. So, like, if Beasty got the pullback, he pulls it back to here. Look how close to his base that would be. Meanwhile, if Anat was a civ that could eat boar and he pulled it back, maximum we could do is here. That's a much, much longer distance to reach home. And Lancaster Castle is going to be coming in. So, I thought we might see this in the center of the map. Or center-ish. Actually would have made a lot of sense with the stone placement, but instead he's going to play full backside, and we are just going to get agreed upon. Guys, I've got a funny feeling that Lancaster Castle is going to make this map feel like it needs to be removed from rotation. This is a map that doesn't have much in the way of food in the grand scheme of things. Very hard to farm transition bar 1 or 2 civs. Lancaster Castle into max manners just gives you infinite food. You never run out. Like, actually, quite often, this map becomes about siege, partially because of the one sacred site, but also because of that grand lack of food. That's also why we're seeing minimum madrasas, just so that Anat has additional food supply to work with. All right, how did you guys predict? Dare I even look? I'm going to look. 85% for Beasty. A bit brutal, but if I'm being totally honest, not completely unfair. It does almost feel like this is a throwaway pick. Reminder that Anat did have the HRE. He chose not to pick it. On a map where it's been historically dominant. It feels like this was intentional by Anat. They wanted to save one of the most powerful picks in the game for a Dry Arabia deciding game that came to it. Anna. Is he going to look to try and blob military in this age? It feels tricky to try and penetrate your opponent. But also, you have to weigh up what you're getting out of Rushing Castle. This is a pretty rough matchup, I think, for Ottomans when you think about the unit comps. You know, Janissary is not really feasible against Yeoman. You can go for Sipahi, which are meant to be a great blocker to like Yeoman spam, but your opponent could just spam Spearmen. Spearmen that have got extra perks to them on the side of Lancaster. So like Lancaster does quite well even in the late phase of the game. The only risk is once you get towards like Great Bombard territory. Even then though, this is a Civ with access to Culverins, and they have obviously got that gunpowder contingent that's quite useful at just blobbing up the troopers. Nice wall. PC just guaranteeing there's no harassment on him. Yeah, he just doesn't want to have to build military units. This is just classic greedy Lancaster. I guess for Anno, probably just want to start breaking towards castle. He's going to have the Sipahi queued up, actually. Okay, so he's going to try to burn his way in. Oh, wait, is he doing that? Is Anatan going for the Vizier point? I think so. The Imam play here, right? So you get the Imam, you get the Meta out of the military school in 40. You blob Sipahi, and you look to dive with Meta armor, and then heal them when they get low. Not great micro there by Anatan, though. Gets caught by the short bows. Yeah, painful. Every single loss counts here when you know your opponent is going full greed. And the Mesh Priority is going to be there as well. Vizier point is available. And, okay, he's going to go Anatolian Hills. Yeah, like in theory, you don't need the Imam yet, if that is the plan, because you don't really have much to dive with yet. So getting the Sheep makes a lot of sense, just gives you a lot more runway. You'll need it eventually anyway. Because, you know, this map, like we said, doesn't have much food. So what are you going to do? You're going to go Imam first and have no use, or you're going to go something else and then have to go Imam second point and then be too late to get food with Anatolian? So I understand where he's coming from on this. And Beasty already prepping the defense. It is going to be Spearman to answer the Sipahi. And Anno does not know. No, like ideally you want to be thinking archers now, and boom, there you go, Anatan. Did he get a glimpse of the Spearman? Well, he sees him now, so he knows. And he should know entirely what this is, guys. This is the FC build. White Tower Rush incoming. The good news is he has troops, so the White Tower has to be built at home. The bad news is the Osgard will kick the teeth out of everything. A little bit of a stab in here. Short post fire comes out. I am wondering, actually. There might be a world in which if Beasty's too defensive and Anno mirrored the castle, he could have went for this, but it's not going to happen. Like, you can't mirror this timing now that Beasty's going to obtain on castle. The good news is Sipahi can actually contest Earlsguard reasonably well. They have very good base damage. Bad news is you need a lot of them, and this is a bit early in the game to be requesting a lot. We'll just remove the vault. And someone asked earlier, like, do you get DQ'd for this? No. Because the thing is, it was, like, it has never been addressed, so it's seen as a feature now. Honestly, I think it needs to be changed. If you kill the boar, it shouldn't make it disappear. Doesn't make sense. Never has. How do you feel about burning buildings near trees, allowing for trees to catch on fire? People's PCs will crash and weep. The problem is, it's just the type of thing that always spreads, right? It's just, like, it's the same reason why Minecraft just disables. Actually, like, Minecraft's a bigger extreme, but the idea is you just remove too much wood from the map too quickly. Like, it's the same reason why mangoes in this game don't delete tree lines, although maybe they should in the late phase. Maybe it's like an interesting tech in the hyper late game. I kind of like it, but it shouldn't be available in early ages. And that is such a painful timing. Anatan just gets back here in time to see Beasty rebuilding the wall. White Tower's also coming up, so he's wasting time in the wrong location. I mean, this is the bait and switch from Beasty that's brilliant. This wall here has been full focus for Anat, and it makes no sense because Beasty never went for additional manas. The 3 was all he needed. Yet he continues to bait Anatan's attention to the wrong location. Something that Anno has become aware of after checking the outcropping. Still, White Tower's going to be up. And this has to be, what, a mirrored play into the next stage? Can't imagine there's much more for you to do. And it isn't going to be Earlsguard, mind you. It's actually going to be Knights, which is a little bit wild against Ottomans. And Spahi are going to be kept honest by the spearmen chasing. Earlsguard will go hunting after the archers. It definitely looks like he's thinking about the next stage. Next Imam point coming up, or Vizier point rather. Probably going to be the Imams. Just for the easy gather up. You could think about military campus, but the argument then is, does the game go deep enough? Now, we talked about the weirdness of the Ottoman pick, but like this is where it can make sense in the mid game. We just highlighted why Lancaster should be ridiculous because they'll never run out of food. An alternative to never running out of food is never needing it. Military schools gives passive production, ergo you get an army without needing the food that runs out so fast on mountain clearing. So not a terrible idea necessarily. Earlsguard pivot now coming in from Beasty. But Anno is still not aging up. And he has the imams, guys. Yeah, so this is quite the commitment. Wow. Really? I mean, Sipahi is strong, but Anatan's trying to take it to the limits. Trying to be all that a Sipahi can be. Beasty has got the Monk out now, so we'll be able to start garrisoning the relics for gold. Food on the front side is being denied, so Beasty is a little bit limited on what he has access to. He's down to 9 sheep. Backstab coming in from the Knights now, though. Doesn't get tempted to dive. Well played there. Ring roses with the workers. Spearman will be able to protect, though. So Night Raid fails. Sipahi are keeping away the second wave. In fact, they're doing great damage. A reminder, gotta respect that White Tower, even with Sipahi. As long as he does, the Imams can heal anything that's not dead. Reminder that this has become kind of the new direction of Ottomans, just trying to find ways to skin the Sipahi. It's very dangerous if you don't know what you're doing. But these are pro players. Pro players that have practiced harness the skill across many Ottoman games. They've reached the stage where they don't just throw it away. Which is key to being so successful. It's all about sustained momentum towards your full comp. Second mana level now coming in from Beasty. Knights are still trying to get in, but need to be careful of the Sipahi. Because they can shut you down easily. Looks like he did pull away in time. And again, the boys are on the way. And wait, what? Beasty? A bit cheeky to try and fight that. Lack of respect being shown to Mas Sipahi. Anat even getting bloomery. He's still not aging up. This is getting a bit ridiculous, actually. He's going to give the dive in, deny the Monk. Stops him before he reaches the White Tower. But Beasty will probably just build another Monk. I mean, it's so close to home. Like, you know, it's just a little taste of it. Just get a little taste. And I think Anatan's had enough. Here we go. He's prepping castle. I wonder if he just dives over here to get the relic again. Because, like, you can guard it. You've got a big enough army. If you let it get any deeper, then you're going to be forfeiting over. Because once it's in White Tower range, it's not worth diving to protect, right? Anat, he does have eyeballs on. And Sipahi are getting ready to circle into the back of the base. Under the White Tower is a bit ambitious, though. Yeah, you can see how eager he is to get in, but this is why White Tower is a big no-no. As in, like, a game stopper. You just can't make that type of commitment. It's always been that way with English on this map. Like, they can either drop it in the center to secure the map, or they drop it at home and they're impenetrable. Your only real approach, reliable approach to the stage would be, what, going Trebuchet? Not going to do that. Not in a rush anyway. You need to get the age up first, which is now on the way. Where's Anno getting his food? Combination of having the Madrasa, the Anatolian Hills, and also the military school production helping out. Decent chunk here with the double up. Beasty now with the Omen switch. Makes sense when he's limited rather on food. No, Knights. Well, they won't stare a gift in the face like that. Nicely played. There's a few archers. Does cost him one knight, though. I am a bit concerned about this yeoman plan, considering how many Sipahi you're doing this into. This is no small army. Yeah, it looks like the simple he comp. Simply going to be able to just march in and get a win. On practically any fight. Like, the only thing that they should be scared of is mass spears, which is actually now coming in from Beasty. Imam. Chilling a bit deep. And we have got relics coming in. So Anat is going to get that gold gen up. And we do have mangoes on the way. Honestly, wouldn't mind seeing Springles instead. Springles to address the spearmen, and then the longbows get shut down by Sipahi. Nice Squall Lord to force a wider rotation, buys time for the workers to run away, but I mean, if you're BC, you're happy with that. What, 20 plus workers idled by one single knight is perfect, and not just that, he's steering them. He's hurting them right now. Anno realizes what's happening though. Actually turns to back away. Does end up losing a worker for it though. Expensive. This really is a race between passive income types. Passive production versus passive income of resource. Feels like a race right now that Beasty's winning. He's up to 6 manas, could easily unlock the next level soon. Meanwhile, we don't have the extra military schools yet from Anat. Villages though. Oh no! Anno caught looking for the goodies. He's trying to run back towards safety, but worker count is now stacking up against him. Anat has locked in the sacred site. And Sipahi, they can gap close this actually, guys. Like, this is pretty important. Veteran Sipahi perform very well against knights like this. Never keep stabbing forward. A little bit greedy. Instead of just A-click, he tried to go for the surround. And front side is going to pay the price for it as army forced to retreat. But the knights dive in. They look for more. Another 3 worker kills. And more still to come. He hangs around. The Beasty happy with the rotation. The knights are going to take him with him. They will die. But now the worker lead is 12. Oi, oi, oi. This is actually happening. Anno came out of the door swinging so strong. Game 1, game 2. But the tail end is what you really remember. And Beasty is looking to make a reverse sweep happen here to force a game 5. Great position to do so as well with 46 yeomen. Not a mango in sight to counter either. Janissaries? Did he go for the point? No, he didn't, thank God. Sing shot's going to be thrown out there. The ponies, though. He doesn't want to sacrifice it. Yeah, so Anat just looks to clear the front line. But the numbers, they're trending against him. Janny crossbows trying to answer that front line. Sipahi hesitant to dive in because the thing about these yeomen is they are so quick to run away. That's the superpower in this situation. Mango, oh, come on. No, not a freebie like this. The Mango goes down. It gets one shot out, doesn't even get it onto the yeoman. Sipahi just need to go. But it's just so difficult on such a short map like this. Look at how difficult it is to reach. Sipahi even just trying to charge in to get that touch. He's finally there. He activates the forward two, but he needs to munch him down now, quick! Before the spears start arriving. That's just not enough. Nah, this is over. Anat, army wiped. A valiant effort, but the moment that knight switch hit on the back line, everything came falling down. Five-game series, folks. Chugga chugga choo choo all the way. So mark it up. It's going to be a deciding game on Dry Arabia. And we're likely going to be seeing HRE versus Malians or French. Maybe Mali? I mean, HRE should do well against both, right? Are we safe from the Protoss here? No, we just got our own brew of Protoss. It's different, but also some ways worse. I don't know, it's always sad with Lancaster because I love the epicness of the unit design, etc. It's just, it's the safety of the economy that also just ruins it. Turns what should be a fun addition to the game into the reverse for a lot of people. Oh, by the way, guys, you know that Bejeweled 5-way deathmatch thing? If you haven't already, be sure to check it out. Click on the link. It's free to download. You can get it on your phone. Give it a try. Let me know what you think. It's a chill little game. It's perfect for when you're on the crapper, actually, because you get to crap on someone else because it's PvP. Yo. There is also challenge modes, which are quite nice. But a fun little game. It's a variant of the idea like Bejeweled. And it's free to download. By doing so, you do support the channel because it convinces those sponsors to come back and pay us more money so that we can then afford to do more show matches and other content like that. So, something free for you guys to do. Give it a try. If it's not for you, you gave it a spin and it isn't your casual on the crapper game. But that's fine. At least give it a try via that link. Exclamation mark Masters. Yeah, like reminder, when we do these type of integrations, usually they have those type of elements. Like, for example, if it's a free game to download, they want to see how many people are going to like be willing to download it, right? And that tells them whether it's like, oh, we should go sponsor KP again, right? I.e., get more money, run more events. Oh, that's cool. Daniela in AoE2 started up her own midweek madness. And I haven't read through the whole thing, but I just saw the at the end. She's like, the AoE 420 was one of the main inspirations for this event, and Killer Pigeon deserves all the praise and recognition for this. Oh, that's so nice. You guys see that? From Daniela. I believe there's too much of a gap between AoE2 and AoE4 communities. We are part of the same game in the end, and we can grow and inspire each other. Exactly. Like, there's always things to learn from each other. There's always ways of, like, lifting each other up. Love to see that. Nervous given the fact that it's the first big tournament I'm hosting. Don't worry. Like, the players won't turn up on time. They'll always give you a time, and then they won't turn up, and then you'll, like, look to shave your head bald. Yeah, so she's doing an 18-week format with different themes each week. That's cool. Well played. Go Flappers. Love to see that inspiring different scenes. I think the midweek muster has been like one of the most vital ingredients. Like, we talk about the LANs if they're like crucial, and they help for sure. But the baseline, you've got to have a route to participation. Otherwise, your esports is a big wet fart. If you got all these people knocking at the door wanting to compete and they have no way of figuring out how to compete, like, the scene has failed to like cater to them, right? All right, you guys ready? Deciding game number 5. That's right, one and all. Welcome back to the channel. It comes down to this. Anat's hands, HRE, held in reserve for this very moment to strike at this very convenient point in Dry Arabia up against Beasty's French. Man, talk about stripping him dry on the draft. Beasty only Malians or French left to pick and has to go up against the all-too-feared HRE. I know, we are going to be in the 2xp just to catch up to live as predictions are going to be coming in. I'm curious to see how he wants to play this one. I mean, French versus HRE is a matchup you do not see very often. In fact, let me update the overlay because for some reason it still says mountain clearing. We are on dry Arabia now. Interesting matchup of that. I mean, HRE, very robust Civ, has answers to French. You can go into Spearman, you can play into Horseman. I do wonder if we're going to be seeing a Minework build here from Anatan to open this game up. It has been growing in popularity. On maps like Dry Arabia, you can usually extend deep enough into the game as well that it's valuable. You want Beasty? It should just be a standard School of Cavalry play. And we are caught up to live now. So it's going to just be Arkin. Okay, so Anatan, he just wants the reliability of the better economy. And the deer spawns, man. I mean, look at this. To the east side, a lot of gain for Anatan. I mean, the problem is he's gone Arkin, so I don't know if you really want to play into it. You can technically play Pro Scouts. The problem is if your opponent's opening with French Knights, you're going to get shut down there. So you just kind of feel like it's a dead weight play. Like, you'd like it. It'd be great, especially with the gathering rate being insane with HRE buffs. But easier said than done. You know, you go back 1 or 2 big patches, sure, whatever. Do whatever you want because Pro Scouts was so undeniable. But nowadays, I think HRE plays more into an aggro role, trying to block what their opponent's doing. The question mark is whether you can do that against one of the best aggro civs in the game. French Knights really have no matchup 1-to-1 that feels as good in the early game. The chapel placement is curious as well, right? Because like he builds it very close, doesn't even leave room for farms on the side, and it buffs nothing. Like actually, this is kind of wild. Beasty got a nut spawn, and Anatan got kicked in the nuts on the spawn. Like, I mean, you might as well have went Minework with this, right? Like, you've got gold on the opposite side to the Archon. The tree line would be too far away for you to buff both. It would be out of TC range, which means you get dove by knights. This would be a heartbreaking way for a best of 5 to end. You know, obviously skill and execution matters, but this is where the idea of like the purity of Dry Arabia spawns is contradicted. Often I hear Dry Arabia toured and talked about as like the best map because the spawns are so fair. But like when I look at these 2 spawns, I don't know if I feel that way. Like this is very much ideal for French. He even goes on the deer early on so that he can just focus on attacking. Meanwhile, your opponent has got only wood buff. Maybe Anatan could have went for deer straight away, but he would have had to have known about that and then ran the prelate. Like, it's sometimes hard to know for sure. He's going Pro Scouts, though. Okay, so yeah, we've got a reverse of roles. It is very much so when you think about it. Recently, French, you know, you'd say they're the Pro Scouting ones, and HRE play blocker. Completely the other way around. This does at least make the Archon better, by the way, for Anatan, because now he's going to be able to pull the deer here and get that big buff rate. So, like, this has improved the situation for sure. Free on gold. No more knights queued up. I mean, I'm assuming you want more than 1 knight here. First one is on the way. Cool thing about playing HRE here, by the way, other civs would have to choose between the scouts and the spearmen. HRE income is so good because of the inspiration buff. You can do both. Don't have to choose. So we've got spearmen plus scouts simultaneously to block the knight play. And guys, Beasty's made the right call. He didn't go pro scouts. He looks to ramp up knight count to control the map. For good reason. Like, if he just parks on the east side, great. I'd love to see him adding in an archery range. And boom, there you go. Beasty never wanted to miss out on an opportunity. He's going to have those archers as blocker play towards the spearmen. Keep in mind, though, Anatan can always pivot after 3 to 4 scouts into horsemen. And then you're talking about like a raw eco race in which once the pro scouts come home, your opponent isn't behind. He's miles ahead on the efficiency. At least initially. There will be a time down the line. You have to remember French produce villages quicker. So gradually they can offset this eco buff, but it's very hard to achieve. Like, Inspired is so effective. At this stage right now in this game, Anatan is buffing, what, 24? 24 out of his 25 workers are getting buffed by this Archon. That's only because one of them's building archery ranges over here. Another thing that's worrisome here is obviously Beasty needs to be really on point with the micro. Marching drills. These spearmen gap close absurdly fast. To be feared and respected. Nano just taking full advantage of that better economy we talked about. It's a full flex. Archer, Horseman, Spearman. All tools that we'll need to control. Second deer stack's being moved for. Good timing as well, because you know Anatan's eventually going to come for that with the Pro Scouts. Yeah, like instead of trying to play Pro Scout and Pro Scout, split it 50-50, Beasty's getting the Pro Scout effect without paying for it. It's a very big deal, considering how expensive Pro Scouts is these days at 350. Sorry, 450, right? Nice. Get a poke at it. Anna needs to double up on that spear production, and we have got the rats coming in for that. Because the thing is, if he doesn't start killing these knights, we're talking about chivalry. And that's when crap really hits the fan for you here. 9 hours straight? Damn right. If you haven't subscribed, I don't know why. Your #1 spot to catch your Age of Empires 4 action right here. 9 hours. I mean, we're going to be looking at a 10-hour broadcast at this rate. We've still got MarineLord versus Vortex after this. Blacksmith does get scoured, so BC's aware straight away what's happening. Horseman, first blood drawn on the work account. Gets in on the back. BC just needs to keep finding a way of piling on this pressure, though. Can't afford to be going home. The worry is, it's Horseman Spear Raw. I like that Anatan realized the archer detail, like as cute as it seems, it's maybe not worth it. Over just getting a 2-unit comp now that's strong enough to overwhelm. And on top of that, like it allows you to just focus the wood into farms and then just extend your blob of melee units. BC backing off quite a bit here. Nantan is going to go for the second deer pack, so bring that in now happily. He's only got 3 scouts. I like the way he's played this. This has been more atypical in recent times. If you're being attacked, you can't go for those 7, 8 scout builds. It kills you. 3 is reliable. It just gets you enough through that you don't drain yourself. And that's all that really matters. You just need to make sure you're not running out of resources. Because if you're contesting the aggro, you'll eventually get it anyway. Probably a gold harass. I think BC's just checking that Anatan isn't being greedy. And there's a good time to check, right? He's starting to build reserves of food, which would suggest that Castle Age could be on the table. A move that HRE is just more effective than almost any civ in the game at doing. Playing aggro and then all of a sudden teching. Horseman? Ooh! Nice hit again. Another worker goes down. He's going to be hunting the back, but the deer gatherer is already moving back. This is an opportunity, though. Beasty realizes it for what it is. If the horsemen are there, they're not defending. Not able to make it connect, though. And gaps in economy is problematic here for Beasty. He's going to slow down the knight scaling. Scouts do get found, however. I kind of feel like you just want the horsemen between the 2 bases right now. Intercept any extra archers. And then focus on dealing with the front force after that. Because for now, it's kind of difficult. Like 15 archers, what? 11 on the front side? Horsemen are starting to come home now. The Undermesh plus Stilled Arrow is there. Beasty, he's got a big edge if he can swing it. We're 41 seconds away from the key ingredient for Anatan, which is going to be the Undermesh defense. Bloomery also holds high value considering the low base damage of his army. Yeah, it works out to be like a 10% increase in DPS for each of the units. Actually, more than that. That one was a bit ambitious. The ones on the deer I understand, but that may have been reaching. He's reaching for the fight now. Horsemen. They go in, they force the knights to commit. Has to get the charge off and run away, but the flood is real here. Anatan breaking through on the archers. He circles around the back. And that means knights, they're not clearing the spearmen. They're actually getting bogged down on the ponies. Great fight. Cleans up the 4 archers, forces the retreat. Exactly what Anatan needed. And I thought maybe he'd just take this opportunity to now go for attack, but no. Look at the queue up. More aggro. Full forced retreat. Beasty's going to have to reset back at home. Chivalry is at least on the way now. A little bit surprised, actually, that Anno didn't just try to play onto the gold. Okay, he is now. There we go. 6 are making their way out. Outpost coming up. You just see the difference that movement speed makes. Like, most civs would be chasing, but ultimately be kited by the knights. You see what happens. Each time Beasty turns around, takes another wallop to the face from the spearman. Like, this is the effect of marching drills. Ever since it became free, you saw HRE's win rate become meteoric, a rise that you could never have expected. He's circling. I think he knows about the chivalry timing. Love this read by Anat, just trying to intercept before all of his hard work is offset. Got Knight sneaking in, though. Meanwhile, Horseman try for the dive. Find another worker kill. Anat quick on the fingers to react to the Knights coming into the base. We need to get the defense force back over here soon. Beasty gives up on the dive, though. Horseman, they could burn this. No, please burn the right building, though. Anat, there we go. He moves across. Spearman is still chasing, by the way, just to keep him in check. Archers did just arrive, though, so Anno not able to get those kills he's looking for. Wasted effort. I love gold now being gathered by Anat. So it feels like the heart is in Castle Age, but the economy is not there. It's getting there, though. The farm's stacking up now. Numbers are looking a bit shaky for Anat, though. I'm worried. Yeah, this doesn't look great. Your opponent has 50 knights. If you both now just choose a tech up, he has enough knights to block the play onto Regnants, and then he has a huge knight army to upgrade. Right, so kind of a shaky position. I can understand Anat's hesitance to just rush the age now. It's like you're looking for that big hit that just takes out 8 knights. The Beastie, a teaser. Never given it. I know, always with these little baby raids with the horsemen too. How's my night going? Long. Long, long, long. 8 hours deep now. Horseman in with the poke again. We'll find another worker kill for his troubles. However, Knight has now arrived on the gold, and that's made it obvious. Like, why would you ever need this many people on gold unless you're attacking? And he's not even pulling the villagers away. Does he even realize? Well, Spearman will get cleared up in the end, but some nice strikes there. Archers and Knights diving in. He's looking for that tech up, but Anat, I mean, he hasn't got it yet. Lacks the food. Also, it feels like he lacks the firepower to stay in feudal any longer. Oh, Beastie is starting to feel like he's unraveled the beast. Anat, despite taking an early lead, despite looking like he was going to get a 2-0 sweep, at this point, we're on the verge of a full Beastie comeback. He can taste it. Recommitment on the gold from Anat. Yeah, just selling it across for food. Scraping the barrel at this stage as the farms keep going inactive. Trying to reload that horseman count, but it just doesn't hold a candle anymore to Beastie's knight count, and he realizes it. He's been holding troops back this whole time. Everything is now heading towards Anatan's base. This is where the game becomes a true challenge for Anat. He's barely been scraping by when he's up against half of Beastie's army. What happens when everything convenes for the engagement? Beastie, I think he knows that now is the time. Many players in this position would think about an age up. I think that's unnecessarily greedy. And I think he knows it too. Knights now diving in. Tree line fully idle. That's also farms idle. That means you have only got gold gathering, and that is not going to get you much. Not to mention the gold is almost gone. Beasty. Now looking to extend his worker lead. Horseman looking for an entry here. They're going to dive past. Anat. He commits. He sandwiches it. The Spearmen follow up as well, but the Knights pull back. Archer's pseudo frontlining right now. The Horseman count. It's not going to last long against this pressure. It's just too many Knights. The Spearmen getting target fired down. Maybe a little bit overkill. But the type of number advantage that allows Beasty to afford it. And that is going to be it. Horseman dead. Spearmen fail him. And Beasty has done it. A reverse sweep victory. A revenge achieved against his arch nemesis from the EGT Masters. The man who 3-0'd him now gets 3-2'd. Reverse sweep. A sweet, sweet victory for Mr. Beasty. Well played to come back like that. Series that looked like it was done and dead, but man pulls off the miracles. French versus HRE. Really, really well executed by him as well. It felt like at moments Anat was taking a lead, but I think maybe a bit fixated on getting these raids that he couldn't quite connect with on the level he was looking for. But can't fault Beasty. A lot of patience shown, which is not easy to do against HRE, but he understood that eventually that Archon lives beyond its means. The wood moves out of range. The food sources need to be replaced permanently with farms. The gold is never buffed. Meanwhile, as French, over time, you're building more and more workers, right? So you kind of have this interesting teeter-totter balance in the way your two economies work. And I like that Beasty didn't rush an end state that would have killed him because his opponent's economy is better. Well, that's us done. Nah, I'm kidding. We're not done. There's another series. Another series? Yes, guys, there's actually one more series. So Beasty, he achieves the reverse sweep, but there's one more series to come today. And it is going to be between MarineLord and Vortex. So I don't think I've seen the draft yet for that, weirdly enough. Unless they've changed the schedule, but I doubt that. Where is that draft? In fact, let me double check. I'm pretty sure it's meant to be MarineLord versus Vortex today. Oh, sorry, Wham. You're right. Wham, not Vortex. My brain. It's meant to be MarineLord versus Wham today. Wait, no? Did they shift it? Oh, I think they shifted it because of how late the day was going. Did they shift it? I didn't see confirmation on that. It originally was meant to be today, but I think it's because the day's going so long. So if we have a look at the schedule. So before, this was marked 24th. It's now 25th. So what? They're going to start even earlier tomorrow? And then they've got Anat, PuppyPaw, and Beasty Louis MT at the same time. Ah, I see. They're going to be playing catch-up. So CSO Vortex and MarineLord Wham will happen at the same time, and Anat, PuppyPaw, and Beasty Louis will happen at the same time. I'm fine with that. So what that means, guys, is we will go live at 10:30 UK time. Let me double check. 10:30 BST should be the same for me. I don't think we're in a stupid time zone. No, so yeah. Oh, what we'll do, guys, tomorrow, we're going to go live with CSO versus Vortex at 10:30. Jesus Christ, why? And then we'll do Anat, PuppyPaw afterwards. And then we will align with the main broadcast. So, like, I think they'll probably do ML, Wham, and Beasty Louis, but we're going to check in on CSO Vortex and Anat, PuppyPaw. And then after that, we should have... That's a big gap. I think they need to reassess the time periods, maybe? No, that should be fine. So then, yeah, so what we'll do CSO Vortex into Anat, PuppyPaw, and then we'll do lower bracket final of Group A and lower bracket final Group B, okay? So that's the plan for tomorrow. And that way, it's like not two channels covering the same games. Even my channel has the better laptop. Just saying. Exclamation mark beast, yes. Seriously, look at that beast. Look at that thing. It's incredible. So yeah. But that'll be the plan. And then I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that means on Saturday there'll be just these two series. So these are Saturday and these are Sunday. Getting late. This is the time EGC TV tournaments start for most people. Not really. Like it's 7:30. EGC tournaments usually like 3 or 4 hours earlier start, I think. Something like that, I think. Had to double check. I'm pretty sure it's along that line. Alright. But I believe that means their day is done too. Right? I'm just double checking the Discord to see if there's anything pinged out. And if there is an area on the Discord, I can't see any of the info. It's a little bit confusing. Yeah. I'm just having a look now to see if there's any other tournaments going on, seeing as this one's now going to end for the day. We might as well close the game, as there's no more games going on. Better commentating too. Thank you. I mean, everyone has their own tastes. Like, for me, I was like, I mean, I could take the days off, or I could just make up for the days we had off last week. So I thought it'd be good to cast these. And yeah. And then see what kind of responses we get if people really prefer the casting or whatever and what else. My goal is always to try and provide like good value to the community. And I think a lot of people enjoyed these today. So yeah, reminder, results as they stand. Vortex versus Wham. It was a win for Wham, 3-1. MarineLord versus CSO was also a win for MarineLord, 3-1. Then we just had the Beasty Anat series. Before that, we had PuppyPaw and Louis MT. Louis MT wins that into the end, goes all the way. Same with Anat versus Beasty. So tomorrow, we will do CSO versus Vortex, which should be wild considering CSO's playstyle is somewhere between Vortex and MarineLord. Vortex and Lucifer, rather. And then we'll have Anat versus PuppyPaw. So pretty cool series to start off our day. And then we'll be starting the stream earlier than we did today. So it'll be 10:30 start. So I'll look to be live probably at like 10:15 my time. Why? I don't like getting up early, in case it's not obvious. I'm something of a late riser. You might call it my speciality. All right. I think that's it on the stream. I don't know if they're doing like post show or whatever. But there's 2 channels available for you guys to see that. But I'm going to round out now. So I'm going to go eat my food because I'm really freaking hungry. It's been 8.5 hours and I've only had some chips throughout the day. So be back tomorrow in T-minus 14 hours? 15. No, wait. Yeah, 15. We're back in 15 hours. All right, GG's, folks. Thank you for watching. See you all tomorrow. Much love. Mwah. Appreciate everyone on YouTube, on Twitch, on Kick. I'll see you all soon.